Chapter 151, Uninvited Dumbledore. Amazing! Marcus exclaimed from the heart. Facing Marcus, the true inventor of the wolf poison potion, Yvonne was about to say a few words of modesty, but at this moment Doubt got up and interrupted his words. Genius is always beyond the reach of ordinary people. Doubter sighed with sorrowful emotion on his face, attracting everyone to gather their eyes, then patted Yvonne on the shoulder and then boasted. You may not know that Halls can identify all kinds of herbs at the age of 5, and can cook some simple potions by himself at the age of 6, of course, this is also inseparable from my hard teaching over the years. To be honest, he was able to develop a wolf poison potion at this grade. Personally, I am not surprised at all. What? I can recognize herbs at the age of 5 and make potions at the age of 6? Yvonne stared at Doug with a dumb face. He didn't know when he was so good? Who will believe this? Yvonne was complaining, even if he wanted to help him improve his reputation and put a title of genius, this is too much, right? But when he turned his head, Yvonne found that Marcus and Stamp looked at him with admiration, and obviously they were going to eat it. Just as Doubt was about to continue his efforts, the words suddenly stopped, his eyes turned to one side, his face became very ugly. Yvonne turned his head in a puzzled way and found an old man with a white beard that Doubt was looking at. He was wearing a dark green robe with a blue-purple badge on his shoulders. The brows looked unique to Doug. It's a bit similar. Yvonne hadn't had time to think about the relationship between Doubt and the other party, and his calm complexion couldn't help but change, because Yvonne suddenly found that the old Principal Dumbledore, who hadn't seen him for a long time, was standing next to that person. Walked over. Albus, this is the little genius wizard you've been talking about just now. The old wizard's bones seemed extraordinarily tough, and he was still full of breath when he spoke. He looked at Dumbledore and said with a smile. If you hadn't promised me all the time, I couldn't believe that a little wizard could come up with a solution to the werewolf problem. President Bohan, in fact, I am also very surprised that he can achieve such an achievement, but thinking about it, it seems that every time I meet Halls, I can be a new surprise. Dumbledore said briskly, turning he blinked at Yvonne. This makes me look forward to what it will look like the next time I meet. Who wants to meet you? Yvonne murmured speechlessly, but on the surface he said hello very well. Professor Dumbledore, Dean Bohan. I just made a wolf poison potion by accident. This is also due to Mr. Dougert's years of teaching. Without the information he compiled when he studied werewolves, I couldn't do it. Develop it. Dean Bohan nodded unavoidably, then looked at Doubt again, and said suspiciously. I didn't know that besides causing trouble, you were still studying the werewolf problem after hiding in Knockoff Alley all these years? This is really surprising. It seems that you do some business occasionally. That's because you only believe in the things that come out of your mind, that's why you are so ignorant. Doubt said angrily. Dean Bohan didn't seem to have heard him. He chatted with Yvonne happily, especially his praise for Ivan's price reduction and sales of wolf's poison potions. The enthusiasm made Yvonne a little overwhelmed. He even wondered if this Dean Bohan was also a werewolf, or how he cared so much about the wolf poison potion. It didn't take long before Yvonne realized that he was thinking too much. From the conversation, Yvonne quickly learned that the St. Mungo Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries has received dozens of patients who were scratched and bitten by werewolves over the years. Most people missed the best treatment time when they came to the hospital. Bohan could only watch them being transformed, but was powerless. This is undoubtedly a torture for Bohan, who is highly skilled in medicine. Although the wolf poison potion developed by Yvonne cannot cure the werewolves, it can reduce the number of similar werewolf riots and can also allow many innocent werewolf wizards to reintegrate into normal lives. Albus, I think Hall's contribution to the Ministry of Magic is enough to earn him a second-level Merlin medal. What do you think? Dean Bohan said with emotion. Well, I think so too. I will write to initiate the nomination tomorrow. Dumbledore nodded and agreed without hesitation. Yvonne was very surprised. He didn't expect that these two magicians would be willing to help him nominate the Merlin medal. On the way here just now, he learned from Doubt that in order to obtain the Merlin medal, in addition to making enough merits, there must be a nominee line. This nominee is best to be a recipient of the Merlin medal, or someone who has a certain influence in the magic world. If there is no nominator, the Merlin Knights will automatically initiate nominations, but the efficiency is hard to say. This is also the reason why Doubter found these people this time, and desperately helped him brag, because it was to find a reliable nominee, and the patent registration was done incidentally. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, and of course you. Dean Bohan. Yvonne said gratefully. He understands that his merits are only enough for a third-level Merlin medal. If he wants to obtain a second-level Merlin medal, he must rely on the influence of these two bigwigs. Although Yvonne doesn't catch a cold with the Merlin medal, he won't neglect these two people who helped him. www.ndlnovel.com. Yvonne is about to say thank you again, but sees Dumbledore waving his hands. It's rare. Sighed. No, I want to thank you, Halls, your wolf poison potion can save one of my werewolf friends. He has done a lot for me before, but over the years he has been impoverished as a werewolf wizard. But there is nothing I can do, I can only watch. Werewolf friend? Ivan's thoughts moved, and he realized that Dumbledore was talking about Lupin the werewolf. If he remembers correctly, the core member of the Order of the Phoenix, now because of his identity as a werewolf, should he still wander somewhere, right? Could it be that Dumbledore deliberately called him back to become a professor of defense against the dark arts for the next school year? Ivan looked forward to it. After all, Lockhart in the next school year is completely a parallel importer. Taking his defense against the dark arts class is simply a torture. However, it seems impossible to think about it, because now there are only about 10 days left to go to school. The choice of professor for the defense against the dark arts class should have been decided long ago. Chapter 152, Sorry, this is the creator of the wolf poison potion. The small talk with Dumbledore did not last long. It is worth mentioning that Ivan found that Doubt was there all the time like a transparent person, with a black face without any interruption. It wasn't until Dean Bohan and Dumbledore moved away that Doubt came forward and patted Ivan on the shoulder. It's really hard for you. Doug said with emotion. Ivan didn't quite understand the meaning of Doughert's words, but he saw that Dougert had a very bad relationship with Dean Bohan, so it was a bit strange why Dougert invited him over. I didn't invite these two, they came by themselves. Seemingly seeing Ivan's doubts, Doubt said with a sullen face and sullen expression. Let's go, I'll show you a few more friends. Doubt quickly got his mind set, and took Ivan to the rest of the hall to talk with the remaining wizards. After introducing them one by one, Ivan realized how widespread Doubt's popularity is. There are many wizards present at the Ministry of Magic, and some are even core members of the Merlin Knights. This meeting in the main hall lasted for several hours, and Ivan, who kept a smiling face throughout, felt that he was about to laugh and paralyze. How long are we going to stay here? Ivan rubbed his aching cheeks, and said very dissatisfied. Of course it was until night. Did you forget that today is the night of the full moon? Doubt said with a low voice while smiling at the well-dressed wizards around him. Although the Ministry of Magic has already appraised your wolf poison potion and confirmed its effect, always find a werewolf to see the effect with his own eyes. Ivan nodded, but then turned to depressed thinking, why don't you come back tonight? After a while, Ivan knew why. Because after the bell rang in the night, a bunch of people hurried in. They looked like tabloid reporters in the Muggle world, holding old-fashioned cameras or parchment paper and shorthand pens in their hands. Several Aurors were working hard to maintain order nearby. Ivan soon saw that Minister of Magic Fudge was also there. After many days of absence, Fudge was already full of energy. While walking, talked about the current situation in the magical world. In particular, the Ministry of Magic, under its own leadership, has successfully combated the proliferation of black magic items that has been plagued by the magic world, and arrested a large number of vicious black wizards. Afterwards, Fudge showed his concern for the living conditions of the werewolf wizards again with a sad face, which attracted everyone to join in. After entering the hall, a wizard dressed as a civil servant with glasses leaned in Fudge's ear and whispered a few words, and pointed in the direction of Ivan and Doug. Fudge didn't hear a word, and with a kind smile on his mouth, he couldn't wait to walk over here, and said to Doubt. This is the creator of the wolf poison potion, right? I have to say that the potion you studied has changed the living conditions of werewolf wizards to a certain extent, and has made a great contribution to the magical world. Fudge enthusiastically prepared to shake hands with Dougert, but after a while, he found that the latter did not respond, but pointed to Ivan Deo with an embarrassed expression. Minister Fudge, this is the developer of the wolf poison potion. The smile at the corner of Fudge's mouth froze immediately, and the hand stretched in the air didn't know whether to retract it or not. On the field, only the sound of the camera shooting kept ringing, faithfully recording this rare scene. A middle-aged witch in a magenta robe was even more excited and couldn't help herself. She wrote swiftly on the parchment. She felt that this would definitely be the headline news tomorrow. If this article can pass the review smoothly. Just as the atmosphere on the court became more awkward, Ivan stretched out his hand and shook Fudge. Minister Fudge, hello, I'm Ivan Halls, the developer of the wolf poison potion. I think we should have met before. Having said this, Ivan paused, and then continued. In addition, you are not wrong before. Mr. Dougert is my enlightenment mentor of potions. I was able to develop the medicinal chamomile potion thanks to his help. In a sense, he is also one of the developers of the potion. Ah, yes, yes. That's what I meant just now. Fudge quickly adjusted, and shook hands with Ivan forcefully, and drove down the donkey with his words, barely rounding it back. At the same time, his gaze floated and stared at a certain clerk, but he turned back in time under the flickering of the camera lens, and his gaze looked at Ivan with a little more admiration. Ivan didn't pay much attention to the change in Fudge's attitude. He said to help out the siege but worried that Fudge was too small-minded and would hate them for making ugly things in public. However, Fudge became more and more interested in Yvonne, especially after the executive director who listened to the side talked about the magic supplies recently purchased from the magic shop of Ivan's house. He even appreciated it. Fan finally forced Yvonne to take a few group photos. After a lot of toss, seeing the time is almost up, Fudge suggested to go to the observation room to test the effect of the wolf poison potion. Yvonne readily agreed. He didn't want to stay here for a long time. As a result, the group soon moved from the hall to the observation room downstairs, where there is full defense to prevent all accidents from happening. The tester was an ordinary-looking werewolf wizard, and what Yvonne had expected was that he turned out to be an employee of the Ministry of Magic. Can a werewolf work in the Ministry of Magic? Yvonne lowered his voice and asked Douglas quietly. Of course, the Ministry of Magic reserved a position for them in the sports department, which is responsible for doing chores. When the werewolf wizard can no longer do it, the ministry will recruit another werewolf wizard to do the same job. Grid said tauntingly. The chat between the two did not last long. www.mtlnovel.com is the focus of everyone. Yvonne was constantly stared at by several magic news reporters. In particular, one of the middle-aged witches with blonde hair and a big pie face kept looking at him, and from time to time they used a pen to record something on the parchment. Yvonne heard someone call her in the crowd. For Rita Skeeter, he immediately became vigilant. If he remembers correctly, Rita Skeeter is a reporter for the Daily Prophet and an illegal animagus who turns into a beetle. He is best at writing all kinds of eye-catching gossip news. As long as it can attract attention, making up things is commonplace. Chapter 153, Interview with Rita Skeeter. When I saw Rita Skeeter, Yvonne knew he was going to suffer. Sure enough, after a moment of kung fu, Rita Skeeter squeezed all the way, fiddled with the curly hair, leaned forward and stared at Yvonne intently and said, "Hello, Mr. Halls, I am Rita Skeeter, a reporter for the Daily Prophet. You can call me Mrs. Skeeter." Yvonne frowned and didn't want to pay attention to the old woman, because he knew very well that no matter what he said, the other party could make up a lot of things. Fortunately, Doubt stopped in time, glared at Rita, and said very dissatisfied. "If you want to interview, please after the experiment is completed. Halls has no time to answer your questions before then." Rita Skeeter didn't want to pay any attention to him at all, but Doubt was just like a tower horizontally in the center, and he didn't mean to give in at all. "Well, I will have an exclusive interview later." Rita Skeeter had to put away her quill, but before leaving, she stared at Yvonne and said, "I mean, if your wolf poison potion is really useful." After speaking, Rita Skeeter twisted and walked away. Unexpectedly, the Daily Prophet would arrange this woman for an interview. She is not a good role to deal with, Doug said with a headache. Then why did you agree to interview her for me just now? Wouldn't it be okay to just refuse it? Yvonne asked in confusion. He was not interested in cooperating with this difficult woman for an interview or something. The Daily Prophet is the largest newspaper in the magical world. It's best not to offend it casually, not to mention that if you don't accept the interview, they won't write related articles. Doubt explained. After a pause, Doubt continued. And I heard that this guy can be bought by money. You may be able to start from this aspect. Yvonne muttered to himself, then I would have to have so much Jin Jialong. Without a word, Yvonne walked up to the stand of the observation room, which looked like a small coliseum. The stands on all sides were raised high, and the center was a flat open space. The werewolf wizard stood there early, looking a little nervous, motioned to the crowd, and drank the dark brown potion in his hand. Yvonne looked at the hanging clock in the distance, and it was late at night in 5 minutes. As time gets closer, the surrounding auras who were in charge of protection clenched the wands in their hands, staring at the figure on the platform vigilantly, ready to subdue it after the opponent ran away. The werewolf wizard keenly noticed this, with a bitter expression on his face. Only when he turned his gaze to Yvonne, did he show a little gratitude. Under the focus of everyone's eyes, 5 minutes passed slowly. The werewolf wizard suddenly shuddered, his body gradually elongated, his thin arms grew frantically with hair, and his nails became sharp and slender. The most shocking thing is the huge wolf head with fangs, and the terrifying appearance makes many observing wizards frown frequently. But in contrast, after the transformation was completed, the werewolf wizard was a bit at a loss under the gaze of everyone, and looked very uncomfortable, trying hard to cover it with his long-haired arm. The sight of everyone. As Doubt said before, most werewolves are reluctant to let others see their ugly appearance after transforming. Although most of the wizards present were honorable, they saw the transformation of a werewolf wizard for the first time, so they all looked at it with interest. It seems that the werewolves are not as scary as the legend, and I don't know why every year there are adult wizards being attacked by werewolves. Seeing the trembling look of the werewolf on the field, Stamp shook his head in disappointment. This performance was really inconsistent with the ferocious look of the werewolf he imagined. That's because of the effect of the wolf's poison potion, or alone, the werewolf has bitten your throat now. Marcus interrupted Stamp's conjecture very unceremoniously. As a wizard who has been in contact with a large number of werewolves at close range, Marcus is well aware of the difficulties and horrors of werewolves, and naturally he can't listen to Stamp's nonsense. The two quickly quarreled, attracting the attention of the wizard on the side. Ivan's attention is not here, his eyes have been fixed on the few people in the front row of the stands, they are the ones who can really make the decision. Dumbledore's azure blue pupils under his half-moon glasses carefully looked at the werewolf's body, as if he was confirming the state of the other party, and he spoke first before long. It seems that Mr. Hall's wolf poison potion is very successful, it perfectly maintains the sanity of the werewolf wizard. Well, yes, I think so too. Fudge nodded with satisfaction. Although he didn't have much research on werewolves, he saw a transformed werewolf squatting there shivering, like a dog. That's enough, isn't it? Dean Bohan leaned in at the first time. He didn't care about the guard of the Auror. He ran to the werewolf wizard to inquire about the other party's status. He tapped the wand on the werewolf's body from time to time. The camera lights flickered all around, and Rita Skeeter took out a quill pen to record something, and even wanted to get in for an interview. The expression of the werewolf wizard became more bitter, and only when he glanced at Yvonne did he show a little gratitude. After waiting for a while until it was confirmed that the werewolf had completely lost his aggressiveness, Fudge walked slowly to the stage and met with the werewolf wizard. After a long and boring speech, Fudge smiled and held the palm of the werewolf, and made a final summary. Werewolf wizards are no different from normal wizards. They are all part of the magic world. Yvonne thought maliciously, if the werewolf wizard on the stage suddenly lost control and infected Fudge, would the Minister of Magic still laugh out? It is a pity that his wolf poison potion works very well, and the werewolf wizard did not have the guts to attack the Minister of Magic. Leaving the venue, Yvonne followed Doubt to the patent office on the 7th floor of the basement to register the wolf poison potion, and then saw Rita Skeeter as soon as the door opened. She just stood by the door of the patent office, seemingly waiting. It's been a long time. Then, our little genius Mr. Yvonne Halls, can we start the interview now? Rita Skeeter said with a smile. Of course, if you want to know something. Yvonne shrugged, it didn't matter. Just ask, he is not as good at dealing with Harry. Chapter 154, we can sit down and have a good talk now. After obtaining the authorization for the exclusive interview, the two men sat down in an uninterrupted inquiry room. Rita Skeeter couldn't wait to take out a roll of parchment and a shorthand quill from her crocodile leather handbag, put them aside, and then looked at Yvonne with a sweet smile on her lips. I am accustomed to using shorthand quill pens to record. Wouldn't you object? That way I can talk to you without distraction. No, I object. Yvonne said without hesitation. That's good. Rita Skeeter replied subconsciously, and then realized what Yvonne was talking about, and the smile on the corner of her mouth froze for a while. She never thought that the person interviewed would say that. No? Why? Rita tried to maintain the professional smile on her face, asking every word. Yvonne looked at her with suspicion, tapped his fingers on the table, and spoke slowly. Mrs. Skeeter, you are against professional ethics like this. This makes me wonder if you have to rely on this magical quill pen to write a decent article. Perhaps I can reflect to the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet and ask them to hire your quill pen. Yvonne did not give Rita any face in his words. When she saw her take out the shorthand quill, Yvonne knew that this interview would not be 100% peaceful. Because that pen is the most important magic weapon of Rita Skeeter, the one who is best at adding fuel and jealousy to tampering with the interviewer's words into all kinds of explosive content, the basis for spreading rumors is even better than Rita Skeeter himself. Awesome. Rita Skeeter was very angry for a while, and under Ivan's suspicious gaze, she had to take out a new quill pen from the package. Her professionalism cannot be questioned by anyone. Shall we start now? Mr. Halls. Rita took a few deep breaths, calmed her emotions, and said with a smile. Of course, there is no problem. Yvonne nodded, he felt that Rita should not have a second shorthand quill. Then the first question, how did you think of researching wolf poison potions? Rita asked. Knockdown Alley is the gathering place for werewolf wizards. I often contact them and understand their plight. That's why the idea of developing a wolf poison potion was born. Yvonne carefully considered the sentence and tried to use short words as much as possible. Speak clearly, so as not to be caught by the other party. You often come into contact with werewolves? Why? What makes you take such a big risk? Rita Skeeter immediately found the part she was interested in from Ivan's words, her eyes lighted up, and the heavily make-up face moved closer, and said excitedly. Is it because of your little werewolf girlfriend? In a short period of time, Rita Skeeter had already made up a poignant love story, and her hand with the quill began to tremble, trying to write something. There are no female werewolves among my friends. Yvonne rolled his eyes and interrupted. Rita Skeeter was very disappointed. She had already thought of a story, but she couldn't write it. Thinking of this, Rita Skeeter said unwillingly. Then do you have any other emotional experiences in school? Yvonne shook his head without hesitation, trying to cut off Rita Skeeter's last thoughts of making up her mind. However, Yvonne seriously underestimated Rita Skeeter's ability to talk nonsense. She didn't care what others said. With just a few words, she could piece together the sentences she wanted. The sharp-eyed Yvonne clearly saw Rita Skeeter holding a quill pen and writing such a paragraph on the parchment. Yvonne Halls pays much attention to male werewolves and is ashamed of mentioning his relationship history. It seems unspeakable. After writing, Rita Skeeter smiled cordially at Yvonne. The blue veins on Ivan's forehead jumped wildly, and he regretted that he didn't learn the forgetting curse, otherwise, he could beat the old woman violently, and then use the forgetting curse to erase all her memories. Mrs. Skeeter, I must remind you that I will only be in the 2nd grade next school year, and you may not have any credibility in writing your relationship history. Yvonne retorted, holding back his anger. Is that so? Rita nodded thoughtfully, and crossed out the sentences just written. Just as Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief, Rita continued to write. The potion genius Yvonne Halls yearned for a love very much, but his too young age made him suffer setbacks in the process of searching for love, and in the end he could only be with a werewolf. Yvonne is completely speechless, so no matter what questions Rita Skeeter asks, Yvonne will not answer. It's just that this old woman is obviously not upset. She looked at Ivan's expression on her own, and added a large analysis sentence to portray Yvonne on the parchment as a arrogant and indifferent monster with many quirks. Medicine genius. Rita Skeeter felt that such an image would surely arouse the public's attention, while Yvonne coldly watched more and more content recorded on the parchment. Okay, that's all for today's interview. Rita Skeeter nodded in satisfaction after writing the parchment she brought. She felt that this content was enough to occupy the headlines for several days. Just as Rita Skeeter was packing her crocodile leather handbag and stood up and was about to leave, Yvonne, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Mrs. Skeeter, please wait a moment. Rita Skeeter gave a look, then turned her head, but then heard Yvonne continue. Or www.mdlnovel.com. I should call you an illegal animagus shapeshifter, Ms. Beetle. Rita Skeeter's figure trembled suddenly, staring at Yvonne in disbelief, but soon a smirk rose from the corner of her mouth. Mr. Halls, I don't quite understand what you mean. Rita Skeeter pretended to be calm. Really? As long as I understand it. Yvonne raised his eyebrows, looked at her playfully, and said casually. Rita Skeeter was really not sure if Yvonne was doing her own routine, but after thinking about it, she found it impossible, because Yvonne accurately said that her animagus metamorphosis was a beetle. But this secret should not be known to anyone. There are no absolute secrets in the world, right? Yvonne changed his expression and pointed to the seat in front of him. I think we can sit down now and have a good talk. Chapter 155, How much did you give to that reporter? Rita Skeeter hesitated and sat down reluctantly, worried that Yvonne had any decisive evidence. In fact, even if there is no evidence, Yvonne only needs to report to the Ministry of Magic to cause her huge troubles. After all, in order to write explosive articles over the years, she has often used the animagus form to track the interviewee, or sneak into the other party's home to get some secret information. This not only violates the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, but also offends a large number of prestigious wizards. If the identity of the illegal animagus is revealed by Yvonne, then she will most likely be imprisoned in Azkaban. Where is the parchment? Yvonne said with a more serious tone. Rita Skeeter touched her crocodile leather handbag, and Yvonne snatched it as soon as she took it out. Looking at the nonsense on the parchment, Yvonne rudely tore it to pieces in front of Rita Skeeter. You, how dare you? Rita Skeeter's eyes widened, her lips trembled as she wanted to say something, but Ivan's words were held back in Ivan's indifferent gaze. Rewrite, I watched. Yvonne knocked on the table and said. Rita Skeeter hesitated, and finally reluctantly took out a new roll of parchment and wrote on it again. Under Ivan's gaze, Rita Skeeter thought about all kinds of praise. At first, it was not going well, but after writing a few paragraphs, Rita Skeeter seemed to have found inspiration. The more she wrote, the more excited she became, and finally she was completely released. Yvonne was dumbfounded when he watched from the side. Especially in a certain paragraph that he had the general mind of the Minister of Magic when he was 8 years old, and he often thought about the future of the magic world under the silent night sky. Ahem. Yvonne couldn't help but coughed slightly. Rita Skeeter, who was writing to the point, looked up at Yvonne suspiciously. I think what you wrote needs to be corrected a bit. Yvonne reminded concisely. Fix it. Rita Skeeter didn't quite understand the meaning of Ivan's words, but then suddenly realized. It must be that she hasn't boasted enough. Rita Skeeter thought of this, and decided to go back after she decided to polish it up and try to make the other party satisfied. When the two came out of the inquiry room, Dowager just finished talking with the director of the patent office. After seeing Rita Skeeter shook hands with Yvonne with a smirk on her face, she ran away in a hurry as if she had encountered a nemesis without looking back. She was a little worried and turned to Yvonne. Said. Did you offend that old woman? She is not a broad-minded person. No, we had a very good chat, you will know by reading the Daily Prophet. Yvonne shrugged and said indifferently. Doubter was very curious, and didn't quite understand why Yvonne had such a great confidence, but he knew some details about Rita Skeeter. As the most famous journalist of the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter is best at digging out all kinds of fierce materials. People who are targeted by her opponent usually fall into various troubles and scandals. No one has ever known about Rita Skeeter. How did Kit learn about these secret messages? Yvonne shook his head and did not intend to disclose more information. He was able to stop Rita Skeeter because he had read the original and knew the weakness of the other party and was unable to prove the source of the information with doubt. Doubter had to resist the curiosity in his heart and led him away from the Ministry of Magic. It was almost early in the morning when I returned home. Yvonne sent away Doubt, and briefly explained to Asia that the trip went well, so he lay down sleepy. On Wednesday morning, Yvonne, who was eating breakfast, was yawning. In a flash, she saw flocks of owls flying in from the door, window, and fireplace. Owl disaster at home? Before I could understand what happened, he saw countless envelopes falling from the air, piled up high, almost overwhelming the dining table, accompanied by some owl feathers. Except for the envelope, Yvonne saw that there was a newspaper mixed with it. Yvonne reached out and took it, and found that it was the Daily Prophet, which was sent by Rita Skeeter. The front page dynamic photo of the newspaper was the one taken with the werewolf before leaving the observation room with Fudge. Below is Rita Skeeter's article. Yvonne read it carefully and found that not only did she not listen to her own opinions, but she also wrote the content even more exaggerated, making her laugh and cry. But Yvonne also had to admit that Rita Skeeter's writing is indeed good. A few paragraphs made him appear as a potion genius on paper. Coupled with a few touching stories made up by Rita Skeeter, Yvonne was moved to cry when he saw it. What the is going on? After hearing the movement, Asia, who walked out of the kitchen, still holding the kitchen utensils in her hand, looked at the envelopes full of the room blankly. Well, I don't know too much, probably because of this. Yvonne waved the Daily Prophet in his hand. Asia picked it up curiously, and after a few glances, her expression became more and more strange. How much did you give to that reporter? How would she help you? I didn't give a copper nat. Maybe the reporter of the Daily Prophet thought I was just such a person. Yvonne spread his hands and said innocently. Asia smiled and squeezed Ivan's cheek. She didn't believe a word. Afterwards, the two together used magic spells to collect the envelopes on the ground. www.mdlenovel.com. Under the influence of magic, countless letters were collected and piled neatly in the corner. Yvonne opened a letter casually and read it, and found that it was a letter from a werewolf wizard. The content of the letter was deep and affectionate. It was all thanks to him for caring so much about the living conditions of the werewolf wizard and praised his contribution to the werewolf. Yvonne blushed a little when he saw that. He didn't know that he had done so many things for the werewolf. At the end of the envelope, there was also a deposit for the first batch of wolf poisoning potions. Should these letters have the same content, right? When will the reply be returned? Yvonne stared at the letters piled up in front of him with a headache. A lot of people who want this treatment don't have this chance yet. Asia gave him a blank look, but still helped to open the envelope and count the number of people who ordered the wolf's poison potion. Regarding the specific reply, Yvonne remembered the answering quill in the store. As long as he slightly changed the judgment mechanism, he could automatically reply. Chapter 156, Book List in at Lihen Bookstore. With the help of the answering quill, the efficiency of replying has been increased several times. Yvonne only needs to open the envelope and read it again, then put it aside, and the quill on the table will automatically start writing the reply. Even so, Yvonne still spent a full morning. When I opened the last envelope, Yvonne found that this letter was different from the others. It was sent from the school. The specific content is to let him go to King's Cross Station to take a train to school on September 1st, and the second grade book list is also attached. Yvonne simply scanned it, and in addition to a few professional books for each subject, there were 7 Lockhart's books, and the price was more expensive than one. Yvonne suddenly understood who the professor was for the defense against the dark arts class next semester. However, Lockhart's shameless realm also surprised him, and he was surprised to use his status as a professor to let Hogwarts students to increase the sales of books. Mom, you might have to give me more Jin Jialong. This year's book is extra expensive, maybe dozens of Jialong. Looking at the price marked above, Yvonne sighed and had to ask for help. Although he has solicited a lot of business for his family's magic shop, after all, it was Asia who collected the money, and he couldn't get it at all, and the golden Jialong accumulated before was almost used up. Dozens of gallons? So expensive. Aisha, who was helping to gather the replies, took the book list curiously and glanced twice. Gidro Lockhart. Asia said in surprise. Mom, do you know him? Yvonne had a bad feeling. If he remembered it correctly, Lockhart seemed to be a friend of women and had countless fans in the magic world. Fortunately, Ivan soon saw Aisha shook his head. No, I don't know it, but I heard it a little bit. I heard that he is a powerful character. The book he wrote has won the recognition of many famous people. It looks like you will have a great defense against the dark arts class next school year. Asia said with a smile. Ivan curled his lips. This guy is a parallel importer, so it's better to forget the spell. But Ivan didn't tell Ijaman that this guy will show up as soon as he becomes a professor in the next school year. Even if the basilisk incident does not cause memory loss, it is estimated that he will be in trouble. Asia helped Ivan organize the list, then took out 100 jinjialong from the cabinet and put it in a magic bag and handed it to Ivan. These should be enough, and the rest is for you to use in school. Asia said very generously. 100 gold gallons is not a small sum. If Ivan did not perform well during the summer vacation and never spends money randomly, Asia would not be assured that a child would hold such a large sum of money. In fact, Asia wanted to stop business for a long time and took this opportunity to take Ivan to take a stroll in Diagon Alley, but this idea was rejected by Ivan. Ivan didn't go to Lihun Academy just to buy books. More importantly, he remembered that one of the ways he could earn grade points was to read through magic books. As long as the progress reaches 100%, you will be able to get rewards of student status equivalent to the difficulty, and you will be able to improve your magic knowledge. Therefore, in the remaining few days before school starts, Yifan plans to go to the Lihun bookstore to see as much as he can. Of course, Asia couldn't be closed for a few days, especially when the business had just turned better, so she had no choice but to dispel the idea of a company. Otherwise, let doubt accompany you these days. Asia was somewhat worried that Ivan walked through Knockdown Alley alone. No, I would rather drink the compound decoction alone. Ivan shook his head resolutely. He was fed up with the Doug, and there was nothing good about going out with him every time except for the Ministry of Magic. Okay, then, Asia sighed and agreed with Ivan, who was stubborn, but then reminded him again. You are not allowed to go out like me. Ivan nodded, he didn't have the habit of becoming the opposite sex. Back in the room, Ivan took out the compound decoction placed in the drawer, which he had boiled before, and can be used by adding other people's hair. Thinking about it, Ivan added a piece of hair he had collected and took a sip, which was estimated to be enough for him to get out of Knockout Alley. In the next moment, Ivan felt as if his body was torn apart, and numbness spread all over his body, followed by dislocation of bones, stretched skin, and stretched the originally fitted robe. Ivan felt a little miscalculated. He actually forgot about the things that would break his clothes after transforming. He should have prepared in advance. Fortunately, this little thing could not be difficult for Ivan, who was already close to level 5 in transfiguration. Under the wave of his wand, the clothes that had been broken were quickly restored, and then became wider and larger under the effect of transfiguration. Putting on his clothes, Ivan stood in front of the mirror again, looking at the 17 or 18-year-old man opposite, with some freckles on his face, just exactly the same as Walker. The reason why he chose to become him is naturally because there are not many people he can come into contact with every day, only the hair of Asia, Doug, and Walker. He didn't plan to transform into the middle-aged man doubt, the only choice was this. Mom, then I'll go out first. Before leaving, Ivan greeted Asia who was still sending the letter. Asia turned her head and looked at the 17 or 18-year-old young wizard in front of her with a weird expression, but she nodded. This is also the reason why Asia did not let Ivan become herself, it always feels weird. Walking alone in the streets of Knockdown Alley www.mtlnovel.com, Ivan felt another experience, and there seemed to be some malice in the surroundings. Along the way, Ivan met several times with strangers, some who promoted all kinds of goods, and some invited him to certain places to have fun. But none of them dared to do it. Even so, Ivan had to be tougher to make these people retreat. When he was about to leave Knockout Alley, Ivan found that the street leading to Diagon Alley on this side was half blocked. A grinning old witch was pulling a small wizard in front of him. The wizards around seemed to have not seen them, and there were a few wizards squatting in the corner, which should be watching the excitement. Ivan raised his eyebrows and was hesitating to interfere or deter, only to find that the figure of the little wizard was somewhat familiar. That seems to be Harry Potter? But what about Hagrid? Where did he go? Chapter 157, Let's Go. Brother takes you to a good place. I am not lost, madam, where I want to go is right there. Knock Knock Alley, the intersection of the intersection, Harry hurriedly vetoed his captured right hand in a panic. It doesn't matter, my dear, I can take you there. Are you going to go home? Then just follow me. The old witch grinned, showing moss-grown teeth, and said softly. Deo, kindly like the grandmother next door. But Harry felt cold all over, and the opponent's skinny arms were unexpectedly strong, and violently grabbed his shoulders, pulling him towards the inside of Knockout Alley. Harry didn't know what the consequences would be after he was taken away, but there would be nothing good if he thought about it. He immediately looked at the wizards around him with help-seeking eyes, hoping that anyone could help him. However, What Harry didn't expect was that so many wizards around him didn't even bother him. He even saw a few wizards squatting in the corner, wearing ragged robes, smiling at him, but the smile contained with more special meaning. "Madam, I don't know you at all." Harry tried to persuade the old witch in front of him to let him go, regretting why he made a mistake when using fluo powder, or that he shouldn't use it at all. "For the fireplace. We will meet soon," the old witch said with a strange smile, gently tapping Harry's cheek with her right hand holding the wand. "Harry, why did you get here?" Just when Harry felt desperate, a voice rang behind him, and the two pulling heard the voice and immediately turned their heads to look over, only to realize that the person speaking was a young wizard of 17 or 18 years old. After hesitating, the young wizard had already walked up to him and put his hand on his other shoulder. Harry felt his body torn apart by the drag of the two, and hurriedly said, "Madam, my friend came to pick me up, can you let me go?" Harry didn't know who the young wizard was in front of him, but still knew that the other party might come to save him, so he decisively leaned on the young wizard's side. "Hun boy, young." Seeing the young man came, the old witch frowned and was about to curse, but before that, Yvonne suddenly started to do it. "Except for your weapons." The red magical light directly hit the body, and the old witch was knocked out by the light and hit the street wall behind. A weird-looking magic wand came out, hitting Shiener and landed on Yvonne. Hands. At this time, the fall was terrible, and the old witch felt that her bones were about to fall apart, and it took a long time to regain her strength, and her heart burst into anger. She didn't expect that a little devil who seemed to be 18 or 19 years old would come up and act directly, so she was caught off guard. Even if the old witch stretched her hand into her arms, she drew something out, but before that, Ivan's wand had been pointed at the tip of her nose, and the black magic power condensed at the top of the wand could be excited at any time. "You move again, I'll chop off your hand." Yvonne stared at the hand of the old witch and warned. Yvonne is very clear that he does not have the deterrence brought by Hagrid's huge body. Only with some more direct and powerful means can he force the other party to recognize the facts. The old witch stared at Yvonne angrily, but did not dare to make extra moves. If she were to change to a small wizard of average size, she might also gamble on the other side's mercy. But Yvonne's performance just now made her understand that the other party would really be ruthless. Yvonne threw the wand he had just captured into another alley in the distance. It happened to fall at the feet of a shabby wizard lying there, and then said to the old witch, "Get out. Better not let me see you again." Lost the wand, and was pointed at by the other party's wand. Even if the old witch was too angry, she had to get up from the ground obediently and leave. Especially after seeing that the wand thrown into another alley was picked up, he changed his face and hurriedly chased it. Harry watched this scene, feeling relieved, but he did not forget to turn his head to express his gratitude to the enthusiastic young wizard. "Thank you, sir." Yvonne saw the change in Harry's expression in his heart, and intentionally let Harry understand the cruelty of the wizarding world, and grinned in fright. "Don't thank you so quickly, kid. First, sir." Harry watched at the young wizard who had helped him change his face instantly, and the heart he had just put down was lifted up instantly, and he stammered. Yvonne looked at Harry's look of fear, and it felt very funny. He tried hard not to laugh, but in the end he couldn't help but laugh strangely. "Let's go, brother takes you to a good place." After speaking, Yvonne pushed Harry forward. The latter's heart became more and more flustered, tremblingly thinking that he might be killed today, and praying in his heart whether he could come to save himself again. However, fate obviously won't take care of a person twice in a row. Harry walked all the way without waiting for the second savior. The only thing that made Harry somewhat thankful was that the other party at least walked in the direction of Diagon Alley. Stepping from the gloomy knockdown alley into the bustling Diagon Alley, Harry's inner tension relaxed a little, but it didn't take long, because he soon discovered that this strange young wizard was pulling him to go walking in remote places. When Harry gathered up his courage and was about to scream, he suddenly saw the young wizard stretch out his wand and click on his clothes. When Harry was strange, his eyes widened suddenly www.mdlnovel.com because he clearly saw the body of the young wizard in front of him was shrinking, getting shorter and shorter. The one with some freckles, his face also changed into another look he was very familiar with. The clothes on his body shrank in sync with his figure, and it didn't take long for him to become a little wizard about his size. "Yvonne." Harry stared at this scene blankly. "Hi. Harry, it's been a long time." Yvonne greeted freely after turning his head to relieve the transformation spell on his clothes. "What's going on? How could you become that person? No, how could that person become you?" Harry felt that his brain was not enough, and his words seemed a little confused. "This is the effect of the compound decoction, it's a potion that can be transformed into someone else's appearance," Yvonne explained. Harry nodded, and then remembered that he had been walking with Yvonne in fear, and then said angrily with a puffed face. "Then why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought I was going to be kidnapped just now." Chapter 158, Can we be a guest in Knockturn Alley? Facing the angry Harry, Yvonne calmly explained. Harry. Knockoff Alley is a very dangerous place, you saw it just now. The person I transformed into is not very old and has no deterrent effect. It is easy to be targeted by people just taking you like this, so it is better to be a little bit fierce and pretend to be a bad person. Is that so? Harry asked dubiously. Of course. Yvonne said with a vow. Harry faintly felt that Yvonne was fooling himself, but couldn't find evidence. By the way, Harry, why did you come to Knockdown Alley? Yvonne hurriedly changed the subject. Naturally, Harry didn't mean to conceal it. He told him about the accidental use of fluo powder when he was choked by soot to pronounce the wrong words. Yvonne nodded, and it didn't seem to have changed much from the original, but I didn't know why he didn't meet Hagrid this time. But after thinking about it, Yvonne realized it again. Hagrid met Harry because he happened to buy something in Knockover Alley. As long as there is a slight error in time, the course of action of both sides will be diverged. It may be he who sent it. Some butterfly effects caused by the letter to George and Fred. Fortunately, Harry was lucky enough to be able to meet himself, otherwise, the savior of the magic world might really be cold. There were countless questions in Harry's heart, such as what Yvonne was doing in Knockoff Alley, and why he became like that. As the two walked all the way, Harry said one by one the questions in his heart. Why? Yvonne stopped moving forward, and then spoke to Harry. Because my house is in Knockdown Alley. I came out this time to buy books for the next school year. I am too young to be safe, so I have to use compound decoction to make myself look more deterrent. You live in such a dangerous place? Why don't you move to another place? Harry looked at Yvonne in surprise. He really couldn't understand how Yvonne lived in such a place. He had only been inside for a short while, and even so, he had already experienced the indifference and danger of Knockout Alley, and was almost dragged away by the street, so he had some psychological shadow on Knockout Alley. Of course it's because of poverty. Yvonne rolled his eyes and said, if he earned enough Jinjialong, the ghost would be willing to stay there. Harry was silent for a moment, and there was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at Yvonne. Before that, Harry had always thought that living in his uncle's house was the worst thing in the world. But after seeing these people in Knockturn Alley, Harry suddenly felt that his living environment might not be too bad, at least no one would try to kidnap him there, let alone become someone else's when traveling like Yvonne. Looks good. Thinking that he and his parents had left a large inheritance, Harry hesitated whether to use it to help his best friends, perhaps by lending them to them first. When Harry made up his mind to ask questions, Yvonne shook his head amusedly and refused, then watched Harry and said, Did you not read the Daily Prophet? I have produced a new type of potion, which sells very well. The orders received today will flood my house. It won't be long before I can move out. Harry nodded. He remembered that Mr. Weasley was stunned when he was reading the Daily Prophet in the morning, and he handed the newspaper to everyone. Harry also saw the contents of the newspaper. The front page was a photo of Yvonne and the Minister of Magic. It was written that Yvonne had invented a potion that could treat werewolves, and made a significant contribution to the magical world. It's a pity that Harry didn't know much about the magic world, and didn't quite understand the value of this potion. However, he heard George and Fred conscientiously saying that Yvonne must be able to get something called the Merlin Medal. Mrs. Weasley thought it was impossible because Yvonne was too young. No wizard had ever been able to get it before. Received the Merlin Medal in this grade. The three of them argued for several hours, and almost missed the time to come to Diagon Alley. Along the way, Harry walked in the direction of Lihen bookstore, while telling Yvonne an interesting story about himself in the burrow, and finally asked curiously. What is the Merlin Medal? I think everyone cares about it. That's a symbolic thing, it's not of much use. Yvonne said casually, thinking that this thing had Jinjialong hair before, but it didn't work at all. Harry didn't believe it, because Mr. Weasley was envious when he talked about the Merlin Medal, and Percy was even more jealous, threatening that he would definitely get it in a few years. Yvonne. Harry. When the two reached Gringotts, they unexpectedly saw a little witch with shaggy hair in front of them greeted them. Hermione. Yvonne shifted the route and walked over. The little witch ran off the standing steps quickly, stepped up to hug him, and then broke free, chatting non-stop. I wrote a lot of letters to you throughout the summer, but I don't know where you live. I wrote to Harry. I wanted to ask him, but he didn't reply at all. Hermione was also a little angry when she said this, because Yvonne hadn't sent her even a single letter throughout the summer, nor did Harry. She had clearly stated where her family lived. Harry hurriedly explained, telling the story of Dobby's interception of the envelope. Yvonne was speechless. There were so many things that happened during his summer vacation. He couldn't stop all day long, otherwise he was obsessed with alchemy and couldn't help himself, so he completely forgot about this mess. But looking at Hermione's angry look, Yvonne had to start thinking about the reason www.mtlnovel.com. Fortunately, the Weasley family who was looking for Harry rushed over and diverted Hermione's attention. Harry, where were you teleported to just now? Mr. Weasley said, breathing heavily. Just now we have been searching for a long time and haven't found you. Molly is crazy. George, Ron, Fred, and others who followed over noticed Yvonne on the side and greeted him happily. Harry also took advantage of this time to stray himself into Knockoff Alley and was almost dragged away. Finally, he told me about Ivan's rescue. In particular, it was mentioned that Yvonne knocked down that nasty old witch all at once, so that the other party could only flee in embarrassment. It's cool. You deserve it. George looked at Yvonne and couldn't help but said. He thought this must be a wonderful adventure. Fred also wanted to experience this stimulating feeling, so he said to Yvonne. We always wanted to see it in Knockdown Alley, but it's a pity that my mother never let us get close there. Can we go to your house to play? Chapter 159, The Most Evil Black Wizards Live in Knockdown Alley. Go to Knockoff Alley as a guest? Yvonne looked at the two men who were burning up as the souls of death, and planned to refuse, but it was Mrs. Weasley's roar that was faster than him. How can you think so? A long distance away, Mrs. Weasley heard George and Fred's death speech, so she came up and patted the two on the head and said angrily. Knockdown Alley is the most dangerous place in the entire magic world. The most evil black wizards live there. Mom, how can you say that? Yvonne lives in Knockdown Alley. George covered his head with his hands, but he retorted. Only then did Mrs. Weasley notice that Yvonne was here, and she was a little overwhelmed and said vaguely. Oh, sorry, kid, I didn't mean that. It's okay, Yvonne shook his head, saying that he didn't care, and turned to George and Weasley. Mrs. Weasley is right. Knockoff Alley is very dangerous. It's not a place you can drop by. The two were dubious, but Ivan's refusal made it difficult for them to inquire about Knockturn Alley. But soon, George thought of something, took out the Daily Prophet folded in his pocket, and said to Yvonne excitedly. Yvonne, in the morning, we saw in the newspaper that you developed a wolf poison potion, and there was a photo of you and the Minister of Magic. Is this true? We told my mother that you would definitely get the Merlin medal. But she doesn't believe it. Hearing George's words, everyone's eyes gathered, looking at Yvonne, they also want to know if this is true. In the eyes of everyone, Yvonne nodded casually and said. Yes, I was nominated for the Merlin medal because of the development of the wolf poison potion. Professor Dumbledore is willing to be my nominee. That's great. George said very excitedly. With Dumbledore as the nominee, Yvonne is already a sure thing to get the Merlin medal. Fred turned his head to look at Mrs. Weasley and spoke. Mom, let's just say Yvonne can definitely do it. I heard. Mrs. Weasley rolled her eyes and said angrily. She didn't have any opinion on Yvonne, but George and Fred used Ivan's name to excuse them when they were at home, so as to study their messy jokes and toy goods. Merlin medal, what's that? Hermione's father, Mr. Granger, was confused at the hearing, and couldn't help asking. It's an award in the magic world, the highest honor. Everyone who wins has made an outstanding contribution to the magic world. Arthur explained, then looked at Yvonne with admiration, and then said. The potion halls developed solved the werewolf riot problem that plagued the magic world, so it was nominated for the Merlin medal. Is it the same as our Nobel Prize? That's really amazing. Mr. Granger looked at Yvonne as just as old as his daughter, suddenly surprised. Nobel Prize? What's that? This time it was the Weasleys' turn to be confused. I have to say that the generation gap between wizards and muggles is still very large. Fortunately, there is a middleman like Hermione. After some explanation, everyone quickly understands. So it seems that it's almost the same. Although Arthur thought that Muggle awards could not be compared with Wizarding World awards, there were still some similarities between the two in nature. Yvonne, I didn't expect you to do such an important thing in the summer vacation. I misunderstood you before. Hermione turned her head embarrassedly and looked at Yvonne. Since she hadn't read today's newspaper, Hermione didn't know that Yvonne had done such a big thing before. She felt that Yvonne must be busy researching wolf poison potions during the summer vacation, so she didn't have time to write to her. Hermione still read the report about werewolves in the book. It was a cruel creature. Every night of the full night, he would lose his mind, transform into a monster and attack the innocent. Yvonne immediately nodded following Hermione's thoughts, indicating that he was such a busy person for the peace of the magical world that he couldn't stop. The group just talked and laughed and went to Lihan bookstore together. On the way, George and Fred quietly wanted to discuss with Yvonne about making jokes about the toy store next school year, but Mrs. Weasley took them very tightly and did not allow them to discuss those pranks. What surprised Yvonne slightly was that Arthur actually took the initiative to chat with him, and even asked about some of his family's situation. After a few simple responses, Yvonne asked curiously. Do you know my mother? Not quite familiar. Arthur hesitated for a moment, then said. But my father and I have had some intersections. My father? Can you tell me who he is? My mother never tells me this. Yvonne suddenly became interested and asked. Although Yvonne is a fake who crossed over halfway and doesn't care much about his father, it is definitely impossible to say that he is not curious. How could Asia be like this? Because of that thing, she actually kept it from you for more than 10 years. Mrs. Weasley also realized who Ivan's child is at this time, looked at him in astonishment, and said in disbelief. Did my father do anything bad? Yvonne frowned, feeling a little messy. No, not at all. Mrs. Weasley increased her tone and looked at Yvonne with a little more pity. She said softly. Child, don't think so, your father has never done anything wrong, he is a hero. Mrs. Weasley, can you tell me? Yvonne felt even more weird. If that's the case, www.mtlnovel.com Asia has no reason not to tell him. Of course. Mrs. Weasley started to speak without hesitation, but was interrupted by Arthur before she said a few words. Molly. At least that shouldn't be ours. With that, Arthur looked at Yvonne and said sorry. My boy, if you want to know more, I suggest you ask your mother Asia, or you can ask Dumbledore when you go to school, they will know everything. Yvonne rolled his eyes, and if Asia was willing to say, what else would you do? As for asking Dumbledore? Yvonne didn't even think about it. There are too many secrets in him, and who will ask who will not be sure when that happens. Yvonne wished to stay away from Dumbledore before brushing occlumency to level 6 or level 7. Chapter 160, Did you steal my headlines? After some exchanges, even though Arthur remained silent after that and was unwilling to mention more, Yvonne still got some news about his own life experience. It's just that the more news I get, the more doubts I get. Could it be that the matter of his father was related to Dumbledore, or was it simply killed by Dumbledore? Yvonne guessed, but soon felt something was wrong again, because he had met Dumbledore several times in isolation when he was in school, and the old principal obviously had no objection to him. Furthermore, if this were the case, Asia would be unlikely to send him to Hogwarts. Even Yvonne wondered if his father would be a member of the Order of the Phoenix. That's why Mr. Weasley knew him. He just couldn't ask, because he shouldn't know about the Order of the Phoenix now. Thinking about it all the way, I came to Lihen bookstore without knowing it. Perhaps because of the approach of school, it seemed very lively, with a lot of people crowded outside the door. Looking closely at Yvonne, I found that most of them are witches, from teenage little wizards to dozens of old witches. They have fanatical expressions, and all of them are excited, and they all want to squeeze in from the outside. God! It was Mr. Lockhart's book signing event. What a coincidence we came. Hermione looked at the banner hanging in the window upstairs and screamed excitedly. Yvonne looked at the place Hermione's eyes were looking at, and found that the banner read impressively, Gilderoy Lockhart signed the autobiography I Can Magic, the time is this afternoon. Gilderoy Lockhart? Who is that? Harry looked at the crowd at the door of the bookstore, thinking that it might not be easy for them to squeeze in. You don't even know him. Hermione was surprised, and then continued like a cannon. Most of the books we are going to buy this year are written by him. I guess the new professor must be a big fan of Lockhart. Hermione didn't stop for a moment, and introduced the great achievements of Gilderoy Lockhart to the two. For example, he has won the Witcher Weekly Most Charming Smile Award 5 times, and used magic to destroy trolls, and the vampires traveled on the same ship, and they were also the winner of the Merlin Medal 3. Merlin Medal? Isn't that the same as Yvonne? Harry was dizzy by Lockhart's great contributions, but only the last sentence could be understood. Yes. I think Yvonne will definitely have Mr. Lockhart's achievements in the future. Hermione said excitedly. No, I'm not the same as Lockhart, I got the second level Merlin Medal. Yvonne said calmly, saying that he was just one level higher than Lockhart. He didn't want to be said to be the same as Lockhart in the future. Hermione continued to brag about Lockhart's words and stopped. Harry almost laughed. He didn't catch a cold to Lockhart. Seeing Hermione's whispering in his ears, it was even more rebellious. Hermione pursed her mouth and stared at them. At this moment, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lockhart, who had completed the signing of the book sale, was walking out of the door. The flash of the camera was flashing all around. From time to time, several middle-aged witches were smiled by Lockhart. The captive screamed excitedly. Lockhart was about to respond to these enthusiastic fans, but when he glanced over Ivan's side by chance, he suddenly seemed to have discovered some treasure, pushed away the reporter and the crowd blocking him, and walked towards this side. Come. Yvonne frowned and pulled Harry as he was about to dodge, but they were obviously a step slower. Lockhart rushed up quickly, grabbed Harry's arm, and said in surprise. Isn't this Harry Potter? There was another sound of pressing the shutter on the court, and Harry was very uncomfortable with the dazzling flash. What made him a little uncomfortable was that Lockhart kept holding his arm. Harry wanted to break free, but Lockhart's arms were like iron tongs, which bound him tightly. Harry had to look at Hermione and Yvonne for help. Yvonne shrugged and said that he was powerless, and asked him to ask for his own blessings. Hermione was so excited after seeing Lockhart that she couldn't move. She anxiously wanted to say something to Lockhart. But Lockhart didn't mean to pay attention to her at all, and even felt that the little witch who came up was a little in the way, and subconsciously pushed her to the side of the crowd, looking at Yvonne who was standing behind. And you? Yvonne Halls, the genius who developed the wolf poison medicine. What day is it that I have met so many celebrities? Lockhart seemed very happy. He paid more attention to Yvonne than Harry, and he unknowingly increased his volume. After all, this is a little wizard who stole his headlines. When Lockhart got up this morning, he thought that the headline he saw would be his own autograph book sales event, but he did not expect to go through the entire Profits Daily, but he couldn't find any relevant reports at all. It's all talking about the genius story of Yvonne Halls. God knows how sad this man was at the time. However, Lockhart was not a careful person, at least when he was in front of the media, so he took the two of them very kindly to take pictures, and spoke to Yvonne in a tone of supporting the younger generation. I have read today's report, and I have to say that you can achieve results at such an age that surprised me. Having said this, Lockhart smiled, blinked at Yvonne, and joked in a brisk tone. I have to say that you have a good time. I was busy solving the fairy dispute last year. www.intelnovel.com. I didn't have time to go to my werewolf friend to optimize my research results. You have to know that I have been in contact with werewolves 3 years ago. You can read my book Wandering with the Werewolves. Since then I have been engaged in related research, but unfortunately I was a step faster by you. Lockhart's speech speed is amazing, especially in his best-selling books, and the method of touching porcelain is beyond Ivan's expectations. The corners of Ivan's mouth twitched, indicating that he had never seen such a brazen person. However, Lockhart didn't feel that there was anything wrong, and he took out the style of his predecessor members of the Merlin Knights and looked at Yvonne Deo. Tell me to read the newspaper and say you want to get the Merlin medal? This is not an easy task. I only got this honor after I solved countless troubles, in the book. Of course, if you have me, the winner of the Merlin medal of level 3, as your nominee, these will not be a problem. Lockhart swore his chest and expressed his willingness to recommend Yvonne, or the kind that does not charge any money. Chapter 161, I'm sorry, I'm afraid you can't be my nominee. I think you don't need Mr. Lockhart. I'm afraid you won't be my nominee. Yvonne shook his head and refused without hesitation. What? You have found a candidate. Lockhart raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised, but didn't mean to give up, but continued to speak. You know that I am the winner of the Merlin medal of the 3rd level, a well-known figure in the magic world, and there are very few people in the Merlin Knights that I don't know. Harry couldn't help but interrupted while Lockhart was bragging about himself. Ivan's nominee is Professor Dumbledore. Sir. Lockhart's continuous words stopped. No matter how arrogant he was, he would not dare to say that he was more famous than Dumbledore. At this moment, Harry remembered what Yvonne had said before, and made up again. And Yvonne got the 2nd level Merlin medal. Lockhart's confident smile froze on his face. He is a 3rd level Merlin medal winner, but he is not eligible to nominate a 2nd level Merlin medal winner. This is also why Yvonne said bluntly that Lockhart could not be a nominee. That's it. Lockhart was embarrassed, but the cheeky he had honed over so many years made him quickly adjust, and said with a regretful expression. It's a pity, I was about to say that I had a great conversation with the Grand Captain of the Merlin Knights a few days ago. I wanted him to nominate you. I didn't expect Dumbledore to be the first. Then I really want to thank. Yvonne said silently, thinking that Lockhart is really a talent, and he can come back on his own, and even climbed up to the head of the Merlin Knights. Not afraid that the other party will expose his lies. No thanks, it's something I should do to help the younger generation. Lockhart shook Ivan's shoulders, taking Ivan's ironic words as thanks to himself. Perhaps due to the successive deflations in front of Yvonne, Lockhart did not dare to show off his words next. After the public announced that he would become a defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts in the next school year, Lockhart went away amidst the applause of the crowd and the skepticism of a few people. This made Yvonne have to sigh with the lack of brains of these enthusiastic fans. Obviously Lockhart's words were full of loopholes just now. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this guy wanted to rely on himself for his life, so as to get a wave of heat, but he insisted on believing that Lockhart planned to support his younger generation out of good intentions. I think the defense against the dark arts class next school year must be terrible. Harry grumbled dissatisfiedly as he looked at Lockhart's going away figure. Although he and Lockhart had only been in contact for less than 10 minutes, the other party's performance was like a funny and absurd clown, showing off on himself all the time, which really made him unlikable. How can this happen? Professor Lockhart is still very good. He has performed so well in the book. Maybe he was just a little impatient today. Hermione softly defended Lockhart, her eyes were a little red and swollen. After Lockhart pushed away, it was very sad. Yvonne shook helplessly, not knowing how to tell Hermione that Lockhart was a liar. After all, he didn't have any evidence in his hands. It would be better to wait for this guy to reveal himself next school year. The difference with Hermione seemed to think Lockhart was a good person, and Mrs. Weasley. She was in a hurry to get Lockhart's autographed book, but was blocked by the crowd in the bookstore. Now when she came out, she talked about Lockhart's charming temperament, which made Mr. Weasley a little jealous. "Halls, do you have anything else to do after you buy the book? If you have time, how about coming to the Burrow as a guest?" Mr. Weasley then handed a complete set of old books to Ginny, turning his head to face Yvonne said. "Yeah, Yvonne, come to our house to play." George and Fred also looked expectant. "No, I still want to read more books here." Yvonne hesitated for a while, and finally shook his head and refused. Although he wanted to take a look at the legendary Burrow, he had already planned for the next time and didn't want to change his mind temporarily. The most important thing is that if he goes to live in Shao for a few days, Asia will be left alone. "All right." Arthur looked disappointed, but didn't force it. Mrs. Weasley took the opportunity to teach the little ghosts in the family. Look all. You all know how to play all day, when do you want to come to the bookstore to read books? Especially you George, and you Fred. If you have the learning spirit like Yvonne, I won't object to your research at home." After some scolding, Ron, George, and Fred looked at Yvonne with resentment. The latter said that he was helpless with the gun, but he couldn't help. After everyone had bought the textbooks for the next school year, Yvonne waved goodbye to everyone. Hermione wanted to stay and read together, but unfortunately, Mr. Granger would have other things for a while, and she was not relieved that Hermione was alone. "Stay here. Strange, why didn't I see Malfoy and his father?" After leaving the Weasley family, Yvonne looked around and didn't see the Malfoy family. Then I realized that it might be because of him that the old Malfoy didn't go to the Book shop to discuss the sale of dark magic items, so maybe he had already bought the book and went home. It's not bad that old Malfoy came to make trouble, Yvonne thought so, turned his head back to the Lihen bookstore. After Lockhart left, it was obviously deserted, and only a few parents who brought their children to buy books stayed here. The owner of Lihen bookstore is a very kind middle-aged witch with a pair of round frame glasses. She is turning over a book in her hand, and she seems to be an intellectual lady. But after Yvonne got closer, he saw Lockhart's big smiling face on the cover of the book he was holding. www.mtlnovel.com. The white to shining teeth were clearly visible. Obviously, this is another Lockhart fan, and Yvonne is rather helpless. No wonder Lockhart will be invited here for autograph book sales activities. "Madam, can I read books with you these days?" Yvonne asked, considering the importance of magic knowledge, and added another sentence. "If it is inconvenient, I can pay a certain reading fee. Do you want to read a book here?" "Of course. I mean you can read it if you want. There is no need to pay extra. You are welcome to come here anytime." The shopkeeper witch put down the book in her hand, and she looked at Yi in surprise. Fan responded with a happy glance. "Thank you." Yvonne nodded politely, and then strolled around the bookstore. Chapter 162, The Story of the Muggle Princess and the Seven Goblins. Basic Curse Level 4, Anthology of Ancient Magic Essays, Curse and Anti-Curse. Yvonne walked by the side of the bookshelf and looked around at the books on it. The entire Lihen bookstore does not look big, much smaller than the Hogwarts library. And there is no banned library, or it will not be open to ordinary people, resulting in the lack of many advanced magic books on the bookshelf. Yvonne doesn't care about this, anyway, these have been enough for him to watch for a long time. Randomly took an anthology of ancient magic texts from the shelf, and Yvonne found a remote corner and sat down and looked through it alone. The wife of the shopkeeper in front of the counter would occasionally pay attention to Ivan's movements. It was a little surprising to see him sitting in the corner for a few hours. She had rarely seen a little wizard with such patience. Yvonne kept seeing the bookstore closing, before getting up and leaving. At the same time, he saw the bookstore manager, the husband of the intellectual lady. It's just that the wizard manager doesn't look like the manager of a bookstore, and he doesn't look elegant at all. When I came in, Yvonne almost mistakenly thought that this guy was from the bookstore. For several days, Yvonne soaked in Lihen bookstore and improved his knowledge at the speed of reading 3 to 5 books a day. At the same time, he was also perfecting his understanding of the magic world. This speed is obviously difficult to satisfy Yvonne. The basic magic books are okay, but the more advanced ones are mostly obscure, and it is difficult to push the reading progress to 100% even after repeated reading. After consuming an excessive amount of academic points, Yvonne finally remembered the learning accelerator that he had left at home and didn't know how many days he had left the Horcrux Tom's diary. On the third day, Yvonne took it over and used it as a study notebook, and asked if he didn't know it. During the entire summer vacation, Yvonne also had a rough estimate of the level of Tom Riddle's basic spell theory, which was about level 5. The level of black magic is higher, and the others are slightly lower. As far as the little wizard who taught him this basic magic theory is still at level 4, it is still no problem. With the further improvement of Ivan's knowledge system, the relationship between the two parties gradually moved from teaching to discussing with each other. Ding, after a period of study, your proficiency in basic magic principles has improved, the current level 4, 916/1600. Ding, after a period of practice, your occupational cerebral skill level will be raised to level 4, and 20 student status points will be awarded. 2 consecutive system prompts sounded in his mind, and Ivan closed the detailed explanation of basic curses in his hand, put it aside, and looked at the Horcrux diary with more satisfaction. With the help of Tom Riddle, his learning efficiency has increased several times. You must know that after the skill level of the spell reaches level 4, it will be more difficult to improve. The progress bar of the proficiency is simply desperate. If you just rely on reading and learning on your own, you can't even think of making any big progress in a year or two. What's more, the kind Tom will help him brush his occlumency level in the process of learning, which is quite rare. If it weren't for Ivan, who knew the danger of Horcrux diary, he wouldn't want to destroy it. Of course, Tom's selfless contribution is not unrequited, at least he also got a lot of information he wanted from Ivan. Just after getting this information, Tom couldn't believe it at all, and even felt that he had heard it wrong. You said that the savior of the magic world who killed the Dark Lord 12 years ago was a newborn baby? How is this possible? The black ink marks covered most of the paper in a short time, and the handwriting was scribbled. Obviously Tom couldn't restrain the consternation in his heart. This could not help, but he was not surprised. Anyone who heard that he was killed by a newborn baby after he painstakingly cultivated in the future and became a great existence in the magical world would be ridiculous. If Ivan said that the Dark Lord was defeated by Dumbledore or some powerful wizard, he would be more accepting. For Tom's question, Ivan became more tolerant. Anyway, he planned to destroy the diary before going to school, so it didn't matter whether he answered or not. Not long after, Ivan talked nonsense in the diary. Correct. I heard that because the Dark Lord killed the Savior's parents, the Savior killed the Dark Lord in his anger. Every wizard in the entire British magical world knows this. Tom Riddle was silent. He really couldn't imagine how a baby who was just a few days old destroyed the Dark Lord in anger. Even in the Muggle orphanage, he dared not write it like that on the collection of fairy tales he had read. But under the search for the mind, Tom clearly understood that the little wizard in front of him really thought so in his heart, and did not deceive himself. Because of this, Tom became more and more confused. Did he think something went wrong in this world? Ivan didn't know that Tom almost began to doubt the world because of his words. But Ivan didn't think he had deceived Tom. After all, many rumors about Harry in the magical world did have similar claims. Isn't it normal for him, an 11 or 12-year-old wizard, to believe the rumors? Because of this, Ivan continued to pretend to be his little wizard and wrote in his diary. You also think that the savior Harry is very powerful, right? He killed the powerful Dark Lord so easily just after he was born. Ah. Yes, it's amazing. Tom was silent for a while, and replied very aggrieved. Being shocked by Ivan's words, Tom did not continue to inquire about the magic world for a long time after this conversation. This makes Ivan somewhat disappointed. Mocking Tom Riddle has become his pastime to relieve the boredom of reading, and it usually has the effect of pleasurable body and mind. Ivan felt that if Voldemort learned that the Horcrux he had worked so hard had developed so many functions, would he feel so relieved. Seeing the setting sun, taking into account Ivan, who is about to start school in 2 days, reading www.yuyuganshu.com brought the unfinished books to the front desk. He didn't plan to come here again. Madam, how much does this advanced transfiguration cost? 3 gallons, 11 seco. The shopkeeper's wife took a look and said, then hesitated for a while and continued. This book is not what you should read now, boy. It is a good thing to love knowledge, but sometimes we have to know how to make progress step by step. Yes, kids as old as you should read storybooks. For example, the story of Muggle Princess and the 7 Goblins. I just bought today only 9 CKers. I heard that Muggles, the children at home, love this most. The manager also came over to join in the fun at this time, holding some books in his hand. He thinks that Ivan pretending to be an adult and reading some esoteric books is better than reading a few fairy tale books, just like this one in his hand, although the Muggle princess abandoned the 7 little fairies who took care of her, and finally chose the ending of the story of living with a giant is sighing. Chapter 163, You just show this to your kids? Ivan looked at the dynamic picture of 7 goblins and giants robbing the Muggle princess on the cover of the book, feeling very hot. I don't know which wizard has plagiarized the story of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs, and then the magic changed it like this. Are you sure that this kind of dark fairy tales and children's cults are for children? But being able to sell it here obviously means that the content of the book is not out of line, and there should be nothing strange. I don't think I need this kind of thing, sir. Ivan refused without hesitation, even though he knew in his heart that this was a kindly suggestion from the two. In fact, this is not the first time the shopkeeper's wife reminded him. When he was reading, she would come over to persuade him to read some basic books from time to time when it was convenient for him. In this regard, Ivan was also very helpless. After thinking about it, he drew out his magic wand and clicked on the spicy-eyed storybook. In the surprised eyes of the shopkeeper and his wife, the book slowly turned into a toad under the magical force. It stayed there lazily, with bulging cheeks, and the unpleasant gurgling sound came from the toad. I heard. Although the difficulty of transforming a magic book is very high, only the cover of this Muggle Princess in the Seven Fairies storybook has been given a shadow magic, so Ivan does not find it difficult to transform it. This is 3 gallons and 11s. If there is nothing wrong, I will leave first. Also, thank you for your care these days. Ivan put the counted money on the table and said politely, and then turned away neatly. Behind him, the manager and the shopkeeper's wife surrounded the toad with a weird look, because they found that they couldn't change the book back. You can only wait for its magic power to dissipate automatically, and you have to lock it in a cage before that, so that the book will not run away by itself. Back home, Ivan considered it for a while and decided it was time to deal with the trouble of Horcrux. He needs a magic called Luo to help him destroy the Horcrux. Put Tom Riddle's diary back in the room and hide it. Ivan turned to find Asia, who was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, and asked aloud. Mom, can you teach me how to release Li Huo? Asia stopped controlling the magic kitchen, and the kitchen utensils floating in the air fell from the air, but Asia didn't care. She frowned and said to Ivan. Great fire? What do you learn from this? I heard that fierce fire is a very powerful magic, and when I saw you use it last time, it burned all the dummy in the practice room at once. Ivan looked extremely interested. Said softly that he wanted to learn this magic. This is how Ivan learned the thunderbolt explosion last time. To Ivan's expectation, Asia did not agree to his request, but refused without hesitation. In her opinion, fierce fire is an extremely dangerous black magic, and evil black magic is not something Ivan should learn now. Ivan is very speechless. Isn't it dangerous that the thunderbolt that I learned before is not dangerous? That's different. Asia shook her head. Once Li Huo is not well controlled, there is a danger of running away and devouring the caster, causing great damage. The most important thing is that there are very few magics that can stop Li Huo from spreading, and I don't have it. Ivan's heart shuddered, and he remembered the destroyed House of Request in the original book. It was because Crab, who had released Fierce Crab, couldn't control his magic, and finally Fierce ate everything and Crab as the spellcaster. In Ivan's impression, the only high-level curse that can contain this horrible flame is the curse. All curses are the end curses. Ivan didn't think he couldn't control the fierce fire, but what made him a little depressed was that no matter how he persuaded Asia, he was unwilling to teach him this magic. Coupled with the Horcrux diary, Ivan didn't intend to talk about it, and there was no reason to persuade Asia. So until the meal, Ivan was still frowning, thinking about how to destroy the Horcrux. Do you want to go to the banned book zone of Hogwarts to teach yourself? After dinner, Ivan was about to go upstairs to go back to the room, but was stopped by Asia, and as soon as he turned around, he saw his mother threw a ring-like thing over. Ivan took it in a panic, looking at her suspiciously. With one hand in her waist, Asia pointed at Ivan with a spoon in the other, and warned. This is a ring that can release a fierce fire curse. It can be used twice. Although the range of fierce fire released is a bit small, it is not easy to lose control. When you use it, be careful not to burn yourself. Can you tell me now what are you going to do to be fierce? Aisha asked. When I can tell you, I'll say it. Ivan quickly put the ring away and replied casually. Before Asia was angry, Ivan slipped into his room as quickly as possible. Outside the door, Asia's roar faintly came. At this time, Ivan had no time to pay attention, so he hurriedly called up the magic inventory of the system and took a look. Magic item, Ring of Fierce Fire. Magic, higher. Effect, Summon Fierce Fire, 2/3. Has it been used once? Ivan muttered to himself as he looked at the black-grey ring in his hand and the humble ring. This reminded him that when he went home to play against Asia, Asia used Fierce Fire, which should be the effect of this magic item. Ivan didn't pay much attention to the limit on the number of uses. After he cracked the magic text formula above, he could make a similar magic item by buying some materials from Jin Jialong. However, this made Ivan realize that there are still things that Asia hasn't taught himself in the making of magic items. In addition to this dangerous magic-related knowledge related to Fierce Fire, the method of making the Crescent Moon pendant is also a little understood to him. As early as after the alchemy reached the 4th level, Ivan tried to repair this pendant that could resist death, so as not to make it difficult for Asia to ask questions. It's a pity that when it was finally repaired www.mtlnovel.com, Ivan found that he had no way of starting. With his current alchemy level, he can make exactly the same meniscus pendant, but the defensive effect is at most similar to the protective ring, and it is impossible to block high-intensity lethal attacks. Magic item, Crescent Moon Pendant. Magic, low, stronger. Special status, damaged. Explanation, this is a magical item made with a lot of precious metals. It has resisted a deadly attack for the bearer. It has now been damaged. Note, it contains more than just magic power, your alchemy level is not enough to repair it. Is it not only the power of magic? Yvonne looked at the explanation at the end of the Crescent Moon Pendant and fell into contemplation. Chapter 164, Possibility of Fusion of Multiple Bloodlines. Yvonne remembered the protective magic that Lily Potter had set on Harry. In the tone of the old principle, that is the power of love. Ivan's current knowledge of magic cannot understand how this power works, and the curse he came into contact with called the Guardian of Gods is magic that transforms emotions into power. However, what Yvonne can confirm is that this pendant was definitely not made in the past 1 or 2 years. This can be seen from the slight wear on the metal material. Ivan's alchemy knowledge told him that the production time of the Crescent Moon pendant should have been more than 10 years ago. Putting away this precious pendant, Yvonne took out the Horcrux diary that was deep in the closet, and left the house secretly without Asia, found an empty place nearby, and put it in silence. Magic. It was approaching midnight, and the quietness in Knockdown Alley was a little frightening, and the surrounding area was grey. Only the moonlight in the sky brought a little light. Yvonne adjusted his state and planned to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux. Perhaps it was sensing something was wrong, the Horcrux diary automatically flipped, and lines of ink on it gradually appeared. What happened? Halls, what are you taking me here for? Yvonne smiled and wrote in the diary with a quill pen. Of course I practice some magic, which is not very convenient at home. Yvonne didn't have the habit of being a narrator before the enemy died, and it was in line with his expectations that the enemy's death was unclear. Tom Riddle in the diary fell into a short silence. Ivan's words didn't have too many loopholes, but he always felt something was wrong. Especially since it's getting late now, is it really necessary to practice magic now? The handwriting on the diary is shuffled and reorganized, and the black ink reappears on the white paper. Is that so? Then I am here with you. The Horcrux diary was just opened and not closed again, and the pages of the book turned on its own from time to time, which looked very strange. Yvonne ignored it, sitting on the overgrown stone, and placing the Horcrux diary aside, activating the ring of fierce fire. At this moment, a system sound interrupted his actions. Ding, the system update is complete, please check it in time. Along with the prompt sound, there are a lot of updated information pouring into my mind. After sorting out the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, Yvonne paused the action of destroying the Horcrux. Because in addition to the update, the system once again released a mission related to blood fusion, which happened to have something to do with Tom Riddle. Task, the mystery of bloodline. Mission, find a way to integrate multiple bloodlines. Current task progress, 5%. Task reward, legendary value *1. Task description, after experiencing the substantial increase in strength of the fusion ceremony, you are not satisfied with the current situation, and you are still tirelessly looking for more relevant information. Note, although the fusion of multiple bloodlines means more risks, this is not an unsolvable thing. Is the blood mystery? Yvonne looked at the extra tasks in the taskbar, and thought in his heart. It was the first time that he heard about the ability to integrate multiple bloodlines. It is important to know that even in the book The Origin of Bloodlines, those bloodline families that are recorded on the record just choose to merge the bloodlines of a kind of magical creature. Blood fusion itself has a very high risk, and it is obviously more difficult to fuse multiple blood vessels. Yvonne felt that the missing part of The Origin of Blood might have relevant information. This is why he suspended the destruction of the Horcrux diary. Among Ivan's previous conjectures, among the few people who have the ability to hide Origin of Blood in the restricted area, Tom Riddle is the most likely. Because when he used the bleeding magic for the first time, Voldemort instantly judged that he was not awakening, but completed the fusion of blood. If that's the case, Yvonne even suspects that Tom might have done what he did last school year when he was in 5th grade. After all, with the basilisk being able to control the basilisk at will, taking blood could not be easier for Tom, and the materials used to make the potion are not too difficult for him. The only thing that can cause some obstacles to Tom is the difficulty of potion brewing. The level 6 potion level is not a potion master, but it is not something ordinary people can have. Of course, this is difficult. Yvonne didn't think he could stump Tom Riddle, who was good at rhetoric. He couldn't do it at the time when someone in Hogwarts could do it. Thinking of this, Yvonne looked at the Horcrux diary quietly lying on the stone. The talent of the basilisk is likely to be related to death and soul. Voldemort is able to maintain his rationality even when the soul is divided one after another, and his strength is getting stronger and stronger. Maybe this is the reason. What happened? Don't you want to practice magic? Under the silent night sky, Yvonne stayed still for a long time, leaving Tom Riddle confused and reminded. Only then did Ivan come back to his senses, and then another headache. I'm afraid he really has to practice magic for a night. Torn apart. Faint. A flock of birds. In the deserted, colorful spell rays flashed in the night sky from time to time. The small tree in the distance was broken into 2 sections, and the stones were shattered. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the Horcrux diary, Yifan had to practice until the wee hours of the morning before returning home sleepily. He didn't even have time to check some details after the system upgrade. Under Ivan's manipulation, Tom Riddle temporarily dispelled his doubts, but inexplicably felt that the little wizard in front of him might have a brain problem, so he would often do some inexplicable things. The next morning, Ivan, who avoided the Horcrux surveillance, was eating breakfast while checking the changes after the system was updated. Open the status bar. Ivan said silently in his heart. In the next second, a message appeared in front of him. Ivan Halls. Occupation, Blood Wizard. Magic Scale, 64. Magic Bar, Fear Curse Level 4, 15/1600, Thunderbolt Explosion Level 4, 7/1600, Transfiguration Curse Level 4, 1560/1600, Calling God Guardian Level 4, 500/1600, Occidental Cerebral Level 4, 4/1600. The remaining 3 levels are omitted. Blood Magic, Shadow of the Unicorn. Theory of Knowledge, Alchemy Level 4, 710/4000, Basic Magic Principles Level 4, 916/1600, Potions Level 4, 1452/1600. Magic Item, Circle of Magic. Magic, Strong. Storage Magic, 212/300. Effect, Concentrate Magic Power www.mtlnovel.com Repel objects within 3 meters of the body. Magic Item, Magic Wand, Yew Wood, Unicorn Hair, 11 inches and 3/4 long. Magic, Strong. Maoin Circuit, Covered Casting, passively reduce the fluctuation of magic power when casting a spell. Grade Points, 575. Legendary Value, 3/3. Chapter 165, Thank you so much, Seamus. After opening the status bar and browsing, Ivan found that there were more things that were not available before, such as the magic scale. Or in layman's terms, it is magic value. Judging from the information provided by the system, the magic power scale of an adult wizard will probably be around 100 points, and some powerful wizards will far exceed this value. In other words, my current magic power is roughly equivalent to more than 6 levels of an adult wizard. Ivan muttered to himself. This is because he doubled his magic power in the process of fusing the blood of the unicorn, otherwise he now only has the magic power of an adult wizard. Comparing his status as a second-year little wizard, it's normal. Then Ivan focused on the focus of this update, that is, the newly appearing legendary value. After checking the instructions, Ivan figured out that this thing had only one effect. Consumption of 5 legendary points can activate the protection mode of the system once, which can be used when the blood is fused, which can eliminate the risk of fusion. This made Ivan a little relieved. Without this, he wouldn't dare to use the method of fusing multiple bloodlines. After all, the risk of fusing one bloodline is high enough, let alone mixing multiple ones together. Ivan was slightly surprised that his legendary value initially had 3 points. Looking through the system bar, Ivan found the extra legendary title bar. The 3 titles on it were Troll Killer, Trainee Savior, and Dragon Knight. Ivan casually clicked one and looked at it with a weird face. Legend Title, Dragon Knight, Young Dragon Knight. Legend, 1. Legendary Event, the fact that you rode a dragon, to repel the invaders at the end of the semester has been spread throughout the school. Although this statement has been rejected by the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Seamus Finnegan insisted on telling everyone the people I met told about your great achievements. I really thank you, Seamus. Ivan said silently. Ivan didn't expect that Seamus, a bastard, would still try to prove to everyone that he was flying on a dragon. For the other 2 events, Ivan can roughly understand what they represent even if they don't check it out. One is the legend that contributed to the Halloween killing of trolls, and the other was obtained by preventing the resurrection of black magic in the quest to the Philosopher's Stone. It's just that the titles are more uglier than the other, and the monster killer is fine. What about the trainee savior? The only better Dragon Knight always reminds him of some strange things. Ivan kept spitting out in his heart, but he knew very well that it would be very difficult to gather the 5 points and fuse the next bloodline without risk. Basically every legendary event represents a dangerous experience, and when riding a dragon to rescue, because of his careful calculation, he defeated the enemy in one encounter. But now he hasn't found a way to fuse multiple bloodlines, and even more legendary values are useless. Thinking of this, Ivan was a little depressed, and throughout the summer he chatted with Tom many times that he had visited the restricted area of Hogwarts. Although Tom was suspicious, Ivan did not dare to ask too obvious, but it was also a variety of side knock queries, but Tom Riddle was very plain, and occasionally discussed with Yvonne about a few books about black magic. Banned books. Tom's reaction caused Yvonne to overthrow his previous thoughts, which is why he chose to destroy the Horcrux without asking clearly. It's just different now. The missing content and origin of blood is most likely to be related to the method of fusing multiple bloodlines, and it is understandable to take some risks. After all, the temptation to increase strength is really too great, and most of his current strength is due to that blood fusion ceremony. The shadow of the blood magic unicorn obtained has been his biggest trump card until now. Yvonne was eating breakfast carelessly, thinking about things with a frown, when a white hand stretched out and smoothed his frowning brow. "What's the matter?" Asia asked worriedly. "Nothing, I thought that school was about to start soon, so I didn't feel comfortable." Yvonne shook his head, temporarily set aside these annoying things, and said instead, "If you don't get used to it, you have to go." Asia scolded with a smile. After breakfast, Yvonne went upstairs and packed his luggage. Originally, Asia wanted to come and help, but he refused. The Horcrux diary should not be exposed, otherwise it would be burned by Asia with fierce fire, and the clues he finally got were interrupted. In the afternoon, Yvonne took time to practice his blood magic in the basement. Now that he can clearly see his magic scale, Yvonne certainly wants to confirm his casting limit. So not long after, there was a rare sight of a silver-white unicorn running around in the basement, stepping on white smoke, chasing a terrifying-looking Dementor. Considering that after going to school tomorrow, there will be no chance to use the Dementor to practice his blood magic. Yvonne tossed all afternoon, and waited until the Dementor's body was faint to the extreme, and it seemed to be crumbling and about to collapse, before he let it go. The mana consumption was almost the same, and Yvonne also figured out the mana consumption of the unicorn shadow. It only consumes 1 unit of magic power in 5 minutes in the case of incorporealization, but it is extremely scary to consume in the case of materialization, and it consumes 10 magic power in every second. In other words, without overdrawing the magic power, he can maintain the unicorn shadow for a maximum of 6 seconds. It takes a lot of magic power to reorganize after being disintegrated in the actualized state. www.untilnovel.com. The specific consumption depends on the degree of destruction. Hey! Yvonne, who confirmed the casting limit, cancelled the blood magic he released, and opened the storage box. He didn't even need him to drive it away. The Dementor moved quickly, and put it into the storage box with a swish sound, and sealed the lid by himself, which consciously surprised Yvonne. Asia, who was making a protective ring in the studio, saw this scene and didn't know what to make for a while. A good Dementor was about to be shut down by her own child. One day passed in a flash. On the morning of September 1st, Yvonne hurriedly dragged his luggage and came downstairs. Before leaving, he did not forget to put Tom's diary in his pocket. Except for sleeping, Yvonne kept it by his side at the rest of the time, lest Tom find a chance to confuse others, or be stolen by someone altogether. Although this diary looks ordinary, and it may not be necessary for someone to throw it away, it is better to be careful. Chapter 166, Look! Are they here now? Knockdown Alley, outside the black magic store, Yvonne with luggage waited at the door for a long time, but Asia did not come out, only shouted. "Mom, hurry up, there is not much time left until the train starts. We have to set aside some time to ride the Cavalier's bus." Just as Yvonne was hesitating whether to leave first, Asia changed her clothes and arrived late. After waving the magic wand to close the shop, Asia pinched Ivan's cheek and said, "What's the hurry? Isn't it all right if you don't take that rider bus? How do we go?" While Yvonne was still thinking about it, Asia grabbed his arm, followed by a burst of space replacement. When Yvonne came back to his senses, he found himself in a corner of the street not far from King's Cross Station. "Look! Isn't there enough time now?" Asia rubbed Ivan's hair and smiled. "It's too dangerous, what if it is discovered by the Muggles?" Yvonne said helplessly. Although adult wizards don't have school-leaving spell casting restrictions like those of little wizards, if they are seen by a large number of Muggles when they cast spells, thus exposing the existence of the wizarding world, they will be punished by the Ministry of Magic. Because of this, when Daub took him to the Ministry of Magic, he only dared to teleport him to the nearby remote alleys, so Asia was obviously much bolder than Daub. "Isn't it because no one found it?" Asia spoke indifferently, but then frowned and looked behind her violently. At the corner of the street, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes was holding a piece of bread in his mouth. He was stunned. He obviously saw 2 people who appeared out of thin air, and he couldn't react for a while. After seeing the eyes of Aisha and Yvonne, the middle-aged man showed a look of horror, the bread in his mouth fell to the ground, he let out a piercing scream, turned around and ran away in a hurry. But it was a magical ray that ran faster than him. "Forget it all." As Aisha's voice sounded, the middle-aged man fell to the ground. "Finished, let's go." Asia put away her wand and walked towards King's Cross Station before the scream attracted more Muggles. Yvonne turned his head and looked over. The hapless Muggle had stood up again, but looked a little dazed, perhaps because he had forgotten why he appeared here. Yvonne observed a moment of silence for him, hoping that this guy would not be late today. Entering the platform waiting for the bus, Asia gave another warning for a while, babbling about safety, eating regularly at school, and especially remembering to send letters back frequently. Okay, I know. Mom. Yvonne heard that his ears were almost puffed up, and quickly interrupted Asia's continuous words. Then, Yvonne hesitated for a moment, then continued. By the way, Mother, the werewolf wizards in the ruins on the east side promised me that they would help collect some news from Knockoff Alley. If you have any trouble, you can also ask for their help. Yvonne did not hide the matter of contact with the werewolf, as he had already said a lot about it before. After all, Doubt knew this matter. In order to prevent this guy from using his own name and fooling these werewolf wizards into Knockoff Alley, Yvonne had to involve Asia to check and balance. Before leaving, Yvonne gave special advice to Fern and Walker. If he heard any news, he would either write to himself or ask Asia to connect. Okay. I'll watch them for you. Ixia smiled and nodded. Only then did Yvonne bid farewell to Asia, dragging his suitcase, rushing into the 9 3/4 platform, and smoothly entering the wizard station. After Yvonne left, Asia sighed and she found that she couldn't understand her children's thinking more and more. After hesitating, Asia remembered what Doubt had mentioned when talking to her a few days ago. She didn't want to believe it at first, and even wondered if Doubt had too much brain supplement. But Yvonne was quite concerned about these werewolf wizards, which made Asia hesitate again. Forget it, check the identities of these werewolf wizards first, if they are really as innocent as the introduction. Aisha muttered to herself. Inside the wizard station, Yvonne, who had walked through the platform, turned his head and looked at the passage behind him. He didn't know if the Horcrux diary was taken away by him, Dobby would block the passage and block Harry and Ron outside. While thinking about it, Yvonne put his luggage on the cargo box of the train, and then the one who got on the train found a relatively remote and empty carriage and sat down. Woo! Before long, the red-skinned train moved slowly, and the billowing steam gushed out from the chimney, gathered into a cluster, and passed away with the wind. Yvonne, who had nothing to do, opened the Horcrux diary to continue his study, and of course it was best to pry out information about blood fusion from Tom's mouth. Yvonne wondered if he would simply use fierce fire to threaten Tom's obedient submission, but in the end he dispelled the idea www.mdlenovel.com because this will not only completely break the relationship between him and Tom, and lose a good one. Used learning accelerator, and the Dark Lord is not so easy to be threatened. Not to mention that Tom was a guy who was good at rhetoric since he was a child. He didn't have a few truths in his mouth. The information in The Origin of Blood was different from his usual study. After a mistake, his grade point would be deducted to let him confirm the truth. Tom only needs to get some half-truth and half-false information to increase the task progress, which will make him waste a lot of time. Yvonne racked his brains against Tom, and it didn't take long for the door of the carriage to be pushed open. Yvonne, why are you alone here? Where are Harry and Ron? Hermione walked in quickly, sat down on the opposite side, and asked strangely. I don't know, maybe I haven't gotten in the car yet. Yvonne said, and calmly lowered the diary to avoid being seen by Hermione. What? Hermione was surprised, and then panicked. If Harry and Ron missed the train, how would they come to school? Don't worry, I think they can do something. Yvonne comforted and said, and then as if he had seen something, he pointed to the road outside the window. Look. Aren't they coming now? Hermione turned her head in a puzzled way and looked over, then she was stunned. In the high altitude in the distance, a turquoise muggle car is speeding in the sea of clouds, flickering and flickering. After a while, without knowing what went wrong, the car suddenly fell from a high altitude, spinning around in the air, and rushed towards the Hogwarts train. Chapter 167, A Man Flying in the Sky is the Great Savior Harry. As the car got closer, Hermione could even see the look of horror on Ron's face while driving the car, and Harry's expression next to him was not much better. Obviously, driving a magic car to the two of them. Not so proficient. Especially this car that can drive automatically has its own ideas. Harry, Ron. Hermione was so frightened for a while that she hurriedly opened the window and shouted at the two. Harry and Ron, who were sitting in the magic car, apparently heard Hermione's voice, and looked over here together. But before they could say hello, the magic car with its own thoughts flew back into the clouds with a whistle, leaving only the horrified shouts of Harry and Ron still ringing in their ears. Yvonne, we have to find a way to save them. Hermione said worriedly, then frowned for a while and continued. Maybe we can get Harry and Ron to drive down the car at the same speed as the train, and then figure out a way to get them over. This is too risky, they can't control the car. Yvonne shook his head, expressing that he could do nothing about the death of the two children. Originally, it was not a big deal to miss the train. Harry and Ron only needed to go home or return to the Broken Cauldron bar for help, just to make things clear. Even if Dobby is making trouble and it is not convenient to send a letter, there is always a way to contact Dumbledore. There is no need to fly over in a car. This is nothing but death. Yvonne thought so, and then realized that he seemed to have too high a standard for them. Harry and Ron are now just 12-year-old little ghosts. They can do anything if they are in a hurry. What's more, they are more leathery. Suddenly, Yvonne felt the diary in his hand tremble. Yvonne looked at it strangely, and the black ink on the diary appeared scribbled, telling the master's emotions that could not be calmed down. That kid sitting in the car just now, is the great savior Harry Potter you said? Yvonne could clearly feel the shock in Tom's heart by looking at the ink on the diary. After snickering in his heart, Yvonne wrote seriously in the diary. The appearance of the savior is always so shocking, right? Tom? Tom was silent. He wondered why his main soul was lost to such a mentally retarded child. Shouldn't this? Hermione looked out the window from time to time, looking worried, and didn't even notice Ivan's small movements. It's a pity that the car has already flown above the clouds and can't be seen again. The train slowly approached the station. As soon as she stopped, Hermione anxiously wanted to inform the professors in the school, for fear of something wrong with the car that Harry and Ron were driving. But when he got there, Hermione was dumbfounded, because the second-year students didn't have to cross the lake, but followed the upper-grade little wizards to the castle in a carriage. In the crowded crowd, Hagrid had already boarded the boat crossing the lake with the first-year little ghosts, and drifted above the lake with dim lights. Hermione felt unlikely that she would chase into the lake to tell Hagrid that Harry and Ron got in a flying car and were going all the way to school. Unable to seek Hagrid's help, Hermione had to obediently follow the large group to the platform, and of course Yvonne was no exception. Yvonne turned his head and looked at the boat Hagrid was sitting on from time to time. He was a little worried that the boat could not bear Hagrid's huge weight, so that it sank halfway into the lake. The two were pushed out of the station by the crowd and crossed a section of the road. They soon saw hundreds of black and grey carriages parked on the street outside. The only difference was that there were no horses on these carriages. Put it straight there. Does this carriage really move? How do we make it move? Hermione got on one of the carriages and curiously touched the edge of the carriage. The railings on it were icy, but the carriage under her didn't move. Make her a little anxious. When the seats are full, you will move. Yvonne replied, but he looked at the front of the carriage with a strange expression. Because Yvonne found out that he couldn't see Yechi, he had already died once, and he also killed Chino, so logically he should be able to see it. But thinking about it carefully, Yvonne thinks of him like Harry in the original time and space. It was obvious that Harry had witnessed the death of his parents when he was born, and destroyed Chino in the first grade, but he still had to wait until Cedric's death to see it. Obviously, Yechi is not so easy to see. Maybe a deeper understanding of death is needed. Listening to Ivan's words, Hermione had to put down her worry about Harry and Ron for the time being, and waited for the carriage to fill up. But Yvonne looked at the sound in front of the carriage, which made Hermione a little curious. Ever since, the little witch asked aloud. Yvonne, what are you looking at? Is there anything in there? Yeki. Yvonne subconsciously replied when he was thinking about the matter, and then saw Hermione's surprised look, and then continued. I heard this from seniors. They said that all the carriages in the school were pulled by a creature called the night skeletal creature. Hermione stared in the direction shown by Yvonne, but saw nothing. Just as Hermione was about to ask, somebody took the lead. You said something is pulling a cart? But I heard that the carriage here can't move by itself. What's the other Yeki? Yvonne turned his head and looked to one side, and found that they were talking about two small Gryffindor girls, both of whom appeared to be in the second grade. One of the girls looked a little dark. www.mtlnovel.com. It didn't look like it was European descent. Parvati? Lavender? Hermione said in surprise. Yvonne was stunned when he heard these two names, and then he remembered that these two were Hermione's roommates. Hermione, can we come up? I don't know anyone in the nearby carriage. Lavender Brown said. Parvati Patir added something. We won't bother you. After speaking, the two sneered and laughed, and the silver bell-like laughter echoed in the air. What are you two talking about? Hermione glared at them angrily, then gave Yvonne a worried look. Seeing that Yvonne didn't change her expression, she just nodded casually. Hermione was relieved, but suddenly she felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 168, It won't be too much time. Come on. Yvonne said to Parvati and Lavender, feeling in his heart that the current little wizard is really precocious. At the age of 12 or 13, he was thinking about Group CP. After the two climbed up and sat down, the carriage that had been stagnant for a long time finally started slowly. It seems that they have reached the starting standard. The carriage that Yechi was pulling was not fast, and it made a creaking noise during the action, which made Yvonne sitting on it feel a little uncomfortable, but it was still bearable. Parvati and Lavender, who got in the carriage, curiously continued to ask about Yechi. In desperation, Yvonne explained to them the habits and nature of the creature, Yechi. You mean that only people who have witnessed death can see this kind of creature? Then how do we know if the night sky you are talking about actually exists? Parvati asked in confusion. Although Hermione couldn't see Yechi, she had no doubts about Ivan's statement. She just felt that she hadn't read enough books and hadn't seen the introduction of this creature. Yechi can't see it, but it should be okay to touch. Yvonne thought for a while and said. The courageous Lavender stood up suddenly and leaned out of the carriage to touch the position of the front rein. He quickly touched a long, whip-like thing in the palm of his hand, possibly a tail. Oh my god, there really is Yechi! Lavender said in shock. Parvati was also a little curious when he heard the words, and planned to touch it after learning Lavender to go out. Seeing the bold actions of the two little witches, Yvonne hurriedly stopped. Yechi is a very dangerous creature. Don't touch it indiscriminately now. This guy can fly. What if you anger him and throw us into the sky with a carriage? Parvati hurriedly closed her hand, but there was still a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. Obviously she still touched it. It's so dangerous. Will they bite? Lavender asked. Yvonne nodded without hesitation, and by the way explained the fact that Yechi was attracted by raw meat and blood, and also described the appearance of Yechi, which was extremely terrifying. Although Yvonne knew that the night skies in the school had been domesticated, they were very docile and generally would not attack people. But Parvati and Lavender couldn't see Yechi at all. They were little children. What if they became addicted to the Yechi on a whim? What should they do? No matter how docile the Yechi is, it is essentially a magical creature listed as dangerous by the Ministry of Magic. It is of course no problem to simply confirm its existence, but it is better not to lose your vigilance. Under Ivan's intimidation, Parvati and Lavender completely dispelled the idea of touching Yechi again. However, Yvonne did not see Hermione sitting next to him, and wanted to touch Yechi, but when he heard his words, the little witch quietly retracted her hand and looked at him resentfully. The carriage drove steadily on the trail, following the long convoy ahead, 4 people sitting in the car chatting, or Yvonne listening to the others chatting gossip. Hermione was a little worried with Harry and Ron. His safety, just follow along with a sentence at will. After half an hour, the carriage slowly stopped beside the stone steps leading to the oak gate. When I arrived at the castle, it was already night, there was no moon in the sky, and the light from the stars was very dim. The few people could only follow the street lights and the guidance of the crowd. Yvonne, what's the matter? Hermione walked a few steps and found that Yvonne hadn't followed, still standing by the car, reaching out and stroking something. This reminded Hermione of the Yechi that Yvonne had mentioned. Yvonne withdrew his hand, and he suddenly became interested because he thought that Yechi seemed to be a good magical creature, and he didn't know what kind of abilities would be gained by fusing the blood of Yechi. Get a body that is invisible to ordinary people? Yvonne was thinking, suddenly heard Hermione's questioning, turned his head with a smile, and said. Hermione, didn't you confirm the existence of Yechi? But you just said that Yechi is a dangerous and magical creature. It's better not to touch it at will. Hermione said hesitantly, somewhat moved. Usually this is true, but the Yechi here is well domesticated. As long as you are careful, there is no danger. I lied to them just now. Yvonne explained. At the same time, Yvonne looked at Parvati and Lavender in the distance. The 2 little witches of Gryffindor had obviously signaled that Yvonne and Hermione had not followed up. Parvati wanted to go back and ask what was going on, but was dragged away by the wise Lavender. Up. Hermione hesitated for a while, she remembered that Harry and Ron were still in danger. Just a few seconds, it won't be too much time. Yvonne continued, and he estimated that Harry and Ron were now fighting the beating willow. After all, the speed of the magic car is not slow, it almost arrived at the same time as the train. When they were in the carriage, this thing should have landed. Even if they go to inform the professors now, it is too late. Only then did Hermione let go of her worries, and ran over quickly, with a hint of curiosity and excitement in her eyes, remembering the various terrifying words Yvonne had described before, and tremblingly stretched out her hand. She was a little worried about whether she would be bitten. Yvonne smiled, put his palm on the back of Hermione's hand, and directed her to touch to the front left. This was also the place he had touched just now. It should be the position of Yechi's wings. Realizing that her hand was being held by Yvonne, the little witch's cheeks turned a little red, she pretended not to care, but quietly glanced around her eyes. The students nearby were almost gone at this time, and the rest of them didn't look at them, and Hermione quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, the touch from the palm of her hand made Hermione's eyes widen. www.mtlnovel.com rough and cold. It seemed that there was nothing in front of her, but she touched a thin layer of leather, with bones in it, which was very hard. Hermione experienced this magical feeling. Suddenly, both of them felt something licking their hands, and the back of their hands felt slippery. Hermione was taken aback first, but fortunately, she quickly realized that it was Yechi tongue, guessing that the other party might be showing goodwill to them. It seemed that this creature was not as scary as Yvonne had said before, Hermione thought to herself. Okay, I've touched it, let's go. Yvonne withdrew his hand, staring at the empty surroundings, and said. Ah, it's been so long. Harry and Ron are still in the car. Hermione, who also realized this, changed her face and hurriedly took Ivan's arm and ran towards the castle. Chapter 169, Why didn't we think about coming in a car? Yvonne took Hermione all the way back to the castle, and met Professor McGonagall who was welcoming the freshmen. Hermione hurried forward and reported the matter anxiously. What? You said Porter and Mr. Weasley drove a muggle car and were about to fly to school. Professor McGonagall was surprised, almost thinking that Hermione was joking. As far as she knows, muggle cars can't fly. But noticing that the worried look on Hermione's face did not seem to be false, Professor McGonagall immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. I think Harry Ron might be in some trouble, so that he missed the train and drove over in a muggle car. Yvonne added. That's not okay. If you miss the train, you can send a letter and let us find someone to pick it up. How can they do such a dangerous thing? Professor McGonagall rebuked angrily, his lips trembling constantly. What if the muggle car that Harry and Ron drove had a problem, or it crashed halfway? Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall said anxiously. I will go to your Principal Albus now and ask him if he can do anything about it. As for you, go to the hall now and don't run around. Professor McGonagall warned, and then hurried away. Hermione vaguely wanted to follow, but was stopped by Yvonne, and they couldn't help now. Entering the auditorium, Yvonne took Hermione to find a place to sit down, and looked at the teacher's seat. The seats of Snape and Professor McGonagall were empty, and the seat that represented Chino before was occupied by Lockhart. At the same time, Dumbledore was not seen. As time approached, the Sorting Hat was babbling about when it started, and it couldn't help but want to sing its newly compiled lyrics. The freshmen became more and more uneasy, and all of them looked nervous. Several professors on the faculty chair discussed it and discussed who will be in charge of the freshmen's branch. You all listen to me, I'm afraid that no one in the magical world understands the branch better than me. During the argument, Lockhart stood up and said confidently. In the expressions of a group of professors, Lockhart tried hard to promote himself, wanting to get this opportunity for the freshman branch. And it has been repeatedly emphasized that he has presided over similar branch work in Muggle schools many times. Even Booth Batten and Durmstrang, the two major magic schools in Europe, invited him to attend the opening ceremony. It's a pity that the other professors obviously didn't trust him. Finally, Professor Flitwick, the most prestigious professor, jumped off the chair, left his position, and walked towards the stage. The Sorting Hat can finally sing, although its voice is not good, but it sounds surprisingly good in time. Then the freshmen walked to the front desk one by one, sat in small chairs and started sorting the hospital. Professor Flitwick soon discovered that he was not suitable for this job. As a fairy, when he was holding the Sorting Hat, he could not reach the top of the students' heads with his feet on his feet. Just as Flitwick was about to use a spell to lower the chairs where the students were sitting. The clever Lockhart has moved a chair over and signaled that Professor Flitwick can stand on the chair for sorting. After some manipulation, Professor Flitwick was embarrassed, but Lockhart didn't realize it. Yvonne doubted this guy was deliberate. Yvonne looked at the small theater on the stage with relish, but felt that his clothes were pulled by someone, and turned his head to find that it was Hermione. It's Harry. The little witch was looking at the door of the hall at this time. Yvonne followed and saw that Harry and Ron, who were disgraced, were planning to sneak in through the door. The two little ghosts might think that no one would pay attention to them when they were sorting out, but they forgot to look behind them. Snape waited for them for a long time. Harry and Ron won't be expelled because of this. Hermione said with some worry as they watched Snape take them away. Don't worry, it won't. Yvonne said comfortingly. No one would fire Harry when Dumbledore fired, even if they drove a magic car to the school, they also crashed a beating willow. Time passed slowly, and Dumbledore was late until the sorting ceremony was over, his expression on his face was very flat, as if nothing had happened. He gave a brief and concise speech, and after arranging dinner for everyone with his magic wand, he left again. Yvonne guessed that Dumbledore might have swept Harry and Ron, after all, they drove a flying car to school, and I don't know how many muggles saw it along the way. The Ministry of Magic estimated that it would send a large number of people to erase the memories of these muggles. Having caused such a big trouble, if Dumbledore hadn't been around, the Ministry of Magic would have troubled them. But this has nothing to do with Yvonne. He ate a rich dinner on his own, while also thinking in his mind what he should do this semester. First of all, of course, look for the remaining pages of The Origin of Blood and find a way to merge multiple bloodlines. Secondly, you can't slack off in your daily study. Accumulate student status and improve your skill level. This is the root of strength. There is also the practice of animagus. Yvonne has not forgotten the agreement with Professor McGonagall at the end of last semester. What gives Yvonne a little headache is how to obtain the legendary value. This thing needs to collect 5 points to make it work. He only has 3 points now, even if he completes the mission of the Bloodline Mystery, it only has 4 points. After dinner, Yvonne followed the other Gryffindor students back to the lounge. On the way back to the bedroom, Yvonne unexpectedly heard that many little wizards were discussing the missing Harry and Ron. Apparently, he and Hermione were far more likely to see the Muggle car when they were on the train. After talking with a senior Gryffindor next to him for a while, George couldn't help turning his head and speaking to Fred. "This is so cool, why didn't we think about driving those 2 cars to school?" Fred nodded and was also surprised. He and George had never had the guts to do this, because if their mother knew www.mdlenovel.com they would definitely be killed. Never thought that their brother Ron would have such courage. It seems that they usually underestimate Ron. Yvonne listened in the sidelines, quite speechless about the logic of the two. But George is not the only one who thinks this way. Many little wizards in Gryffindor think this trip is very exciting. Because of this, when the distraught Harry and Ron returned to the dormitory, they were greeted with warm applause, and many little wizards gathered around and asked them about driving to school. For a while, the two even received heroic treatment, as if they had done something amazing. Harry and Ron were embarrassed at first, but slowly they forgot their previous experience of being near death, and talked to Neville about today's thrilling experience in the dormitory. Yvonne yawned and went back to bed to sleep, sincerely hoping they could laugh tomorrow. Chapter 170, Letter from the Merlin Knights. The next day, Yvonne came to the auditorium early to enjoy the first breakfast at the beginning of school. Harry and Ron seemed a little absent-minded. They always felt that something bad was going to happen, until Neville greeted them, and they agreed. On the side, Hermione was very angry at their adventure yesterday, her expression on her face didn't look good. Not long afterwards, there was a huffing sound from outside the hall. Yvonne looked up and saw that a large number of owls swarmed in from outside the castle, flew to their respective targets, and sent letters and items to the long table of the 4 major colleges. Nearly half of the owls flew towards Yvonne, and several of them were crowded and bumped into each other during the flight. A large number of envelopes fell from the sky, and they were scattered everywhere. Yvonne frowned and stretched out his wand and knocked it. All the envelopes that fell on the ground flew over and piled up in front of him. Gauze even somewhat blocked his vision. This abnormal phenomenon quickly attracted the attention of a group of little wizards. "Wow! So many letters? Who sent you?" Hermione asked curiously. "Should it be the order for the wolf poison potion?" Yvonne said casually, and then continued. "Strange, I asked them to send the order to the store." Picking up one of the letters, Yvonne hesitated for a moment. He found that this envelope was different from the others. It had a white background with a gold edge and a strange circular pattern painted in the center. The signature is Richard Gorschak, a name that has never been heard. Yvonne got some interest, opened the envelope, and checked it. "Dear Mr. Halls. Since your invented wolf poison potion has improved the living conditions of werewolf wizards and has made outstanding contributions to the magical world, we are happy to inform you that you have been selected into the Merlin Knights and will soon become the smallest second-level Merlin Medal winner in 1,000 years. According to your nominee Albus Dumbledore's proposal, after the investigation, we will send someone to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to issue you the Merlin Medal too. Leader, Richard Gorschak, Grand Captain of the Merlin Knights, Vice President of the International Magic Federation, winner of the Merlin Medal of the first class. Yours sincerely." It seems to be a letter from the Merlin Knights. Yvonne shrugged and handed the envelope to Hermione, who was full of curiosity aside. After checking the contents of the envelope, Hermione said happily. "Congratulations, Yvonne." Yvonne nodded, but was thinking of other things in his heart. He estimated that this time when the medal was issued, he should be able to obtain the legendary value. After all, the matter of obtaining the Merlin Medal was more influential than his playing in school during the last school year. It was just that the time for awarding the medal was delayed until around Halloween, and it was still held at Hogwarts. I don't know what Dumbledore meant. However, in Ivan's view, the Merlin Knights are quite rigorous. He actually planned to spend a few months tracking and researching the effects of the wolf poison potion, and getting a report on the survival status of the werewolf wizard to evaluate his contribution to the magical world. As for the other envelopes, there are some ordinary content inside. Yvonne just looked through it at random. Most of them are letters from fans, most of which are werewolf wizards. Yvonne suspected that the remaining few letters might have been sent by wizards who hated or opposed the werewolves. Because it was filled with intimidating and insulting words, and bluntly said that werewolves were abnormally evil existences, this trouble could only be solved by eliminating all werewolves. Yvonne didn't bother to pay attention to these mental disabilities, and crumpled the 2 letters into a ball and prepared to throw them in the trash can. Harry and Ron also leaned forward at this time, wanting to read the letter from the Merlin Knight commander. It's just that before Harry could speak, he saw that besides a pile of envelopes, there was an extra newspaper on the table. The headline of the cover is a picture of a magic car driving through the sky of the city, and two figures can be vaguely seen on the car. Gosh, Ron, we reported it. Harry said in astonishment. Actually, he didn't need to remind him. Ron's eyes had been fixed on the newspaper long ago, and there was a bit of fear in his eyes, and he suddenly felt that the trouble might be bigger than they thought. Above the head, a trembling owl flew over, with a red letter in its mouth, flapping its wings feebly, and flying extremely slowly, making people wonder whether this owl will be in the next moment. Suddenly fell down. Fortunately, the grey-black owl finally completed its task and delivered the thing to Ron, even though it slammed into Hermione's milk jug after that. Yvonne Limara backed Hermione a few meters away, covering her ears tightly. What's the matter? Hermione asked strangely. That's a yelling letter, I advise you to be like me. Yvonne reminded him by turning his head and looking at her. Although the little witch didn't know what was going on, she still blocked her ears like Yvonne, and the Gryffindors who knew about it all ran away. Harry swallowed and looked at Ron in horror. He had seen the power of the yelling letter in the last semester, and the sound could even wake up the entire Gryffindor lounge. Ron's expression was also very ugly, he seemed to be almost crying, his fingers trembling, and slowly opened the envelope. Originally Ron was planning to destroy the roaring letter, or simply throw it into the lake. But Neville stopped Ron, because doing so would have more serious consequences. Anyway, don't ask how he knew. Ron just tore the envelope through a small opening. www.mtlnovel.com. The letter moved on its own, folded into a big red mouth, and the loud voice suddenly echoed in the large exhibition hall, the nearest one of them. The two felt that their ears were almost deaf. Ron! Why do you have the guts to do such a thing without telling us? Ah! You drove that magic car to school without authorization. If they fire you for this, I won't be surprised at all, and see how I will clean you up then. You probably never thought about it at all. Your father and I were in the mood when we found out that the car was gone. Mrs. Weasley's voice is usually very loud. After the bellowing letter was amplified hundreds of times, the sound wave formed even clinked the cup on the table. Everyone in the auditorium heard it clearly, trying to see who received the yelling letter, and Harry and Ron were ashamed to death under everyone's attention. It's uncomfortable to be executed in public, not to mention that Arthur might be expelled from the Ministry of Magic because of their involvement. The roar lasted for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. Then the envelope burned on its own and turned into ashes. Chapter 171, You definitely think it's easy to make headlines, right? Harry? When the roar surrounding the hall completely disappeared, Yvonne released the hands that tightly covered his ears. There was a brief silence in the hall. Only Harry and Ron were awkwardly at a loss as everyone watched. At this moment, a mocking voice came over the Slytherin Academy desk. Potter, it seems that you have done another showy thing. Malfoy walked over with Gore and Clark, and he gave Harry a mocking look, then he was at Ron's. Stayed there for a while. Weasley, I guess your father must hate you to death by now. He may be forced to lose his job and get out of the Ministry of Magic dingy. As he said, Malfoy laughed, and Gore and Clark behind him also smirked. Ron's face flushed red, he was anxious, and even ignoring that it was in the hall, he suddenly pulled out the taped wand and pointed it at Malfoy. The front teeth match is great. Malfoy was taken aback, panicked and wanted to draw out his wand to fight back. But what surprised him was that as Ron chanted the spell, nothing happened. Only a faint black mist floated out from the wand in Ron's hand. Weasley, what are you doing? Do you perform any magic tricks for us? Malfoy sneered. Ron was so angry that he couldn't wait to throw away the wand in his hand. Since this thing was broken by the beating willow last night, it hasn't been normal again. For a while, Ron wanted to rush over to fight Malfoy in desperation, but was held back by Harry and Hermione. It was not a wise thing to do it in the big exhibition hall. If they didn't want to be locked up. Yvonne ignored their friendly interaction, and couldn't fight anyway. He waved his wand and began to clean up the mess on the table. By the way, he put the letter away, and when he was ready to return to the bedroom, he would reply with an automatic quill pen. However, what Yvonne didn't expect was that Malfoy's courage was fattened a lot, or his confidence was inflated by mocking Ron's success. House! Malfoy said loudly, and stepped forward and picked up the Daily Prophet on the table to look through it. After noticing the news content under the headline, he immediately said, Before I read the newspaper, I didn't know Halls, you actually live in a shabby place like Knockdown Alley. Isn't that the place where the poor ghosts and black wizards live? And you are also with a group of werewolves. Ivan's brows frowned and she was about to speak, but Hermione was a step faster than him and scolded. Shut up, Malfoy. It's no shame to live in Knockdown Alley. Yvonne got the Merlin Medal, the highest honor of the Ministry of Magic, by his own efforts, can you? So what? I heard my dad say that the wizard who lives in Knockdown Alley is like a mouse in the sewer. Malfoy scorned his neck. Thinking of his father always reprimanding him for this some time ago, Malfoy was very upset, and he was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by Ivan's words. Do you only rely on your father? Malfoy. Ivan looked at him lightly, tapped the wand in the palm of his right hand, and said. I thought you would be a little more independent in the 2nd grade, instead of naively listening to your father. Malfoy was so embarrassed that he was about to defend himself, but Ivan didn't give him this chance, and said mockingly. In addition, when I was talking and laughing with your dad a few days ago, you didn't know where you were. He told me that if your grades didn't improve this year, you probably won't have much success in this life. Ivan was full of nonsense, combined with the old Malfoy's dissatisfaction with his son in the Bookworm store in the original book, and he just confuses Draco Malfoy. Malfoy was originally unwilling to believe Ivan's words, especially not believing that Ivan could talk and laugh with his father, but the old Malfoy did scold him for this when he was at home. Don't believe it? Still haven't heard your dad talk about it? Then don't you hurry home and ask your dad to go. Ivan looked at Malfoy, who was a little shaken, and scolded unceremoniously. Ivan, do you know Malfoy's father? In the morning, when heading to the corridor of the herbal medicine classroom, Hermione asked curiously what had happened. Harry and Ron were also a little confused. They didn't expect Ivan to be in contact with Malfoy. No, in fact, we are not familiar, we just met once. Ivan understood what Hermione wanted to say, and explained aloud. Then you dare to say that just now? Hermione's eyes widened. What's the matter? You still talked and laughed with Minister Fudge last school year. Ivan said indifferently. Harry and Ron were speechless, and Hermione rolled her eyes even more. If they remember correctly, they and Fudge had just had a face-to-face and said a word or two. Can this be called a joke? Answering the 3 people's doubts, Ivan walked quickly into the greenhouse. It didn't take long for Professor Sprout, who was strapped on his arm, to walk in from the outside lawn. Her face was not very good. This is not just because Lockhart has been following her, trying to instill some messy knowledge of herbal medicine. It's even more because Lockhart released a so-called healing magic while treating the beating willow just now, which caused the beating willow to fall into a runaway state. In order to appease the tree, her arm was also drawn. Fortunately, the injury was not as serious. However, Lockhart did not have this self-consciousness at all. He was still full of confidence, proud like a peacock with an open screen, and generously walked in front of Professor Sprout, even blocking her. In front of him, shouted at everyone. Hello. I just showed Professor Sprout how to beat Lou to heal injuries. But I don't want you to think that I am better at herbalism than her. I just happened to have seen a few during my travels. This strange plant. Lockhart might still want to say a few more words. www.ndlenovel.com. Professor Sprout did not hesitate to interrupt his words, loudly let all the students go to the 3rd greenhouse, and start now class. Ivan hurriedly followed the crowd to the classroom. When Harry tried to follow him, Lockhart stopped him. Professor Sprout, can I talk to Harry alone? Just 2 minutes. Don't you mind? Lockhart turned his head and said to Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout was very concerned, but Lockhart took Harry's arm on his own, took him to the side, and said earnestly. You must find it easy to make headlines, right? Harry. What are you talking about, Professor? I don't quite understand. Harry was confused, not understanding what Lockhart meant. Chapter 172, Who on earth is this in class? Ivan, who walked into the 3rd greenhouse, could vaguely hear the conversation between the two. Compared with the confused Harry, he understood Lockhart's aggrieved situation. Lockhart's appointment as the Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor at Hogwarts was originally a matter worthy of media coverage, and was expected to top the headlines today, but was cruelly crushed by Harry and Ron driving in public. Under the feet. This is undoubtedly a major blow to Lockhart, who is almost pathologically hungry for fame. Not only that, Ivan thought for a while, and his popularity has not subsided recently. There are 2 positions in the 1st edition that are still analyzing whether he can get the Merlin medal. As for the news about Lockhart, it was swept directly into the corner of the page. Ivan is very fortunate to think of this, but fortunately Harry has prevented him from doing so, otherwise he would be dragged to talk. Who can tell me the characteristics of Mandela grass now? Professor Sprout, who was holding some earmuffs in his hand, stood in front of some potted plants and asked loudly. Although Ivan was a little distracted thinking about things, answering questions had already become his instinct. So after Professor Sprout's words were finished, Ivan succeeded in rushing ahead of Hermione. Opened his mouth and said. Professor Sprout. The so-called Mandela grass, also called Mandela grass root, is a powerful healing agent that can restore the deformed or cursed person to a normal state, and it is also an important part of most antidote. It is worth mentioning that the cry of Mandela grass can kill people, but the young Mandela grass will only make people feel dizzy until they are unconscious. How to raise this plant? Ivan talked endlessly about the knowledge he had seen from the book, basically covering all aspects, and finished all the talk. Then he rolled up his sleeves, ready to show everyone how to change the pots of Mandela grass. Before that, Yvonne certainly hadn't forgotten to remind the little wizards around to wear earmuffs so that something bad would happen. Yvonne was full of enthusiasm, and felt that he worked so hard, Professor Sprout would definitely add a lot of points to himself, and then give him a super high valuation after class. However, Yvonne didn't see it, and Professor Sprout looked at him with a weird face. You have done everything, so what shall I do? Who on earth is this in class? After class, Yvonne hadn't gotten a grade point for a long time, which made him feel good. The only regret is that Professor Sprout only gave him 5 points in the class, even though he explained all the characteristics of Mandela grass, and by the way, he gave several Mandela grass to change pots. Yvonne was even more looking forward to the next transfiguration class. But when I was in the real class, Yvonne was disappointed again, because today's course teaching is too simple, they need to spend one class to learn how to turn a beetle into a button. Yvonne waved his magic wand casually, and the unknown beetle that looked like a ladybug on the table trembled into a grey-black button with a clear and delicate pattern. The most important thing is that the form is very stable. If no one takes the initiative to release it, it will not change back for more than 10 days. If this beetle hadn't starved to death by that time. Wonderful transfiguration curse. Gryffindor adds 10 points. Professor McGonagall just finished distributing, he saw the buttons on Ivan's table, and said without hesitation while feeling that Ivan's transformation curse had improved. Professor McGonagall stepped forward and raised Ivan's deformed button high, showing it to the other little wizards to watch. Hermione, who was not far away, looked at the buttons in McGonagall's hands, and then at the beetle that had just changed its shape at her table. She couldn't help but pouting her mouth. The gap between her and Yvonne seemed to increase again. Harry and Ron had long been used to them, and had no idea of comparing them with Yvonne. Harry was fighting against the beetles running around the table, lest it run under the table. Ron's wand was completely out of control, like a short-circuited electrical appliance, bursts of black smoke came out. The most unlucky thing was Seamus. He just waved his wand as instructed, and a flash of light burst from the top. When I looked again, there was a fire on the table, and the beetle was cooked by him. This disappointed Professor McGonagall, who looked around. She had to return the button to Yvonne, and rushed to Seymour to put out the fire. After a reprimand, she started doing it for other little wizards. Guide. Seeing this, Yvonne couldn't help shook his head, turned the button back into a beetle, and used the remaining time to practice magic analysis. In terms of his current level of curse theory, the second-year course is really simple for him, and it does not play a good role in learning. It is mainly used to obtain student status. During class time, Yvonne felt that he needed to think of other ways to use it. As the lunch bell rang, most of the little wizards in the classroom practicing the transfiguration spell heaved a sigh of relief, which meant that they could finally take a break. Yvonne waited for the rest of the students to leave, then walked to the front desk and said to McGonagall, who was packing up his textbooks. Professor McGonagall. Do you remember our agreement last school year? The one who studied animagus. Professor McGonagall stopped, and the pupils under the round eyes looked at Yvonne for a while, his eyes filled with appreciation and a little helplessness. Of course I didn't forget, Halls. But it takes a lot of time to learn animagus, so how about choosing this week's rest day? McGonagall said. Of course. Yvonne nodded, indicating that he had no opinion. He knows very well that Hogwarts professors usually have heavy academic tasks. www.mtlnovel.com. One person teaches 7 grades. Professor McGonagall is willing to take a break to start a small stove for him, which is considered very good. Thinking of this, Yvonne was grateful for a while. No teacher would dislike polite and gifted students, and Professor McGonagall naturally did the same. There was a smile on her tightly pressed mouth, but she still reminded. During this time, I hope you can reconsider whether you want to learn animagus. I think you should understand the danger of this magic. I won't give up, Professor. Yvonne said swearingly. His transformation spell level has been stuck at level 4 for a long time, and his usual practice progress is minimal. He feels that the opportunity to break through to level 5 should be when he learns the transformation of animagus. Chapter 173, You must not know how this professor's position was vacated. With the promise of Professor McGonagall, Yvonne went to the auditorium for dinner in a good mood. When he arrived, the auditorium was already full of people, but fortunately, Hermione, Harry, and Ron had reserved a place for him. Yvonne, why did you come so late? Hermione was struggling with a steak, turned her head and asked aloud. Just ask Professor McGonagall for some questions. Yvonne smiled and said casually, without revealing much information. The transformation of animagus is a secret. Although he trusted Hermione, the less people know about this kind of thing, the safer it is. No wonder your polymorph is so good. Hermione said annoyedly. The little witch somewhat understood the gap between herself and Yvonne. It must be that she hadn't worked hard enough and didn't actively ask the professors of various subjects for questions. thinking that when Yvonne was in the school year, he often tried to practice transfiguration while eating. Hermione also took the last cup to practice, and asked for the release techniques of transfiguration from time to time, and Yvonne answered one by one. Harry and Ron couldn't speak at all, and they had to complain to each other about the recent bad luck. Ron, in particular, kept complaining about something wrong with his wand. Harry reluctantly asked him to write home and ask for another one, but Ron directly refused because he didn't want to be scolded again. Yvonne suddenly thought of something and asked, "Ron, can you show me your broken wand?" Yvonne has always been curious about the method of making the wand. However, he usually doesn't have any extra wands to study, and he doesn't want to take those intact wands apart and have a look, so Ron's broken one aroused his interest. "Of course, Yvonne, can you fix it?" Ron immediately handed his wand over, looking at Yvonne expectantly. Yvonne took the magic wand and looked at it carefully, and found that the wand was badly damaged, almost broken in two, only some wood fibers were barely connected in the middle, and the outside was repaired by Ron with magic glue. Once, so that the wand won't fall off. After opening the system bar, the information was displayed clearly. Magic items, magic wand, ash wood, unicorn hair. Magic, low, medium. Special state, broken. Explanation, this is a badly damaged wand. Although it did not damage the core of the wand, using this wand to cast spells has a certain probability of injuring yourself. Perhaps it can be repaired, but I can't guarantee it. Yvonne was a little sure after seeing the explanation, but he was still uncertain. Then you can do it whatever you want, it's bad enough now anyway. Ron said indifferently, and he was angry when he saw the wand now. Yvonne nodded and temporarily put the wand away. Hermione suddenly remembered something at this moment. "Ron, you gave Yvonne your wand, what about the next defense against the dark arts class?" "Trust me, I won't use the wand in the next defense against the dark arts class," Yvonne said. "Why?" Hermione was holding a brand new timetable in her hand, which circled Lockhart's courses in a heart shape. She said expectantly. "I think Professor Lockhart will definitely let us learn some new spells." Yvonne looked at Hermione with a weird look. He thought that Lockhart's ruthless performance in Diagon Alley had already saddened Hermione. "But I believe this defense against the dark arts class will definitely impress Hermione. Even if I teach us a new spell in the next class, I won't be able to release it with that broken magic wand." Ron was very discerning, anyway. Harry faintly felt that Lockhart's teaching was absolutely terrible, because the other party didn't look like a serious professor. The facts were worse than they thought, or they were in trouble on the way to the classroom. A first-year, very thin, grey-haired boy was stuck in the middle of the road with a muggle camera in his hand. He blushed when he saw Harry and couldn't wait to greet him. "Hello, Harry? I'm Colin Creevey and I'm also at Gryffindor College." "Excuse me. I mean, can I take a picture of you?" "Take a picture?" Harry was very confused. No one had ever asked him like this before. Colin seemed very enthusiastic. He talked about Harry's legendary deeds, such as how Harry escaped the mysterious man's murderous hand, and even planned to let Harry sign a name for himself. Yvonne glanced sympathetically at Harry. Being famous doesn't seem to be all good, and sometimes it can be troublesome. But what Yvonne didn't expect was that this little devil named Colin Creevey, after telling Harry's legendary deeds all over, quickly looked at himself again. "Also, you are Yvonne Halls, right? I've read the newspapers these days, my god, it says you are the savior of the werewolves, the best potion genius in hundreds of years. I heard a senior named Seymour say that you killed a giant when you first entered school, and at the end of the semester riding a giant dragon flying in the sky and breathing fire." Colin was so excited that he couldn't speak. He didn't expect that not long after he had just entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he would meet his idols and be divided into the same academy with the two. "This is awesome." The corners of Ivan's mouth twitched. Looking at Colin, who was excited to take pictures of him, he understood Harry's usual troubles. Colin screamed loudly as if thinking of something suddenly. "By the way, I also know that you killed a professor named Chino last school year." The high screams of Colin Creevey spread all over the corridor. www.mdlenovel.com attracted the attention of a group of little wizards, and Lockhart's iconic voice rang. "What are you guys saying?" Lockhart, wearing a fancy costume, strode over from the other side of the corridor and squeezed away the little wizards who were surrounding him. Then he asked with interest. "Someone killed a teaching professor? Who? Which professor died?" "It was the last defense against the dark arts professor named Chino. He is a liar, an evil dark wizard. He deceived everyone with a superb disguise, but Halls found out the clue." Colin looked very excited when he talked about gossip, and he didn't know where he heard the gossip. He didn't feel that Lockhart's face was a bit wrong. In the end, Halls prevented Professor Chino from attacking the Forbidden Forest Ranger, and successfully killed him with Harry, so President Dumbledore will find Professor Lockhart this year for you to take this position. Chapter 174, Don't worry, no one in the magical world knows how to disarm more than you. The smile on Lockhart's mouth stopped. He was not an evil black wizard, but he was indeed a liar. You must be joking, right? Lockhart said with a wry expression. Of course not. Professor Dumbledore also gave us Gryffindor College hundreds of points for this. Colin said with a look of admiration. Harry defeated the mysterious man is great, but these little wizards have no idea who the mysterious man is and how terrifying. In contrast, riding a giant dragon, defeating a giant monster, and killing an evil black wizard disguised as a professor, this way things can be closer to the fantasy of a normal little wizard. Lockhart was a little panicked. He never knew whether the last defense against the dark arts professor died accidentally or died at the hands of two little wizards. While this made Lockhart feel absurd, he couldn't help but look at the two instigators. Most of this is due to Harry. Seeing Lockhart's gaze came over, Yvonne said without hesitation. He cast a spell with both hands, and then Professor Chino's face was like butter burned by iron, peeling off piece by piece. Yvonne deliberately said it extremely terrifying, and specifically described how Chino's burnt pitted face was broken into pieces. Professor Chino was obviously still alive at that time. It was Yvonne that you used the smash curse to blow Professor Chino into a pile of powder. Harry said dissatisfiedly. Perhaps, Yvonne shrugged, didn't refute, then looked at Lockhart, whose face was getting more and more weird, and said. In fact, even without us, Professor Chino would be unlucky for various reasons. I heard senior students say that this position has been cursed. There has never been a defense against the dark arts professor who can be stable at Hogwarts. Stay for a full year. As Yvonne talked more and more, Lockhart's face turned green. He thought that coming to Hogwarts to be a professor would be a gilded, prestigious thing. He didn't expect it to be so dangerous. This year is definitely an exception. How could Professor Lockhart be stumped by a little curse? Hermione couldn't help but said. This kind of rumor Hermione had also heard from senior students, but she had always sneered at it. What's more, Professor Lockhart had solved countless troubles and would never fall on a curse. You're right? Professor Lockhart. Hermione turned her head and asked a new professor of defense against the dark arts, but she was surprised to find that the other party was gone. What about the professor? Hermione asked strangely. I saw him heading towards the principal's room. Yvonne pointed to the other side of the corridor, and Lockhart's back could be seen vaguely. Hermione was dumbfounded, unable to speak for quite a while. Yvonne and Harry looked at each other, and a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. They believed that Lockhart would not harass them easily in the future. Yvonne even wondered if Lockhart would quit his job automatically because of this, and who would be the next professor of defense against the dark arts. However, Lockhart stopped, and it was more difficult for Colin to handle it. This guy trailed behind him like a stalker, trying to take pictures of them. Yvonne had to take advantage of Colin's carelessness and secretly released a small magic that blocked the camera lens so that Colin thought that there was a problem with his camera. That's not good, isn't it? Harry said worriedly, looking at a kid who was about to cry. An XIN, after a few hours, the magic will automatically disappear. Yvonne explained. Although his enthusiasm for Colin is a headache, it will not really ruin the other party's things. Ron quietly fell behind him at this time. He was very curious about one question. Two of his friends are so famous, what about him? Colin, have you heard of me when you were at home? Ron asked curiously. Colin, who was holding the camera depressed, looked at Ron blankly for a while. Who are you? At the same time, Lockhart hurriedly came to the principal's office, and after speaking the password, he smoothly saw Dumbledore who was looking through the books. The old principal unhurriedly stopped the movement in his hand, and said 10 slender knuckles in a friendly tone. Professor Lockhart, there are now less than 10 minutes away from your first class. Is there anything important for you to come to me? Lockhart, who was intimidated by Yvonne, was completely out of the mood for class at this time, he said hurriedly. President Dumbledore, before assuming this position, you never told me that the position of the defense against the dark arts professor was cursed and it was so dangerous. I even heard that the last professor died. In my own post. Lockhart was really a little panicked. He wondered if he had offended Dumbledore somewhere, and hesitated whether to find a chance to run away. Professor Lockhart. Dumbledore had to interrupt Lockhart's words so as not to keep talking. The so-called curses are just rumors. I can tell you clearly that most wizards in this position are alive and well. Chino in last school year was just an accident. What about the remaining small part? Lockhart wanted to ask questions very much, but Dumbledore didn't give him this opportunity. The centenarian pointed to the page opened in his hand and said meaningfully. And, if I remember correctly, you mentioned in the autobiography Break with the Female Ghost that no one in the entire magical world knows how to lift a curse better than you. Lockhart then clearly saw that the book on the table was one of his autobiography Break with the Female Ghost. And on the page that Dumbledore opened, there was a dynamic picture with a refreshing smile on his mouth. www.novel.com repeating that sentence over and over again. No one in the magical world know how to lift a curse better than I do. Ah, that's right, it seems like this. Lockhart wanted to explain in embarrassment, but Dumbledore's blue eyes under his half-moon glasses were staring at him tightly, giving him something to be seen through. Feel. Lockhart felt uncomfortable for a while, only swallowed the words that had arrived, and hurriedly said that a small curse was nothing to him. Dumbledore's tone relaxed a little, comforting Lockhart. In fact, there is no danger in working at Hogwarts. He usually teaches and attends classes. Not dangerous at all. After Lockhart left, Dumbledore sighed helplessly, wondering who should replace Lockhart next year. I have to say that there are fewer and fewer suitable candidates. Chapter 175, Are you sure he is not endorsing toothpaste? In the classroom of Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Yvonne, who hadn't seen Lockhart come to class for a long time, was very surprised. Wouldn't this guy really quit and run away? There are not many little wizards who have the same ideas as Yvonne, and more than one person and two people heard their conversation in the corridor. Such a long waiting time has spread. Only the fans who worship Lockhart still firmly believe that their idol can never be scared away by a little curse. Hermione was a little shaken. Ron was betting with her that Lockhart would definitely not come, and they would not have to take Defense Against the Dark Arts class for a whole year. However, the fact slapped Ron in the face again, and at the moment his voice fell, Lockhart's figure appeared at the door of the classroom, still with the iconic smile on his face, white to glowing. A group of little wizards with flashing teeth are a little dazzled. Lockhart walked to the front of the stage quickly, and said quickly while talking. Hello everyone. I guess you must have been thinking about where your Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor has gone. After hearing the rumors of the curse, you were desperately planning to go home. Having said this, Lockhart lowered his voice, checked the expressions on the faces of every little wizard, and after fully aroused everyone's interest, he said in a high tone. Of course it's impossible. I'm Guydrol Lockhart. The Merlin Medal III medalist, an honorary member of Defense Against the Dark Arts League, has won the Witcher Weekly 5 times the Most Charming Smile Award. There was a sparse applause from the audience. Most of the applause were the little witches, and only they retained some trust in Lockhart, while the other little wizards looked at him suspiciously. Lockhart's return undoubtedly made Hermione exhale. She glared at Ron proudly, then stood up and said loudly. I think you will not be afraid of the curse, Professor. Because you once said in the autobiography Break with the Female Ghost that no one in the entire magical world knows how to lift the curse better than you. That's right. Gryffindor adds 10 points. Lockhart's face went dark. He was tired when he heard these words, but he had to pinch his nose to give Hermione extra points. Then Professor, what are you doing in the principal's office? Suddenly there was a little wizard in the audience asking. Lockhart, who realized after looking for a circle, didn't find who said it, but this obviously didn't trouble him. After clearing his throat, Lockhart said aloud. Explained. Good question. After learning that this position might be cursed, I found your headmaster Dumbledore as soon as possible to understand the ins and outs of the curse, and prepare to find a chance to crack it. Having said this, Lockhart blinked playfully, and then said. I guess you must not have imagined what I found in the principal's office. Principal Dumbledore secretly looked at my writings in the principal's office. I never thought that this old slipper belonged to me before. Fans. Harry was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't imagine that Professor Dumbledore would admire Lockhart like Hermione. This must be the craziest thing he has heard this year. Yvonne looked at Lockhart who was talking on the stage, and couldn't help sighing that the other party was worthy of being a senior liar, not to mention his thick-skinned astonishingly, but he could always think of ways to round out the stupid things he did before. In a sense, this is really a talent. If Lockhart wasn't too obsessed with fame, and did a lot of stupid things in the original time and space that were not in line with his own strength, for example, trying to challenge Snape, it would not be a few months of work at school. Its reputation is discredited. Next, Lockhart spent a whole class time to tell everyone how he persuaded Headmaster Dumbledore to reveal the curse information. Speaking of Rise, Lockhart also asked Neville on the right to play Dumbledore, and cooperated with him to restore the scene at the time. The little wizards underneath were taken aback for a while. It is worth mentioning that when Lockhart was about to find an assistant, Hermione raised her hand high for the first time, but it was a pity that Lockhart pretended not to see it at all. Because he just wants to stay away from the two little wizards who killed the professor, and naturally also their friend Hermione. When Lockhart was in class, he dared to say that Dumbledore was his fan. This is ridiculous. After class, Harry returned to the Gryffindor lounge and couldn't help it anymore. Unrealistic remarks. Ron nodded frequently. Although Lockhart's repeated blows made Hermione very depressed, she still subconsciously helped. This is not necessarily true. Professor Lockhart's writing is so good, maybe President Dumbledore will read it too. The three quickly started arguing on this issue. Yvonne did not participate in the discussion, and looked at Lockhart speechlessly at the homework left for them, or a questionnaire, which they needed to fill out during the next class. I found that there are 3 pages of paper on it, dozens of questions. 1. What color is Guydrol Lockhart's favorite? 2. What is Guydrol Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you think is Guydrol Lockhart's greatest achievement so far? Yvonne flipped and flipped. What makes him a little uncomfortable is that most of these questions can be answered by himself. Is he also a big fan of Lockhart? Yvonne was lost in confusion, and it took a long time to remember that he had read Lockhart's Walk with the Troll in order to investigate the habits of the trolls last year, and when he was investigating the werewolves, he checked with the werewolves. Wondering, I have to feel that I wrote down a lot of content related to Lockhart. Yvonne, what do you think of you reading www.ukansha.com? After arguing fiercely for a while, Hermione turned to seek Ivan's advice. Harry and Ron also looked over here, and they felt that Yvonne would definitely be on their side. But what made them stunned was that Yvonne was actually filling out the survey questionnaire left by Guydrol Lockhart, and it seemed that he had finished writing 1/3 of it. Hermione leaned over to look happily, but she frowned again quickly, and she clicked on the 3rd question on the test paper to point her out. It is wrong here. Professor Lockhart's secret ambition is to eliminate evil in the world and sell a series of hair lotions, not to promote his toothpaste. Ivan's look is a bit weird. What, isn't Lockhart endorsing toothpaste? Then why are his teeth so bright? Chapter 176, The Sorting Hat. One must be crazy, and you will be assigned to Gryffindor. After being corrected by Hermione for several mistakes and omissions, Yvonne completely gave up the treatment, and simply put the questionnaire in front of Hermione, indicating that she would write it for herself. This is the homework assigned by Professor Lockhart, I won't write it for you. Hermione refused righteously. But in the end, the little witch still filled the entire questionnaire, because Yvonne casually wrote on the questionnaire, and she really couldn't stand it. On the way back to the dormitory, Harry and Ron looked at Yvonne with very different eyes. They thought Yvonne hated Lockhart as much as they did. Of course, Yvonne knew what they were thinking, and the two of them had misunderstood, so he explained aloud. Don't you think Professor Lockhart is very foolish? As long as you follow him, you can easily get high scores in every class. Maybe he will give everyone who likes him during the final exam. Oh, outstanding! Hard-hearted Harry and Ron disdained to please Lockhart, but the temptation of scoring in the final exam really hit their weak underbelly. Besides, this is homework. Even if they are not happy anymore, the two of them have to fill out that of a questionnaire. The only good thing is that they can copy Ivan's copy, saving a lot of time to flip through the book. Sitting on one side, Yvonne opened a black-covered diary in the corner and discussed the technique of spellless casting with Tom Riddle. Harry and Ron didn't care either. Yvonne liked reading books in the last school year, and writing notes is normal. This kind of thinking makes Yvonne not need to spend too much time to disguise, as long as he follows the usual way, it will not arouse anyone's suspicion. The next day in the spell class and the history of magic, Yvonne, who felt that the course was too simple, tried to bring the Horcrux diary to the class, preparing to engage in research work, so as not to waste time in class. It is worth mentioning that Tom Riddle was stunned when he learned that the little wizard in front of him was a member of Gryffindor. He felt that the Sorting Hat must be crazy, so he would assign this little wizard who was born in Knockoff Alley, learned dark magic, longed for knowledge, and was cautiously overdone into Gryffindor Academy. Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, which one is not more suitable than Gryffindor? Yvonne didn't explain, he guessed that the Sorting Hat was a judgment made after checking the memory of his original body. Before he crossed, Yvonne Hall seldom went out because of living in Knockturn Alley, and had an unusually strong and doting mother who lacked some courage in nature. The Sorting Hat may be because he thinks that dividing him into Gryffindor College can make up for his character defects, just like Neville in the original book. Yvonne closed the cover of the diary and had a new idea for the task of the Mystery of Blood. Although Tom Riddle still did not reveal any news, Yvonne did not forget how he got the book The Origin of Blood. That was another reward for exploring Hogwarts. In the last school year, Yvonne was busy stealing potions and making bloodline fusion potions, completely forgotten about this task, and now found this task again. Mission objective, explore Hogwarts. Current progress, 51/100. Task status, 40% progress, achieved, reward Origin of Blood, released. 70% progress, not reached. 100% progress, not reached. Task introduction, the curiosity to explore the unknown is something every little wizard should possess. The 1,000-year-old castle contains countless secrets. Please explore and understand them. When the exploration progress reaches a certain level, it will be given a certain level based on performance. Rewards. Yvonne, who looked through the task list again, found that after the system was updated, the display of this task had also changed a bit, and even listed the rewards required for subsequent conditions. The progress is just over halfway now. Isn't this too little? Ivan was very strange, he thought he already knew the castle very well, but after looking at the map of Huadian, he suddenly gained a bit of understanding. He did not go to many places, such as the location of the 3 major colleges, this proportion may not be low. He hadn't even explored the lounge of Gryffindor College completely, he had never been in the female dormitory. The rest are the upper grade classrooms and the secret rooms of the basilisk, which will not be displayed on the map. Ivan marked the places he was going to go to with a magic pen on the spot map, and arranged them according to the level of danger. Remove those mysterious places. The upper grade classroom is the least dangerous. He only needs to find someone to use the lock opening spell to go in and stroll around when there is no one. It's not difficult to enter the lounges of the 3 major colleges. Ravenclaw is answering questions, and Slytherin needs to enter a password. The more troublesome thing is Hufflepuff's common room, which is said to be safe and has never been seen by outsiders after more than 1,000 years. Of course, this refers to the normal restrooms and boys' dormitories. Girls' dormitories are extremely dangerous. If someone gets caught, Ivan couldn't help but shudder, and then he would be finished. If he is expelled because of this, he will definitely be discredited and top the headlines of the Daily Prophet tomorrow. So Ivan put this at the end. If everything else is done and the progress bar still can't reach, Yifun will have to fight to death with the compound decoction. It's easier than prying news from Tom's mouth. Thinking of this, Ivan put away the live map and started his nightlife again. After Harry, Ron, and others were asleep, Ivan quietly got up, cast a phantom charm on himself, and then slipped out of the Gryffindor lounge. Weird, has anyone come out? The fat lady in the portrait, conventionally averted her position, but for a long time no one came out, so she asked in confusion. No one responded for a long time, and the fat lady had to block the passage again. Ivan, who has left, wanders around the entire castle like an invisible ghost. www.mtlnovel.com. According to the directions given by the map of the live spot, I find one classroom after another that I haven't been to. Although it is okay to do this kind of thing during the day, he is a second-grade student who frequently enters and exits the upper-grade classroom may be suspicious. Allaho Cave is open. As the terrain got lower and lower, Ivan walked into the basement, cast a spell to break the door lock, and entered one of the potions classrooms. It looks very spacious here, and the bottles and jars in the cupboard are soaked in various unknown liquids. Unlike the second-grade potions classroom, there are many scary pictures on the surrounding walls, but they are too dark to see clearly. Fluorescence flashes. Ivan waved his wand and released a bright curse. The faint fluorescence spreads in all directions with the tip of the wand as the center. Chapter 177, Are professors at Hogwarts at this level? Ivan was holding his magic wand close to the wall, and then he saw that the paintings on the wall were suffering people. These human beings had hideous wounds or bizarrely twisted bodies. They looked very strange in the night and the light of the magic wand. This is really Snape's style, Ivan said as he looked at the pictures on the wall. If he remembered correctly, Snape had made a lot of the same pictures in the classroom when he was a professor of defense against the dark arts in the original Time and Space. It was possible that Slughorn, who was a potions professor at the time, didn't like such a gloomy style, and asked Snape to take these decorations with him. Ding, I have explored the potions classroom, and the current exploration progress is 54%. After strolling around, the system prompt sounded in Ivan's mind, but Ivan did not leave immediately, but found it in the cabinet where the old books were placed. It should be this. Ivan didn't look for long before he found what he wanted in a pile of books. It was a book that looked tattered and its title was Advanced Potions Making. Ivan turned a few pages and found that it had been altered a lot, and he wrote a lot of notes in the blank spaces. If someone else gets it, you will think that this is a poor student who scribbles on the book. After all, many of the notes on it are completely contrary to the content of the textbook. In some places, it was even darkened, and even a few lines of textbook content were roughly crossed out, and nothing was clear. But Ivan knows that this is the most capable potion master Snape in the magic world today. The potion textbook used in his student days, in addition to the knowledge of potions, also records several self-made magic spells. Ivan could not help but secretly smack his tongue while looking at the traces of the alteration of the book. When he was in 6th grade, Snape dared to question the content of the textbooks, and innovated to research more efficient potion formulas. It was simply too strong. In contrast, the students in the past few years are obviously too weak. In the study of magic, no one can reach Snape's level. Putting the old textbooks away in his pocket, Ivan tidied up the cabinets he had turned over, and then left the potions classroom professor. Before leaving, he did not forget to restore the door lock to avoid being caught. One night, Ivan, who visited dozens of classrooms, returned to the door of the Gryffindor lounge before dawn and read the password. Sleeping Lion. On the hanging picture in front of the passage, the fat lady who was dozing off was taken aback. She opened her eyes wide and looked ahead, but saw nothing, only a dark patch. It must be you, isn't it, Potter? Next time you tease me like this in the invisible cloak, I won't open the door for you. The fat lady frowned and said in dissatisfaction, but she still got out of the way. The body position reveals the circular channel at the back. Sorry, I'm not Potter. Yvonne shrugged, without replying, got in through the tunnel. When they returned to the bedroom, the people on the bed were resting. The sleepless Harry was holding the quilt and whispering. Ron kept snoring, and the others didn't mean to wake up. Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly went to bed to make up his sleep. There will be class the next day. In the next few days, Yvonne explored the classrooms and secret passages he hadn't been to, and the progress of the exploration slowly moved towards the 60 mark. But not everything went smoothly, at least in the second defense against the dark arts class, Yvonne encountered some unsatisfactory things. 11 people. A total of 11 people got full marks on this questionnaire. Of course, in fact I originally thought there would be more. After collecting all the questionnaires, Lockhart looked excited when he held the papers to make comments. One thing that surprised me is Potter. Harry Potter. And Yvonne Halls. Saying this, Lockhart raised his tone. Yvonne reluctantly stood up under the attention of everyone, knowing that he would not write the questionnaire. Harry, who also stood up on the side, was also bitter and depressed. I didn't expect you to remember everything about me. In view of this, I will add 20 points to each of you. Lockhart directly ignored the expressions on the faces of the two, and said happily. He never expected that the two celebrities in the school were actually his fans, which made him less repellent of them. To be honest, I don't mind taking an intimate photo with you after class. Lockhart blinked playfully. No, I have other things when get out of class is over, Professor. Yvonne refused Lockhart's request for a group photo without hesitation. Lockhart looked at Harry disappointedly, who shook his head inconspicuously. After sitting down, Yvonne did not get the system's prompt sound. It seems that this type of extra points is not recognized by the system. This allowed Yvonne to dispel the idea of relying on Lockhart to brush his grade points this semester. After a brief loss, Lockhart quickly recovered. He picked up the Wandering with the Werewolf on the table and said to everyone. Now let's go to class officially, today I will tell you how to deal with a werewolf. Mr. Neville Longbottom. Lockhart shouted loudly, turning his head to the left front row, but didn't see Xiao Pang Dun. Lockhart was in a strange moment when Neville, in the corner where he had changed seats, stood up slightly trembling and wanted to refuse, but Lockhart didn't give him this opportunity and said happily. Mr. Longbottom, I think you did a good job last class, so you will still play the werewolf today. Neville walked down the podium with a bitter face, and accompanied Lockhart in a botched performance. Sometimes he needed to act as the Dark Wizard defeated by Lockhart. www.mtlnovel.com. When Lockhart pulled out his wand, pretending to be he fell to the ground with an injured appearance. Yvonne watched it with gusto in the audience, and it was good when viewed as a comedy performance, not to mention that many of the plots in it were true, but the protagonist was not Lockhart. The diary on the table slowly turned over the pages, and the black ink on it turned into a line of text. Are all the professors at Hogwarts at this level now? Tell stories to students in class? Yvonne rolled his eyes. Whose credit do you think this is? If it weren't for you to curse it, Dumbledore wouldn't worry about the choice of the defense against the dark arts class every year. People in the magical world who are capable of this position have either been here for a year and have lost bad luck, or they have just heard the wind and refused. Chapter 178, One of the lifelong wishes of the Dark Lord is. Yvonne kept complaining in his heart, but Tom Riddle's concern for defense against the dark arts class surprised him. After a delay in getting Ivan's reply, Tom Riddle didn't care, and complained in his diary for himself. Why would Dumbledore find such a person to teach defense against the dark arts class? Following Ivan's side, Tom Riddle, who had been in contact with Lockhart several times, naturally could easily see through the reality of the new professor. He is vain and passionate about expressing himself, he is completely arrogant and incompetent. The only thing that makes Tom a little strange is how the other party writes those best-selling books that are still recognized by the public. I think you come to teach better than this guy does. Tom finally wrote this at the end of the diary. This is not only a ridicule, but also Tom's recognition and emotion for the little wizard in front of him. In the process of discussing and learning in the past, Tom consciously figured out the details of the other party. In the understanding of the basic spell, Yvonne is not like a normal adult wizard. Although there is still a big gap between the level of the teaching professor, but no matter how you look at it, it is better than Lockhart's straw bag. Yvonne doesn't agree with Tom's remarks at all. He knows who holds this position and who is unlucky. He thinks Tom must be secretly trying to cheat himself. Just as Yvonne thought this way, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, activation mission, the Dark Lord's wish. Mission objective, Tom Riddle directly or indirectly teaches defense against the dark arts class. Task reward, legendary point *1. Mission description, one of Voldemort's wishes is to be a professor of defense against the dark arts. However, when he made this request, Dumbledore, then the principal, refused him without hesitation. An angry Voldemort turned this obsession into a curse. From then on, all teachers who teach the subject can only teach for 1 year at most. The sudden task reminder surprised Ivan. He never knew that Voldemort had such a desire. When watching Harry Potter in the previous life, Ivan thought that Voldemort wanted to teach in the school. He planned to spread his evil ideas there, or he planned to steal all the relics of the Big Four and make them into Horcruxes to satisfy him. Collection habit. But he never thought that the Dark Lord really wanted to be a professor of defense against the dark arts class. But thinking about it carefully, Ivan felt that it seemed to be the case. If it weren't for the position of the defense against the dark arts class professor, Voldemort had no need to apply this powerful curse here. And the goal of the curse is clear. To drive away a professor in a year, but the process of removing is a bit fierce, causing some casualties. Is it planning on the day when Dumbledore will have no one to recruit, remembering the snake-faced youth who was driven away by him? Ivan kept thinking maliciously in his mind, and what made him a little more puzzled was that since Voldemort had this kind of curse, why didn't he continue to use it? Wouldn't it be better to curse the position of principal directly, curse the school's closure, or even curse Dumbledore himself? Ivan thinks that maybe this curse has the conditions to activate it. Can only be activated once in a lifetime? Or has a strong obsession with something? Looking at the diary in front of him, Ivan thought, and just ask me directly. Thinking of this, Ivan picked up the quill and dipped it with ink, and wrote on it. I heard from the senior students that the defense against the dark arts class was cursed. Tom, do you know anything about curses? For the legendary point of reward, Ivan still wanted it very much. If there is a way to break the curse, Ivan doesn't mind applying for the title of an assistant in the defense against the dark arts class, and then let Horcrux help him prepare lessons to accomplish this task. Moreover, Ivan was also very interested in this powerful curse magic. It seemed that even Dumbledore had nothing to do with this curse, otherwise it would have been solved long ago. Unfortunately, after Ivan waited for a while, Tom replied in his diary very modestly. Curse? I don't do much in this area, so I can't teach you. Ivan didn't believe it at all, but there was nothing to do with Tom for a while. When asked about Li Huo last time, Tom also kept silent, and said no. I wonder if he was worried that he would use this to destroy him after he learned how to Li Huo. When the curse couldn't be lifted, Ivan had no choice but to leave the task behind. He can't give the Horcrux to Lockhart and let Tom control Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class, right? Although Lockhart's recent behavior annoys Ivan a bit, Ivan does not intend to deliberately entrap him. More importantly, this behavior led to some unpredictable consequences, and it would be bad if Tom was resurrected by accident. All kinds of worries made Ivan look at the diary more and more unpleasant. Fortunately, the Horcrux nowadays has become less and less useful for Ivan, and he has a new learning plan, so he immediately decided to refrigerate Tom for a period of time to make this sober and sober. Thinking of this, Ivan put the diary in his pocket, took out the tattered advanced potions making and flipped through it. Within 2 minutes, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, after a period of study, your potions proficiency has improved, currently, potions level 4, 1467/1600. Ivan was stunned, and then he looked at the book in his hand a little more eagerly. He felt that maybe after reading this book, potions could be upgraded to level 5. After half a day of class, Ivan returned to the hall for lunch. Harry on the side complained about the boring class in the morning. Does Lockhart do nothing other than telling stories? Yes. Ron said while biting a piece of shortbread. I heard people say that Lockhart made a cage of Cornish elf in another class for everyone to catch. What's the result? Ivan put down his textbook when he heard the words, and asked curiously. The result was out of control. www.mdlnovel.com. Lockhart was hung from the ceiling by a group of elves, and Professor McGonagall, who rushed over in time, put him down. Ron shook his head regretfully, feeling that it must be interesting, but unfortunately I didn't see it with my own eyes. No wonder. Ivan murmured, and he said why Lockhart hadn't messed up lately, and instead told a story. It turned out that he had already lost his face once. Ron also planned to continue to share some interesting facts about Lockhart, but seeing Hermione walking towards this side, Ivan told him to shut up quickly, otherwise he would have to fight again. Chapter 179, Shenfeng Shadowless Curse. What did you talk about just now? Hermione hugged the book in her hand and put it on the table in the auditorium with a pop, then gave Ron a look, motioned him to give up a position, and sat down next to Ivan. We were talking about the story that Lockhart told when he was in class. Ivan said casually, cutting a piece of steak. That's not a story, but something that actually happened. Hermione corrected her words, and then said a little excitedly. I didn't know that Professor Lockhart had so many dangerous experiences before he established a friendship with the werewolf wizard. Maybe he hadn't made it up yet. Ivan was thinking silently, but he didn't mean to argue with Hermione, hoping to persuade a witch who was crazy to chase stars. The difficulty was too high. Furthermore, it is still a question of whether Lockhart can get through this year safely, so he really doesn't bother to care. While eating, Hermione kept talking about Lockhart's book, and Yvonne pretended to be listening carefully, but his eyes had been placed on the brown hair that fell on Hermione's shoulder. "What's the matter?" Hermione noticed that Yvonne had been staring at her, tilted her head, and looked at him suspiciously. "Wait, you don't move," Yvonne said suddenly, and then leaned his hand. Hermione suddenly became nervous as she watched Ivan's fingers get closer to her cheeks, but soon discovered that Yvonne had just swiped her shoulder and put it back. Hermione glanced suspiciously at Yvonne. "Nothing, just some dust." Yvonne smiled and quietly held the brown hair in his palm. After lunch, Yvonne found a reason to refuse Harry and the others' request to go with him, and came to the opposite side of the tapestry on the 8th floor of the castle alone. After walking back and forth 3 times, I thought in his heart, "I need a room where I can make potions and fight." In the next second, when Yvonne opened his eyes, a smooth gate was embedded in the original wall, as if it had been there in the first place. Yvonne was already familiar with the road. Pushing into it, Ivan's expression became very strange. The interior of the responsive house is clearly divided into 2 parts, left and right, which looks like the 2 venues have been forcibly spliced together. On the left is a large training field, decorated with grandeur, and at the end is a pile of training dummy and obstacles. There are many bottles and jars on the right, as well as a crucible. Tools for handling potion materials such as tweezers and knives are also readily available. This makes the whole room look very strange, but Yvonne also has to admit that the House of Requirement does meet his own requirements. After thinking for a while, Yvonne walked towards the cauldron on the right, opened the cabinet where the potions were placed, and found that the room of request had intimately brought over the little potion materials he had left. Turning to the advanced potion making he carried with him, Yvonne found a few tips for making compound decoctions on one of the pages. The compound decoction is not a potion that the 6th grade students need to learn, but Snape's textbook is not only a record of the knowledge in the book, but more like a research note on potion knowledge and magic theory. Otherwise, there would be no such self-created spell as Shenfeng Wuying recorded in it. Liquid grass, snakeskin fragments of African tree snake. Yvonne took out the potion materials used to make the compound decoction, processed them one by one according to the above methods, and finally put them in the crucible, and stirred them evenly with a magic wand. Those syrupy and slimy substances were groaning with bubbles. If Snape's writing is correct, the time for the potion to be brewed will be greatly shortened. You only need to wait a few days for the compound decoction to be drunk. 15 minutes passed, and Yvonne, who had completed all the steps, put the potion aside, and then waited for the potion to settle on its own in the cauldron. For the rest of the time, Yvonne was not idle, and entered the training ground on the other side, ready to try the power of the newly learned spell. Shenfeng Wuying. Yvonne waved his wand and cast a spell on the dummy in front of him. There is no brilliant spell light. The invisible wave of magical power swept out along the direction of the wand, like several invisible sharp blades, quickly slashing through the void. Yvonne could only see the wooden dummy in the distance trembled with a buzzing sound, and deep scars were opened one after another on his right chest. After checking the effect closely, Yvonne found that the power of the Shenfeng Shadowless Curse greatly exceeded his expectations, especially the scars that were made were blocked by a strange magical power. Yvonne tried to restore it with the restoration spell, but found no effect. If it weren't for very few people who knew it, Snape had a special counter curse to heal the wound, and maybe the Shenfeng Shadowless Curse would also be classified as an unforgivable curse. The most important thing is that this spell is only just learned now, and there is still much room for improvement. Thinking of this, Yvonne started to practice waving his wand again and again. The targets lined up in the front and on both sides were beaten up and down, and every few minutes, a dummy was dismembered into pieces of wood and scattered on the ground. The practice lasted for several days, and it wasn't until Friday evening that Yvonne realized that his Shenfeng Shadowless Curse had unknowingly increased to level 3. The power of the magic spell has also increased in a straight line. After using the strengthened magic text sequence once every 6 hours for blessing, it can even easily cut off an entire row of practice dummy heads. If it were used on a wizard, Yvonne would feel terrified after thinking about it. The power of killing from a straight distance is even more terrifying than the thunderbolt explosion he has used before, but it is inferior in range. This kind of curse strength, even if the opponent blessed the iron armor curse on the body in advance, it will be penetrated instantly and the corpse will be separated. Unfortunately, it would be great if there was an anti-curse on it. Yvonne looked at the advanced potion making in his hand, and searched the entire book but couldn't find Shenfeng Wuying's anti-curse. This means that this magic can only be used when it comes to life and death. After all, the injury caused by Shenfeng Wuying cannot be healed. www.ndlnovel.com Usually released at will, it is easy to cause irreparable consequences. After practicing for a while, destroying all the targets in the room of responsiveness one by one, Yifan, who had exhausted his magic power, focused his attention on the boiled compound decoction. In the past few days, after Ivan explored most of the places on the map that he hadn't visited before, he found that the progress bar of the exploration mission stopped here at 60%. Except for the dangerous and mysterious place of the basilisk secret room, the only thing he can go to is the lounge and dormitory of the 3 major academies. This is why he worked so hard to make the compound decoction. Chapter 180, Compound Decoction. What made Ivan feel a little helpless was that according to his increased exploration progress in exploring the Gryffindor lounge and boys' dormitory, even after exploring the 3 major colleges by himself, he could not push the progress to more than 70%. In other words, he always goes to the girls' bedroom and the basilisk secret room. After hesitating between life and ethics for a while, Ivan still decisively gave up the latter. It just so happened that tomorrow Saturday had a great opportunity. Hermione would usually go to the library to read a book. Thinking of this, Ivan scooped up the potion in the cauldron with a spoon and put it into a transparent glass reagent. Instead, he took out the brown hair from his pocket and threw it into the reagent. The potion that was originally dark, a bit like viscous mud, suddenly resembling boiling water, bubbled out, and it took a while before it turned into a bright brown and precipitated. Saturday morning. Ivan, who had been waiting in the lounge early, met Hermione holding the book smoothly. "Ivan, do you want to go to the library to read together?" Hermione asked aloud after greeting happily. "No, Ron asked me to play wizard chess in the bedroom. I won't go today." Ivan shook his head and declined Hermione's invitation. The little witch was a little disappointed, but she didn't care too much. She walked alone and continued her daily study. Ivan waited for a while, took out the live map, confirmed that Hermione was still in the library, and then went to the responsive room alone, took out the compound decoction, and drank the brown potion in one breath. The taste is okay. Ivan smashed his mouth, somewhat surprised. It is not the first time that he has drunk compound decoction. Judging from the description in the original book, this thing should be more difficult to drink. But he remembered that everyone has a different taste. Before Ivan could think much, he felt a tingling in his body. It was the completely opposite feeling to when I became Walker last time. Ivan was keenly aware that he was shrinking and getting shorter, and the short hair on his head gradually stretched out to his shoulders, curled up, and the color changed from gold to gold. Brown. When Ivan opened his eyes again, he felt that his clothes were obviously looser. Ivan took out his wand and tapped the nearest mahogany table, turning it into a huge full-length mirror, looking at himself through the mirror. The figure in the mirror looked exactly like the Hermione he had just seen. Of course, there is something wrong with the clothes. Ivan suddenly thought of this devastating problem. He doesn't have a school uniform for girls. I knew I might as well find Tom to learn snake language, and go to the secret room. Ivan frowned depressed as he looked at Hermione in the school uniform in the mirror. But Ivan sighed, and finally relied on his fate to use the transfiguration curse to modify it according to his impression of the girl's school uniform. Because Ivan was not sure if he could learn the snake language by himself, in his impression, Dumbledore could understand the snake language by self-study. Among the remaining few people, Voldemort relied on the natural blood, the talent passed down from the ancestors, and Harry was due to the Horcrux. What's more, Tom is willing to teach more. Yet, it should be like this here. The skirt is too short. It just got to the knees. The front collar also needs to be changed. Ivan used the transfiguration charm to repair it, trying to restore Hermione's outfit as much as possible. Fortunately, Hermione is not the kind of little witch who likes to dress up. She usually wears a standard school uniform. Otherwise, Ivan is afraid that she will give up. After deforming his clothes, Ivan looked in the full-length mirror again, always feeling that the little witch in front of him was a little different from the Hermione he had in mind. It took a long time to pat his head. A few books are still missing. In the morning, in the Gryffindor lounge, Harry and Ron were playing the luxurious version of the wizard chess presented by Ivan. The unicorn and the knight chi fought desperately on the small chessboard hill. From time to time, you could see the brilliant light on the chessboard. Flying up. "Harry, your chess moves are too stinky." Ron commanded a night sky, kicking the white-bearded Dumbledore off the board. I have to say that seeing this scene, Ron's heart inexplicably felt a sense of accomplishment, as if he had really won a wizarding war. "It's Ron, your level is so good, next time you'd better play with Ivan." Harry put away the smashed chess piece and shook his head helplessly. "I have to be able to find him," Ron said helplessly. In the past few days since the beginning of school, Ivan has disappeared as well as when he was in class and sleeping, and he could not be found. Ron was cleaning the chessboard and turned his head. He accidentally saw Hermione walking into the lounge from the outside holding the book, and suddenly asked. "Hermione, did you see Ivan today?" Ivan was stunned. "Am I right here?" Fortunately, Ivan immediately realized the change in his identity, recalled Hermione's tone, snorted and glanced at the two of them. How do I know where he went? After that, Yvonne was embarrassed for a while, always feeling ashamed to learn the tone of a little girl, and hurriedly accelerated his pace and walked in the direction of the girl's bedroom. Harry and Ron didn't realize that there was anything wrong, they just faintly felt that Hermione's temperament was more aggressive today. After moving away from the two, Yvonne was slightly relieved. He also didn't expect that he would run into Harry and Ron so unlucky as soon as he returned to the lounge. It was obvious that they were still in the dormitory when he was checking the spot map in the responsive room. But Yvonne thought for a while, he shouldn't show any flaws. In the usual chat, Harry and Ron are also unlikely to talk to Hermione. In fact, Yvonne had previously thought about whether to use compound decoction to pretend to be an unknown girl, but in the end he dispelled this idea, because if he meets a close friend of the other party, it is easy to wear it. And Yvonne feels that she is familiar enough with Hermione www.mdlenovel.com knowing that she doesn't have many friends in the girls' circle, otherwise she wouldn't mix with the three of them every day. When thinking about things, Yvonne had already stepped into the aisle of the girls' bedroom without realizing it. Groups of little witches walked past him talking and laughing. During the period, they were mixed with the smell of various perfumes, and occasionally I could see a few low-grade girls playing and playing. Yvonne didn't squint, but he came to explore this mysterious castle, but he just happened to explore it here. Only when the other party actively greeted him, Yvonne smiled and nodded in response. Chapter 181, You guys want something hard? Yvonne walked around in the aisle of the girls' bedroom. At first, he was a little trembling, for fear of being exposed directly, but slowly calmed down. No one could see through the camouflage effect of the compound decoction during the whole process. The task progress reminder sounded in Ivan's mind every time, but he frowned when he walked through the aisle. Because the increased progress is really too little, far less than what he got in the lounge and boys' bedroom, this shouldn't be right. Is it really necessary to enter a dormitory to take a look? Yvonne gritted his teeth, reached out and knocked on the door of the nearest girls' dormitory, ready to find an excuse to go in for a stroll and come back. After waiting anxiously for a while, the door of the dormitory was opened. A little witch with loose hair opened the door and looked at Yvonne outside the door with a surprised expression. Hermione? Didn't you say you want to go to the library to read? And what did you knock on the door for? Why didn't you just come in? Lavender. Yvonne screamed secretly in his heart. He didn't expect that behind a door he chose at random would happen to be Hermione's bedroom. Mainly, after entering the lounge, the effect of the spot map is greatly reduced. Hundreds of names are in this small area, and it is difficult to distinguish who is where. In addition, it was suspicion that Yvonne never checked the live spot map all the way. However, Yvonne still compulsively calmed down, and quickly made up a reason. Just now I suddenly remembered that there was something I forgot to take, so I'll come back first. Yvonne said, deliberately ignoring the knock on the door. Oh, that's it. Lavender didn't have much doubt, and walked away. Yvonne bit his scalp and walked inside. The decoration of the female dormitory was completely different from that of the male dormitory. There was a thick pink girlish style, and several underwear-like things were just thrown on the chair. Since it was Saturday, Parvati hadn't even gotten up yet, slackingly in her pajamas, lying on the head of the bed flipping through the new issue of magazine. Yvonne glanced casually, and then his eyes were attracted by the large and small dynamic stickers on the surrounding walls. Because Countess Lockhart on the sticker is smiling at him. Yvonne almost couldn't hold the expression on his face. He had known that most of the little witches in the school were Lockhart fans, but he didn't expect to be crazy enough to stick Lockhart's headshot all over the bedroom. Don't you feel shivering when you look at it like this every day? Yvonne shook his head helplessly, wondering what they were thinking. To avoid doubt, Yvonne found the bed with Hermione's name written on it and pretended to put the book. I planned to do nothing, but happened to see some tailored Daily Prophet newspapers next to Hermione's pillow. The first newspaper was the news report that Lockhart took the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. On the next class schedule, Defense Against the Dark Arts was circled by her in a pink heart shape. Worthy of being a big fan of Lockhart. Yvonne thought generously. If he remembers correctly, in the original time and space, Hermione even put Lockhart's card under the pillow to sleep. What else to look at? Hermione. Lavender leaned forward curiously at this time, and put a book on his shoulders. Didn't he say to leave with a book? Yvonne was about to find a reason to fool around, but at this time Lavender saw the newspapers placed on the bedside by Hermione. Yvonne felt a little bad, but couldn't stop it, and Lavender snatched it over curiously. What is this? Is Professor Lockhart's collection of events? Lavender excitedly checked the stacks of newspapers and said gossiping. When Yvonne was about to scold Lavender and let her return the things, Lavender suddenly said in surprise. Ah, I didn't expect there to be reports about halls. Yvonne was stunned for a moment, glanced at the cut newspaper that Lavender was holding, and found that it was really the case. In this pile of newspaper collections, except for Lockhart's autograph book sale and the report on his appointment as a professor in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, the rest are news from the time of his own newspaper. In terms of quantity, the collection should be very complete. Where? Where? I want to watch it too. Parvati, who was lying on the bed, beamed his eyes and jumped out of the bed. He didn't care whether he was gone, so he moved to the side of Lavender. Snatched a few tailored newspapers and read them. Enough. Bring them to me quickly. Yvonne scolded with a black face. No matter what, this thing was carefully kept by Hermione, it was her privacy. Yvonne already regretted that he had come in hastily, but he didn't dare to let them continue watching. No. Lavender said with a grin, holding the stack of tailored newspapers to his chest. Unless you tell us which is more important in your heart, Professor Lockhart or Halls. How can Lockhart's straw bag compare to me? Yvonne murmured in his heart, but he didn't dare to say that. After all, he was now like Hermione, so it's hard to talk nonsense. Are you sure you won't give it? Yvonne sighed as he looked at the two little witches who looked gossips. Yes. No. Parvati hurriedly lifted the things in his hands high, with no intention of returning at all. It seems you want something hard. Yvonne muttered to himself. Yvonne subconsciously wanted to pull out the wand, and suddenly remembered that his wand had a different style from Hermione, and if he took it out, he might be exposed on the spot. Thinking of this, Yvonne had to give up the idea of using magic, and instead rolled up his sleeves, revealing his white arms. Hermione, what are you doing? Lavender felt a little scared watching Ivan's movements, but Parvati quickly calmed down after looking at it. We have two people. When Lavender was about to cheer himself up like this, he saw the opposite Hermione viciously rushing towards him. The goal was very clear, that is, the newspaper collection in his own hand. Bring it. No. Parvati, come and help, Hermione is crazy. Take her. Let go and give me the newspaper, or you two will be dead. You, it hurts. The three people fought fiercely in this small dormitory. The newspaper collection scattered by Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was everywhere. Yvonne couldn't get the newspaper, so he snatched their magic wands wisely and released a few small magics at will, which made Lavender and Parvati limp in their hands and feet, unable to resist, and successfully defeated this disadvantage. Battle. Humph, fight with me. Yvonne arrogantly sorted out the clothes that had been pulled apart, but looking at the two little witches who were about to cry in front of him, he made trouble again and whispered to himself. It's over, what should I do now? Chapter 182, Quantum State. Hermione. Yvonne was in trouble all of a sudden. If only he could forget the curse, the two curses would make them forget what happened just now. It's just that it's obviously too late to learn now. Quick recovery. Newspapers are coming. Yvonne reluctantly waved the wand that had just been seized from Lavender, first dealing with all the chaos around him. The newspaper collection scattered on the ground due to looting has long since become wrinkled and incomplete, but under the magic of the restoration curse, it is quickly refilled and smoothed. Turned into paper butterflies, they fluttered and fell on Ivan's outstretched right hand, neatly stacked on top of each other. Yvonne arranged the newspaper collection in chronological order and placed it on the original bedside, restoring Hermione's previous layout as much as possible. After doing all this, Yvonne turned his gaze to Lavender and Parvati, thinking about how they should keep this secret. After hesitating, Yvonne with one hand on his hips, pointed his magic wand at the two men, threatening viciously. Listen well, the newspaper business is a secret. You'd better forget it for me and never let it out. You know. Lavender and Parvati curled their lips, thinking that Hermione did not want others to know that she was secretly collecting newspapers tailored to Lockhart and Halls, so there was no doubt. But they obviously didn't intend to just give in, and they didn't reply at all. Yvonne could see the two people's thoughts, and simply tapped the cup on the table with his magic wand, turning the cup into a groundhog scurrying all over the floor. In the two doubtful eyes, Yvonne grabbed the groundhog by the back of its neck and lifted it up, and threw it into the cage of the owl. Did you see it? If anyone dares to mention anything in the future, I will turn you into a groundhog and put you in a cage. Ivan's gaze swept towards the two little witches. Lavender and Parvati looked at the iron cage. The groundhog turned into a cup was tapping the railing of the iron cage with their little paws in horror, and there was a shocking scream in their mouths. The two nodded in horror. They thought Hermione was terrible. Seeing the expressions of the two little witches, Yvonne nodded in satisfaction, and then reminded him as if he had remembered something. Also, this matter is not allowed to precede me in the future. Lavender and Parvati were very strange. They nodded under Ivan's threatening gaze, with tears in the corners of their eyes. They didn't want to become groundhogs and be locked in a cage. Yvonne felt guilty for a while, and then realized that he seemed to have destroyed the harmony of the girls' bedroom, but there was nothing to do. All system tasks. Yvonne sighed, and the system prompt sounded at this moment. Ding, the exploration of Gryffindor resident is completed, and the current exploration progress is 63%. After receiving the prompt, Yvonne paused briefly. Knowing that staying here would not increase the progress of the task, he restored the groundhog in the cage into a cup, put it back in place, and then cast it. Ran holding the book and walked out of the bedroom. Immediately afterwards, Yvonne returned to the responsive room and waited for about an hour. The effect of the compound decoction gradually disappeared. Yvonne only breathed a sigh of relief until he saw himself in the mirror and returned to the original state. When I used the compound decoction to become Hermione just now, the physical difference always made Yvonne feel very uncomfortable. It's no wonder that in the original time and space, few people are willing to become the opposite sex. But it didn't take long before Yvonne began to worry again. He didn't think he could hide from Hermione after threatening Lavender and Parvati. The little witch is too clever, she might have found out something about Lavender and Parvati's sudden change of attitude towards her, and then guessed something from it. But without forgetting the curse, Yvonne couldn't think of a better way for a while, so he had to put it aside for the time being. Just so depressed, they returned to the lounge. Harry and Ron were still playing a new set of wizard flags. Judging from their expressions, there was no doubt that Ron had won again. "Yvonne, are you here to play chess?" "Playing with Harry is not challenging at all," Ron asked expectantly. "Okay." Yvonne remembered what he had said to Hermione in the morning, and nodded in agreement. Harry shrugged, and he has lost several games in a row so far, so he didn't care about Ron's words, and generously gave way. Sitting at the chess table, after Yvonne waited for the to reset, he directed the white and Ron's black camp to fight. Although the wizard banner looks gorgeous and even the chess pieces have self-consciousness, the rules of the next issue are no different from the chess he played in his previous life. This is why Yvonne can quickly grasp it. His chess skills are all honed with advanced computer AI in his previous life and when he was bored on the hospital bed. He occasionally played a few games with masters in the chess software, so he could deal with Ron, a somewhat talented kid. The head is still no problem. The two of them played until noon. Yvonne, who was about to win the 7th victory, was about to direct a wizard to the center and win the final victory, but unexpectedly saw Hermione humming in from outside. Yvonne immediately became nervous, commanding the chess pieces absently, and the chess path became messy. Even Harry, who is very good at chess, couldn't stand it. He kept pointing around, trying to restore the situation, but Yvonne didn't hear it at all, and watched Hermione enter the girls' bedroom. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Yvonne waited for a while and didn't see Hermione come out angrily to ask him to reason. Wasn't it discovered? Still didn't guess it was him? Yvonne was very confused, and the chess game was a big defeat, and within 2 minutes he was counter-killed by Ron, who was originally at a disadvantage. The day passed in a flash. Weekend morning. Yvonne, who was eating breakfast in the hall, paid attention to the changes in Hermione's expression from time to time. The little witch was the same as usual. She sat quietly and occasionally chatted with Harry and others. But this time, Hermione did not take the initiative to sit next to her with the dinner plate www.mtlnovel.com but this is not a basis. Yvonne felt tangledly that the little witch in front of him seemed to have become a quantum form, somewhere between knowing and not knowing, and a result would collapse unless he asked. If I didn't understand, Yvonne simply stopped thinking about it. Considering that I still need to study animagus with Professor McGonagall today, Yvonne hurriedly ate breakfast and walked to the agreed metamorphosis class. Click. Yvonne opened the door and entered the metamorphosis classroom. On weekends, it was empty. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged. Only a brindle cat was squatting on the lecture table, watching him quietly. Chapter 183, Practicing Animagus. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, it seems I was a little late. Yvonne closed the door and said apologetically. No, I haven't just arrived. The brindle cat opened his mouth, uttered a word, and then jumped to the ground with a light leap. The figure continued to expand and swell in mid-air, but within a second or two it twisted and turned into a middle-aged witch with square glasses and dark green robe. That was Professor McGonagall. Ivan's eyes were hot. The ability to switch between the two forms at will without a wand or chanting. No matter how many times I saw it, Yvonne felt it was amazing. Then, before we officially start learning, I must ask a question, how much do you know about animagus? Professor McGonagall helped his square glasses and walked to the lecture table again to ask. Yvonne thought for a while, and then said solemnly. Animagus is an advanced transformation technique used by wizards on themselves. After being proficient, there is no need to chant or use a magic wand. The magic function is to transform oneself into a certain animal. Most of them are used to detect or avoid danger. Few people are wary of an ordinary creature. There are some risks in the initial conversion process, so in addition to talent and perseverance, animagus practice usually requires a little luck. Yvonne recalled the description of animagus in the original work, and talked about it in light of the information he had consulted last school year. Professor McGonagall's expression also became more and more satisfied, which means that Yvonne did not make a decision to practice animagus with a single shot, but was prepared and consulted a lot of information. Waiting for Yvonne to finish his understanding, Professor McGonagall continued to add. That's pretty good, but you have missed a few. The first animagus transformation is usually limited to ordinary creatures, and becoming magical creatures will bring unpredictable consequences. Second, this type of transformation requires a report to the Ministry of Magic after being trained. Since the 20th century, there are only 7 animagus registered so far. So the animagus transfiguration is not dangerous, but extremely dangerous. Having said this, Professor McGonagall glanced at Yvonne, hoping that he could understand the danger, and then continued. Of course, the danger is not constant. The higher your level of transformation, the lower the risk of corresponding transformation. Yvonne didn't care about the risk of deformation in McGonagall's mouth. He still had some confidence in the level of deformation art he brought. Moreover, he still had a temporary buff like the Swiba experience card, which shouldn't be overturned. But Professor McGonagall's report to the Ministry of Magic made it difficult for Yvonne. Yvonne had a bitter face, and he didn't want his animagus shape to be known to everyone. In that case, the value of this magic would be greatly reduced. Can I not report? Yvonne quietly asked with his eyes. Professor McGonagall just treated him as if he hadn't seen it, and ignored him. Yvonne is not discouraged either. Professor McGonagall doesn't say anything, which to a large extent means that he will not interfere, so he should be conscious of registration. As Yvonne was thinking about things, Professor McGonagall had already carefully introduced him to the difficulties of animagus cultivation. Yvonne quickly arranged his mood and listened carefully to every step. Animagus practice is extremely cumbersome. The first step is to hold a leaf of mandrake in his mouth for a whole month. You have to go from one full moon to another full moon, and you can't let Yazii leave your mouth in the middle, otherwise it will start again. After a month, you can use this leaf to make cumbersome potions, and finally bury the potions in a place that is completely undisturbed and not in contact with the sun. When a thunderstorm comes, you can take it out. If the potion taken out completely turns blood red, it means that all the steps are correct. Drinking the potion at that time can start the first animagus transformation. Listening to the steps of the practice, Yvonne frowned, which is too troublesome. He also thought that animagus transformation only needs a high level of transformation curse to practice. Professor McGonagall, is the making of potions necessary? Yvonne couldn't help but asked. The other steps are more cumbersome and can be solved, but it is more difficult to bury the potion in a place and wait for the storm. Who knows when the storm will come around here? It's not easy to go abroad to find a storm-prone place to bring buried potions, right? No. Professor McGonagall shook his head, but continued without waiting for Yvonne to be happy. But this can greatly reduce the difficulty and danger of training. Unless you are confident that you have the transformation skills of Principal Albus, you'd better follow the steps honestly. Professor McGonagall waved his magic wand in the air, and the brilliance of magic power circulated in the air, slowly turning into a few half-human and half-monster creatures with distorted shapes and painful expressions. These are the wizards who have failed to transform. So far, there is no way to restore the wizards who have failed to transform. Professor McGonagall said very seriously, without the slightest joking, and warned Yvonne that he didn't want to be like this. It's best not to mess around in private. Yvonne had to dispel his previous unrealistic thoughts. He was not confident that his transfiguration was comparable to Dumbledore, even under the blessing of the experience card. At this time, McGonagall placed a young emerald green leaf in front of Yvonne. This is the leaf of Mandela grass. You should be thankful that your Professor Sprout has recently introduced a batch of Mandela grass, which has saved a lot of things. As for the specific timing of practice, you are in your hands. After finishing this, Professor McGonagall paused, and then said with a smile. Perhaps you can look at the Muggle weather forecast and choose which day is more appropriate to start. You also know the Muggle weather forecast www.mdlenovel.com. Yvonne is still very interested. It seems that McGonagall, who often enters the Muggle world to recruit students, is not ignorant of life there. It's just that Yvonne doesn't want to wait silly for the time. God knows how long it will take to usher in a storm. If this can't be waited for several years, wouldn't he work in vain? Yvonne thinks that the House of Requests may be able to create a scene where you can practice the transformation of animagus. After Yvonne took the leaves of the Mandela grass, Professor McGonagall handed over another practice notebook. I opened the note and looked at it. Yvonne found that it was all about the experience of practicing animagus transfiguration. The writing was very detailed, and some dangerous points were highlighted. It is obviously Professor McGonagall these days. Sorted out. Chapter 184, Does he know? Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Yvonne bowed. Professor McGonagall reservedly stated that she was just doing what a transfiguration professor should do. In short, you can do some preparatory work this semester first, and wait for the time to come. If there is anything you don't understand, you can always ask me. Professor McGonagall said. Yvonne took a Mandela leaf and a notebook for the practice of animagus, and walked out of the metamorphosis classroom, instead of going back to the bedroom directly, but walking towards the responsive room. I need a place suitable for practicing animagus. Ivan silently thought in his heart that the door to the destination did not open immediately this time, but slowly appeared after waiting for a while. Ivan opened the door and entered, and found that it was an empty area. All around it was pitch black, and it was barely possible to see a forest. Stepping on the soft soil under his feet, Ivan almost thought that he was somewhere in the forbidden forest, but it was extremely quiet here, and no insects could even be heard. It turned out to be real soil. Ivan tried to squat on the ground, picking up a pile of soil and rubbing it, and the touch was no different from the soil outside. But this place is quiet enough to not be disturbed, but what about the storm? When Ivan was thinking about it, a thunderbolt flashed across the sky, and the thunder was deafening. Ivan looked up towards the sky, only thick dark clouds could be seen. Suddenly, the pouring rain fell down, and the whistling wind made the trees sway around, and the sound of raindrops beating against the branches and leaves. Ivan was surprised at the power of the House of All Requests. He was able to create such a large space out of thin air and restore the special celestial phenomena of the outside world. Hey! Ivan used his magic wand to launch a magical ray into the sky. After a long time, he didn't know what he encountered and burst into red fireworks. It seemed that this space did not extend infinitely, but had limits. I just don't know how the stormy weather is formed. It seems that this place is more mysterious than I thought. Ivan completely ignored the pouring rain, and experimented in this vast space. After confirming that this space was sufficient to meet his own requirements, he satisfactorily walked out of the responsive house. The rest only needs to wait until the other preparation steps are completed, then the animagus transformation can be carried out. 3 days later, on the night of the full moon, Ivan smoothly put the leaves of mandrake in his mouth, stuck it on his tongue, and officially began to practice. Ivan thought it was a simple job, but he quickly realized the difficulties. He almost swallowed the leaves of the mandela grass when he went to bed the first night. And when eating, you need to hide the leaves of mandrake under your tongue and chew them carefully, for fear of swallowing the leaves together. Ivan, what's the matter with you? Are you feeling sick? Harry asked strangely as he watched Ivan's weird behavior. Well, it's nothing, I feel pretty good. Ivan said vaguely, with a leaf in his mouth, which made him speak awkwardly. Are you sure you don't need to visit Madame Pomfrey? Ron was also a little worried. No. Ivan shook his head, rejected the kindness of a few people, and then cut a small piece of steak into his mouth and chewed slowly. He felt that after a month, the mandrakes in his mouth might be savory. Can this thing really be used to configure special potions? Ivan kept complaining in his heart, and in the past few days, he completely stopped half of the exploration mission he had done before. The previous experience of using compound decoctions clearly told him that this thing is not a panacea, and if he has a similar experience again, there is no way he can come back. After completing the transformation of animagus, it is better to explore, just like Peter Pettigrew, in the form of a mouse, it is almost free to come and go within Hogwarts. But this premises that his animagus form is a small animal. If he becomes a stag, everyone knows that there is a problem in Hogwarts. Thinking of this, Ivan turned his head and glanced at Hermione. In the past few days, he still hadn't figured out whether the little witch knew what he was doing in the bedroom. But I could still vaguely feel that Hermione seemed to be a little more alienated from him. I didn't take the initiative to speak to him for several days. Forget it, it doesn't matter to her, it's more important to practice magic. Ivan simply stopped thinking about it. Recently, studying animagus's practice notes was enough to give him a headache. Many difficult points need to spend school points to learn. After Ivan finished eating and got up and left the auditorium, Hermione came out of the girls' pile with the plate and sat next to Harry and Ron. Hermione, what do you always do with Ivan these days? You quarreled. Harry couldn't help but ask aloud, always feeling that his two good friends had something wrong with their relationship recently. Is it awkward? No. Hermione shook her head, rejected Harry's remarks, then hesitated, turned her head to look at Ron and spoke again. Is Ivan playing wizard chess with you on Saturday morning? Yes, we played the wizard chess all morning. What's wrong? Ron glanced at Hermione in a puzzled look. He didn't understand why she asked, but he nodded. Hermione's complexion became more and more confused, and who on earth had turned into her the other day and sneaked into the girls' dormitory? Last Saturday, after returning to the dormitory from the library, Hermione inexplicably found that Lavender and Parody were a little scared of themselves. At the same time, they were strangely knocking on them, and then they figured out the whole story. Hermione knew from a guess that someone had used the compound decoction www.mdlenovel.com to pretend to be herself, but the news was concealed by her, and she did not expose it, or told Professor McGonagall. After all, Hogwarts as a whole can use polymorphism, and there are not many little wizards who can easily turn a cup into a groundhog. But Ivan is the only one who has been in contact with him these days and can easily get his own hair. Although I don't know what Yvonne is doing in her bedroom, but thinking of the newspapers I cut and collected, Yvonne may see her. Hermione is at a loss, her face is like a fire. Until he heard Ron mention that Yvonne played a morning wizard game with him on Saturday morning, the little witch became a little uncertain, tangled with a fork, and poked the steak on the plate riddled with holes. Does he know, or does he not know? Chapter 185, Dispute and Fuchsia. After a few days of torment, Yvonne reluctantly adapted to the daily life with a blade of grass, except for a little tangled when brushing his teeth and eating, everything else was no different from normal. Ding, after a period of study, your proficiency in the transformation spell has improved, level 4, 1599/1600. After reading the study notes presented by Professor McGonagall, Yvonne successfully heard the tone of increasing proficiency. Seeing that there is still a little proficiency, transfiguration can reach level 5, and Yvonne worked harder, but he didn't see an increase in proficiency for several hours. Yvonne then realized that he had reached a new bottleneck. Yvonne, let's take a look at Quidditch training together? Harry said that today is the first training of this semester. Ron asked when he was about to go out. Yvonne thought for a while, as if there was nothing urgent for a while, he nodded and agreed. And if he remembers correctly, at the graduation settlement last semester, participating in the Quidditch competition and winning will also be rewarded with grade points. Before leaving the bedroom, Yvonne suddenly thought of something, took out a magic wand and threw it to Ron. Ron, I have fixed your wand. Ron caught it, and when he looked at the wand, it had been completely repaired in the middle, exactly the same as the original one. Ron tried to wave twice in midair, and a magical beam hit the ground and exploded into sparks, feeling extremely smooth. Oh my god, this is awesome! Ron said happily, which meant he didn't need to be scolded when he got home. When handing the wand to Yvonne before, Ron didn't expect the other party to fix it. He didn't expect Yvonne to give him a surprise, and he seemed to feel that this wand was better than the original. Ron looked at Yvonne suspiciously, and asked curiously. What did you do to my wand? The spell I just released seems to be a bit more powerful than before. It's just a simple strengthening. Yvonne said with a guilty conscience. Finally, there is a research material, Yvonne certainly can't waste it, so in these few days of the sky, Ron's wand has been tossed over and over by him for a long time, and he has used it to conduct various experiments. For example, try to build an enhanced magic writing circuit inside the magic wand so that the holder can get a boost every time he uses magic. As a result, after inputting magic power, the magic wand almost exploded on the spot. In the end, after a lot of improvements, the result cannot be said to be a success, but it is not a complete failure, because he still completed the strengthening of the magic text circuit, but the increase was minimal. Ron's strength was too weak, so he could clearly feel that the power of the magic he released had been strengthened. Obviously the experiment needs more material. Thinking of this, Yvonne was a little depressed. The price of wands is actually not high, but Ollivander's wand shop will not easily sell a large number of wands, and it is difficult to get enough test products. Ron didn't know this, and was very happy holding his wand. He felt that he would definitely get good results in the exams in the Transfiguration class and the Spell class this semester. The two of them walked all the way to the Quidditch training ground, and met Hermione who was going to go back to the lounge. The three of them discussed it and decided to watch Harry's training together. When they arrived at Quidditch's practice field, Yvonne found that the two groups were facing each other on the field. In addition to Harry's Gryffindor team, there were also Slytherins in green robes. What's wrong here? Harry, didn't you say that it was Gryffindor's turn to cover the court? Why are they here? Ron looked around and said strangely. Slytherin's captain Marcus Flint stepped forward, patted Malfoy on the shoulder beside him, and said to everyone. That's because we have a new seeker, and Professor Snape specifically approved us to train on the court today. And my dad bought a new broom for the Slytherin team, and I always have to be proficient. Malfoy said in a strange tone. The Slytherin players all smiled, and showed their new brooms to the opposite side, a total of 7 smooth wheels 2001. The light of the local tyrants almost blinded everyone. Even Yvonne has to admit that Malfoy's family is really rich. Light Wheel 2001 is the latest Light Wheel series that just came out last month, and it is amazingly expensive. It takes 1,000 gallons to buy 7 together, and these expenses are just for Malfoy to join the team smoothly. Yvonne couldn't help feeling his own poverty, knowing that his family didn't make 1,000 gallons a month. This is still in the case of so many best-selling products. Even Yvonne is like this, let alone the Gryffindor players, they know very well how much the Slytherin team's winning percentage can be increased by the 7 latest broomsticks. The old-fashioned sweeping series of brooms in their hands are not half as fast as others. How do you fight this? Malfoy smiled very happily. He kept swaying the Light Wheel 2001 in his hand, and watched mockingly at the 5-star sweep of the opposite side. The Light Wheel 2000 in Harry's hand could be seen, but it was also the old one from last year. Style. At least our Gryffindor team came in based on strength, rather than needing to spend money to join the team. Seeing Malfoy's triumphant smile, Hermione couldn't help but sarcastically said. Malfoy, who was poked in the sore spot, turned dark and sullen. No one asks you, you smelly little mudblood. How dare you say that? Alia of the Gryffindor team looked at Malfoy in astonishment and screamed. Ron wanted to go up and beat Malfoy angrily, but Wood pulled him back. George and Fred rolled up their sleeves, and the rest of the players also showed anger. Malfoy was a little scared for a while, but as the Gold Master of the Slytherin team, even if Captain Marcus was dissatisfied with him, he still chose to protect him behind him. The rest of the Slytherins also took out their wands and confronted the Gryffindor players. Hermione was confused. She could vaguely guess that Malfoy had said something terrible www.mdlenovel.com but didn't know what it meant, and she looked at Yvonne strangely. Muggle seed is a very bad adjective. It is a contempt for a Muggle wizard by some pure-blooded wizards. Yvonne frowned and explained. Like Hermione, he was not a purebred wizard in his mind, and he didn't really like the word Muggle, but Malfoy's almost discriminatory remarks could not be regarded as unheard. The protected Malfoy hid behind triumphantly, seemingly intending to say a few more words. Right here, Yvonne moved without warning, waving his wand and pointing at Malfoy. Fuchsia. Chapter 186. In an instant, Malfoy's body was turned over and hung in the midair of the court, and his broad robe was dragged to the ground by gravity. What did you do to me? Put me down. Malfoy screamed in horror. A few Slytherin students stepped forward to pull his robe and clothes, trying to pull him off, but it didn't work. They also pulled Malfoy's sweater and robe to tears. The curse stops immediately. Marcus waved his wand to try to cast Malfoy's curse. But as a magical light flashed, Malfoy remained in the air, even shaking up and down because the spell became unstable. Enough, don't touch me. Malfoy was so angry with the unhelpful Slytherins, he hurriedly covered the empty part of his clothes with his hands. Malfoy's embarrassed appearance greatly relieved the players of the Gryffindor team, and George patted Yvonne on the shoulder to speak frankly. Yvonne, great, what kind of magic is this? It looks very interesting. Yvonne was about to explain aloud. Marcus stepped forward at this time and rebuked. House. You dare to cast spells on Malfoy at will, put him down. Yvonne shrugged, didn't care about Marcus's words, didn't mean to solve the curse at all. What are you doing in a daze? Give it to me. Malfoy was hung in the air and stared at by a group of people. Malfoy was ashamed and angrily looked at the Slytherins who were watching and screamed loudly. Marcus hesitated, but some Slytherins behind him, for the sake of the new broomstick, pointed their wands at Yvonne one after another, and the light of various spells flew away. The front teeth match is great. The tongue seals the throat. Break tap dance. Although they all had concerns, no one dared to use a lethal curse. But being hit by a bunch of big evil spells obviously won't end well, and it's light to make a fool of yourself in public. The Gryffindor players on the sidelines did not expect that the opponent would actually say to do it, and their reaction was slow. When they pulled out their wands to prepare for support, various spells had already hit Ivan's body. Yvonne. Hermione screamed worriedly, but soon the expression on her face was stunned again, her brown eyes showed disbelief, and she stared blankly at the scene in front of her. As many spells approached, a magical barrier emerged from Ivan's body. After the spells touched Ivan's body, they returned the same way. The colorful magical rays shot into the Slytherin camp at a faster speed, and the little wizards who had just started to cast the spell were all unlucky. A Slytherin boy kicked off a tap dance uncontrollably, and the rest of the people were not feeling well. The front teeth of several people extended to the chin, and the faces of others showed disgusting pus. You. Marcus drew out his wand and pointed it at Yvonne, but he dared not do it, because the group of Slytherins behind him had already set an example for him. This time it wasn't my hand. Yvonne spread out his hands, saying that he had done nothing, it was their own fruit. But Yvonne thought for a while, and didn't intend to make the matter worse, so he used his magic wand to dispel the magic in the Slytherin, leaving only Malfoy's. The ugly Slytherins, while angry, looked at Yvonne with a little more fear. Only then did they remember the rumors in the school. Their last defense against the dark arts professor Chino had heard that it was blown into powder by the little wizard in front of them. After shocking a group of Slytherin students, Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief, and the ring on the finger of his left hand became dim. Using the protection ring to bounce 5 spells in a row, it has already reached the limit of this protection item. This is because these spells are generally not strong, otherwise they may not be able to resist. Yvonne turned his head to look at Malfoy who was hung in the air and spoke. I advise you to apologize to Hermione, otherwise you may hang here for a day, or you can imagine that someone can save you. Malfoy's face flushed by being stared at by a group of people. As a arrogant pureblood, even if he died, Malfoy would not bow his head to a Muggle species and even threaten to tell old Malfoy and Snape about this, and expelled Yvonne from Hogwarts. Are you sure? Ivan's expression was a little weird, and if his memory was correct, Snape would definitely be the wizard who could not tolerate the insulting term Muggle seeds the most. It was because Snape said this word that Lily, who had been in a good relationship before, completely chose to break with him, and gradually began to associate with Harry's father, James Potter, which was the pain of Snape's life. So if Malfoy told Snape excitedly about it, he might have to be beaten. But Yvonne looked at the appearance of Malfoy being hung in the sky, and felt something was wrong. How does this scene resemble what Snape remembered? Muggle girls, fuchsias, and Malfoy as Snape's godson. It would be perfect if Harry could be replaced. Ivan's expression was getting more and more weird, and he looked around, but fortunately Snape was not here now, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain it. Maybe Snape will make up a relationship diagram of a love triangle. That would be horrible. Yvonne couldn't help shivering, and quickly stopped the messy thoughts in his mind. He shot Malfoy to be different from James and others, deliberately teasing Snape in the original book. Snape deserves sympathy because he was bullied because of his withdrawn character when he was a child. Even Yvonne had to admit that Harry's father James Potter did a very bad thing in this matter. But Malfoy was just asking for it, it was necessary for him to change it. Thinking of this, Yvonne said to Malfoy, "Your godfather, Professor Snape, is not here now." www.mdlenovel.com. In addition, you better think about it clearly. If any of the teaching professors hear the words you just said, it is light to put you in confinement. I think Professor Snape is no exception. If you don't want to die, you can try it someday. Yvonne took a few steps forward, walked up to Malfoy, and spoke again. As for now, apologize to Hermione. Malfoy had a rather deadly expression on his face, but as Yvonne got closer and closer, he looked around in a panic, looking for a sense of security. However, the Slytherins who originally surrounded him, after seeing Yvonne approaching, all subconsciously stepped back. Chapter 187, Can I have one try in the field? Yvonne was pretending to be fierce, but for a moment he really didn't know what to do with Malfoy. Fortunately, Yvonne soon thought of a way to intimidate him, turned his head and said to Harry and the others who were watching the excitement, "Where is Colin, who likes to take pictures? Find him and take some pictures of Malfoy. Wash them out and send them to everyone. I seem to see this kid just now, so he should be in the corridor over there. We can ask Corindo to take some photos, so that everyone can take a good look." George, who is not too troublesome to watch the excitement, think this must be very interesting, he went to Colin with a smile. Malfoy was completely panicked. He didn't quite believe that Yvonne really dared to do this, but he didn't want to bet on this probability and become the laughing stock of the school. Malfoy's face was blue and white, and it took a long time to squeeze a few words out of his mouth with difficulty. "Mud. I'm sorry." After speaking, Malfoy's face was not very good looking, and he looked very twisted. Yvonne wasn't very satisfied, and Malfoy obviously wanted to say the word mudblood again just now. "Forget it, Yvonne, let him down. If Professor McGonagall sees it, you will have to be punished." Hermione felt enough, she shook her head. Yvonne glanced at her, then nodded, and with a wave of his wand, Malfoy fell from mid-air, gnawing at the mud. "George, come back, no need to go." Yvonne turned his head and found that George had run halfway, so he hurriedly told him to come back. Colin was annoying, and if he knew anything, the whole school would know. On the other side, the very stiff Wood yelled at the Slytherins. "Don't hurry up. This is our Gryffindor home court today." When Marcus darkened, he was about to greet the Slytherin players to leave, but Malfoy, who had just gotten up from the ground, said angrily, "Why let us go, this is not your Gryffindor site." "What? Do you still want to fight?" Ron eagerly drew out his wand and said, he had long wanted to teach Malfoy a meal. George and Fred also looked at each other playfully. Marcus frowned and wanted to stop Malfoy to shut him up, but then he heard Malfoy say, "This is the Quidditch arena. If anyone loses, get out of here. Dare to come." Malfoy couldn't help but gave Yvonne a provocative look. He knew that there was a big gap between his strength and Yvonne, so he had to find his place on Quidditch. The Slytherin players were also a little moved, and there were many senior students among them, but they were cleaned up by a little wizard like Yvonne just now, and everyone felt humiliated. Marcus, who had originally intended to dissuade, also temporarily closed his mouth. The Slytherin team with the new broomstick has almost no possibility of failure, and they do have the training rights on the field, there is no need to back down. Yvonne is not a member of our Gryffindor. Wood stood up at this time and explained, by the way, he had to refuse directly. After all, 7 hands of 2001 were enough to boost the Slytherin team's combat power by a large margin, and Gryffindor had only a few winning percentages until restrained tactics were developed. It's a pity that he can still wait for him to say it, and George on the side yells loudly. "Compare, whoever loses will get out." "Yes, what about the new broom? Quidditch is not something you can win with a good broom." The excited little lions also didn't have the idea of confessing, let alone Ivan's just performance, which severely beat Slytherin in the face for them, which greatly strengthened their confidence. Wood sighed and said nothing more. He felt that it would be good to meet Slytherin a while in advance. Even if he loses, he can understand how much advantage the Lightwheel 2001 can have in terms of speed, so as to facilitate the development of corresponding tactics in the official game. It's a shame at most. Can I have a try? Yvonne suddenly turned his head and said to Wood. Wood was stunned, then a little embarrassed. Are you sure you want to play? But you haven't participated in any training yet, and you can't cooperate with everyone. It doesn't matter, I know all the rules of Quidditch, and when I took flight lessons, Madame Hooch was very satisfied with my flying talent. Yvonne said confidently. Hearing what Yvonne said, Wood had more confidence in Yvonne, and felt that he might be another flying genius like Harry. In addition, Wood didn't know how to win this time, so after thinking about it, he said to Yvonne. You can ask them to see who is willing to make a position. Yvonne turned his head to look at the group of Gryffindor players. When he was about to question, Fred threw his broom over and said with a grin. What do you think of the batsman? Very good, I heard that this position can still hit people. Yvonne asked jokingly after taking over the old-fashioned sweeping 5-star. If your aim is accurate enough. Fred shrugged. Of course, the batter can't hit people directly, otherwise the Quidditch game will change from playing to hitting. However, if the batsman is strong enough, he can clear the opposing player by hitting a wandering ball. It's just that it's not easy. Roaming ball can not only move by itself, but also very fast, often running full of the field, not so good to play, not to mention that the opponent's key players are usually protected. House, I thought you were going to hide underneath and watch. Malfoy used to feel sorry that Yvonne was not a player. Now seeing Yvonne voluntarily ask to play, I feel a little excited. This means that he can humiliate the opponent severely when he is practicing later. You have no choice but to insult me. Yvonne said indifferently with the 5-star sweep that he had just acquired. Malfoy was itchy for a while. www.mtlnovel.com. The Slytherins were also very excited, they exchanged eye contact with each other, and soon a consensus was formed. Well, Yvonne, you have taken the place of Fred. Then I will drive them off one by one. George saw that Yvonne made Malfoy and the others speechless, suddenly. He happily patted his shoulder and said. The rest of the Gryffindor team members welcomed Ivan's joining. Fred even had blind faith in Yvonne. He hadn't seen anything that Yvonne would not. This is why Fred is willing to give way. The only insider, Harry, hesitated. He remembered that in the first flight lesson, Yvonne had hooked the broomstick with his feet in his hand, and successfully fooled Mrs. Hooch. So Harry wondered if it was the right choice to put Yvonne on the court. Chapter 188, I, Malfoy, will die with you today. Yvonne rode a broomstick and followed the Gryffindor team into the sky. The Slytherin players were not to be outdone. Yvonne even saw Malfoy compare his to him, and he didn't know who he learned the international gesture. Start. With the two captains below, the wandering ball, the ghost flying ball, and the golden snitch were released one by one, and the game was officially started at the same time. As chasers, Angelina and Alia rushed out and snatched the ghost ball with the Slytherin players. Harry was trying hard to find the position of the golden snitch. Yvonne walks on the court, and the batter generally has only one task, which is to protect his players from the attack of the wandering ball with the help of a bat. In particular, it is necessary to focus on protecting the seekers, so as not to be cleared by the opponent, causing the entire game to lose the opportunity to obtain the golden snitch. But Yvonne soon discovered that he was so salty, that this practice game might not be over. The Slytherins with new broomsticks flew so fast. The two little witches of Gryffindor, who were chasers, were very miserably suppressed by the chasers of Slytherin. Under the opponent's chase and interception, Alia finally got the ghost flying ball and was snatched by the opponent. In such a short time, the Slytherin chasers had already scored a goal. Yvonne frowned. When he was about to do something, he suddenly saw that two Slytherin batters suddenly flew towards him with their bats on the field. It was obvious that the visitor was unkind and was deliberately aimed at my own. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yvonne decisively turned to avoid it while adjusting his broomstick. Quidditch is not a normal battle, and no magic wand or spell casting is allowed here, so Yvonne doesn't think he can beat two senior Slytherins head to head, who is a lap larger than himself. It is a pity that the speed advantage of Lightwheel 2001 far exceeds Ivan's imagination. It didn't take long for the two Slytherin batsmen to chase him and follow him side by side. Afterwards, Yvonne clearly saw the two Slytherins smile at him, and suddenly squeezed towards the middle together. There was a curse in Ivan's heart. They obviously wanted to squeeze themselves down, so they suddenly changed their direction and dived down. The two Slytherins reacted quickly, even predicting Ivan's movements in advance, and once again narrowed the distance, closely following the side and back, not giving Yvonne a chance to turn. Either Yvonne will slow down and be hit by them, or Yvonne will have to hit the field. Yvonne also anticipated his own consequences. At this critical moment, Ivan had no choice but to consume grade points and entered a mode of accelerated thinking. He immediately felt that his mastery of flight became more and more handy. Then Ivan leaned down and dived, even ignoring the exclamation of everyone outside the field. He was confident that he could relaunch even if he was on the ground. Rinsky faked. The two Slytherins who were pursuing flashed the term in their minds. Rinsky fake action generally refers to a seeker of one party to dive into the ground urgently, so that the seeker of the other party thinks that he has found the position of the snitch, so as to imitate himself. Then at a critical moment, it rushed into the air, causing the opponent to hit the ground and lose its ability to move. But this tactic is only used by seekers in the game, because no one takes the risk to chase a batter. However, this time is clearly an exception. The two Slytherins were worried that Ivan wanted to do their own way, but they were even more worried that the other party was trying to get rid of the pursuit under this guise, so they didn't dare to relax at all. Thinking about the humiliation they were defeated, they gritted their teeth. Chased up with his scalp. They don't believe it, Ivan, a little wizard without formal training, can perform such difficult movements. As the ground got closer and closer, Ivan accelerated again, and the two Slytherins regretted it. They felt that the other party was about to change the rhythm of ending up with them. Thinking of this, they raised the broom abruptly and wanted to turn, but it was already too late. There was a pillar right in front of them, and they would hit it anyway. The same is true for Ivan. Off the court, Hermione, who was watching this scene, felt her heart touch her throat, and she couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Ivan is really good. Frederick nodded gravely. He thought that Ivan must be consciously unable to escape the pursuit, so he chose to use this method to clear the two Slytherin players off the field. Wood sighed. He should have expected that Ivan would be targeted by Slytherin, and I shouldn't have been allowed to play before. Although magic has been applied to the entire playing field to avoid accidents during the game or training, the players fall and die, but if Ivan really fell to the ground, he would have to lie down in the school hospital for a few days. Up! Look at it! At this moment, Ron suddenly shouted with excitement. Hermione hurriedly turned her head and looked over, shocked in her brown eyes. It's impossible! Wood even dropped his chin in shock, and said in shock. Under his gaze, Ivan, who was close to the ground, forcibly reversed the direction of the broom, leaned his body, and slid against the ground at an ultra-low altitude, even dragging his robe onto the ground. Wood incomparably confirmed that even players in regular matches may not necessarily achieve such extreme moves. This is simply a miracle. At this moment, behind Ivan, the two batsmen who had been following them screamed in horror and slammed into one of the pillars. The sound of the collision makes Ivan feel pain. After throwing away the two batsmen who had been chasing him, Ivan slowly pulled the broomstick up into the sky, and the system prompts of improved flying skills in his ear also kept ringing. Awesome! Fred jumped up happily. Malfoy, who had also been paying attention here, was stunned before the joy on his face faded. Seeing that Ivan was not only unharmed, but also came out of the limelight, he was so angry for a while. Without thinking about it, Malfoy simply gave up his plan to follow Harry and find the snitch, and rushed towards Ivan angrily. www.mdlenovel.com. Before the game, Malfoy had already been with a group of Slytherin players. We reached a consensus with their eyes. Then the game can be lost, Ivan must die. When the Smooth Wheel 2001 is driving at the highest speed, the speed is amazing. Ivan had just escaped from the sky and rose into the air, and he saw Malfoy descending from the sky. Ivan steadily grasped his broomstick, dodged dangerously and dangerously, wiping the cold sweat on his head, and cursed. Malfoy, aren't you a seeker? What are you doing after me? I, Malfoy, will die with you today. Malfoy said loudly. Chapter 189, Why are you all chasing after me if you don't play? Seeing Malfoy rushing towards him with a resolute expression, leaving his life and death out of his mind, Ivan was confused. You are crazy. Ivan didn't understand how much damage he had done to Malfoy's young mind. What made Ivan even more unacceptable was that the remaining 4 Slytherin players were all encouraged, and even the goalkeeper rushed towards him together without even needing the goal. Come on together and knock him off. The game can be lost, Ivan Halls must die. Ivan saw a large group of Slytherins approaching him. They were speechless. They didn't play well one by one. Why did they come after me? Ivan had to ride his sweeping 5 stars all the way, occupying himself in the experience card mode, with superb flying skills, and running to extremely dangerous places. One time, directly passing the auditorium full of obstacles at low altitude, scared many Slytherin players from getting too close, lest they would be pitted by Ivan again. Only Malfoy chased him and almost ran into the guardrail without stopping. At this time, George, Angelina, and others on the field also realized what was wrong, and flew over here, wanting to support Ivan. But it is a pity that their broom speed is as high as it is half as fast as the smooth broom, and they can't support it at all. Foul. This is a foul of you. You quickly stop them all. Off the field, Wood, the Gryffindor captain, yelled at Marcus angrily. Sorry, I can't help it. Marcus spread out his hands, expressing that there was nothing he could do, and Fred was so angry that he was about to punch him. Seeing that the fight was about to start off the court, the form of the court also changed at this time. Harry, riding on the light wheel 2000, provided timely support and successfully helped Yvonne contain the two Slytherins. This allowed Yvonne to finally be able to get his hands free, find the position of the wandering ball in the first time, and start his own revenge action. Malfoy, go on. Yvonne smiled and waved the bat, with full strength, and hit the ball towards Malfoy. The head-sized wandering ball approached, and Malfoy was shocked for a while. He didn't have a bat in his hand. Fortunately, Yvonne said a word in advance, and Malfoy's reaction was fairly timely, and he finally hid from him a second before he was hit, and the gust of wind blew Malfoy's robes. Hals, you. Malfoy was thinking about mocking Yvonne, but soon he heard a cry of pain from behind him. Ah! Malfoy quickly turned his head to look over, and found that a Slytherin who was just behind him was swollen with a bruised nose and swollen from a wandering ball, and fell off the broom. What did you want to say, Malfoy? Yvonne smiled playfully. The roaming ball just now was not aimed at Malfoy. After all, it was difficult to hit the ball from the front, but the Slytherin who was behind him was different. Malfoy blocked his sight and hitting it was normal. Don't forget, you don't have the ball to play now. Malfoy gritted his teeth and continued to crash into Yvonne. Yvonne waved his bat at this time. In addition to playing ball, this thing is the same as hitting people. Since the Slytherins broke the rules first, he wouldn't be stupid enough to keep on guarding the penalty kick. Watch out! Yvonne muttered silently in his heart, and a bat turned towards Malfoy. Malfoy was so frightened that he hurriedly lifted off into the air, rubbing his cheek with the wide stick body, and Malfoy dodged dangerously and dangerously. The wind on the court suddenly reversed, and Yvonne chased Malfoy all over the court, while the remaining Slytherins were dragged by George, Angelina, and others who were rushed over. No matter how slow their broomsticks were, they couldn't hold up the crowds, and no one could come to support Malfoy for a while. But Malfoy relied on his broomstick and ran all over the court, and Yvonne was very depressed and couldn't help him. Hals, come on, go on. After Malfoy noticed that Yvonne could not catch up with him, he began to float again, and once again pointed his at Yvonne. Yvonne, go on. At this time, Alia, as a chaser, suddenly hit a ghost flying ball over. Yvonne immediately understood what she meant, gave Alia a thumbs up, and then hit the ghost ball at Malfoy, this time directly in the face. Hals, you are a foul. Malfoy was so frightened that he lay his head on the broom with his hands in his hands and yelled, but he didn't care that his previous foul was also. The ghost flying ball flew past Malfoy, and in the distance, another innocent Slytherin landed. Awesome fight, Hals. Alia flew over with a smile, and high-fived to celebrate with Yvonne. George also learned a lot, and got the roaming ball over and let Yvonne play it. Yvonne pretended to be playing Malfoy again, clearing the scene one by one. This caused the rest of the Slytherin players to stare at Malfoy. They thought Malfoy was with the opposing group, or how could it be such a coincidence? Malfoy had an innocent look on his face. It really doesn't matter to him. This must be Halsey's conspiracy to divorce everyone. Soon, with the combination of everyone passing the ball and Ivan's precise strike, the only Slytherin on the court was left with Malfoy. At this time, Marcus watched as a Slytherin player was recruited, and fell heavily on the court, crying with distress. He couldn't help yelling. Foul, this is a foul of you, let him stop quickly. I can't control them. Wood suppressed a smile, and spread his hands like Marcus just now, saying that he could do nothing. Hermione, Fred, and others were all guilty. Ron had been paying attention to the situation in the sky, wanting to see how Yvonne would deal with Malfoy. At this moment, Malfoy also noticed that he was the only Slytherin left on the court www.mdlenovel.com and suddenly looked flustered, but still shouted loudly and sternly. What do you want to do? What did you say? Yvonne smiled badly. He deliberately reminded him every time he played, just thinking about leaving Malfoy to clean up. Malfoy was going to run away when he saw that the situation was bad, but he was surrounded by George and the others, and there were people blocking him no matter where he went. Taking advantage of Malfoy's panic, Yvonne speeded up with all his strength and drove the broom to fly in front of Malfoy. Malfoy closed his eyes in horror, covering his head with his hands, thinking that he would be beaten by the stick in Ivan's hand. However, Yvonne dragged Malfoy by the back collar, dragged him off the broom, and soared through the sky with him. Chapter 190, One Cut for Victory. Although Malfoy was surprised that Yvonne didn't give him a stick, he opened his eyes and saw that he was raised high in the sky by Yvonne, and he was immediately frightened. Originally, Malfoy was still making harsh words because of his arrogance. As Ivan's speed got faster and faster, he dived to the ground. Malfoy collapsed completely, holding Ivan's thighs desperately, for fear that he would just hit himself on the ground like this. A Malfoy scream echoed in the sky. But things were not like Malfoy thought. Ivan just flew with him all the way to the ground for a while before landing smoothly. After landing, Malfoy was still a little frightened, there were even some teardrops remaining in the corners of his eyes, and he kept talking about me to tell my dad to listen. Ivan was speechless, and the original joy of victory disappeared without a trace. This is just a little devil who is still crying with a runny nose. It seems that there is nothing to be happy about winning. Marcus looked at Malfoy's gaffe, very embarrassed, and at the same time looked at Ivan with a little more complicated look. He didn't expect that Ivan would be able to kill one by one under the siege of 7 Slytherin players. This flying technique is not weaker than some players in regular matches. Marcus was secretly shocked by his incredible ability to hit the ball. In the next official game, if there is no way to limit Ivan's performance, then there is no need to hit. Thinking of this, Marcus had a headache, but he had no choice but to take Malfoy, who had just been relieved, to find the injured players who had just landed, and send those who could not move to the school hospital. After Marcus left, Wood said to Ivan excitedly. "You played really well just now. I must propose to Professor McGonagall that you be recruited into the team. With you, we have won the championship this year. But the team seems to be full, right?" Ivan considered the grade points at the end of the settlement, and wanted to agree, but quickly looked at Fred with a little trouble. He remembered that Fred liked to play, and he always felt a little sorry to take his place. "It's okay, I'll give you the position of the hitter, as long as it can help us win this year's Quidditch championship." Fred waved his hand, expressing his willingness to give way, and even smiled happily. Ivan was confused. After such an agreement, Wood quickly thought of a set of tactics, and while there was still time, he commanded everyone to practice. The core of this set of tactics is to use Ivan's amazing hitting ability to directly knock down the opponent's seeker with a ghost fly ball. In that case, the next game situation is up to them. During the training, Ivan was required to be able to shoot down Harry in flight with a ghost ball under the chase of George, Angelina, and others. What? Harry looked at Wood dumbfounded. Why should he be beaten? You are the best seeker in the whole Hogwarts. If Ivan can shoot you down, he will surely be able to knock down seekers from other teams. Woodiah slapped Harry on the shoulder earnestly, again. Opened the mouth. And it can also train your evasion ability by the way, so as not to be targeted by other teams' batter. Harry opened his mouth and was about to say something, but under Wood's all for victory eyes, he had to ride the broom depressed. In the following training, Harry, who had suffered in vain, couldn't tell. The whole field was beaten by Ivan. Ivan wanted to keep his hand, but Wood shouted hoarsely outside the court. The sound of blessing the curse could spread throughout the court. "Halls, hurry up, fly faster, hit that way. Strong. Didn't you eat today? Aim for me, Potter won't last long." Listening to Wood's hoarse shouts, Ivan almost thought that Harry had offended him somewhere during training. But then he shook his head again. Wood probably wanted too much to win the Quidditch championship. Originally last school year, with Harry's addition, Gryffindor had won 2 games in a row, and won the last one to win the championship. It's just a pity that due to the threat of Chino at the end of the semester, Dumbledore suspended all large-scale activities in the school, and naturally included the Quidditch finals. With his joining this time, Wood is undoubtedly determined to win. Hit, don't keep your hands. Harry also realized this at this time, gritted his teeth, and shouted at Ivan. Ivan nodded and started to use all his strength, accelerated out of the encirclement of Angelina and others, shot the wandering ball out, and shot away in the air against Harry who turned not far away. However, Harry's flying talent is amazing, and George, as a batsman, is always protected by Harry, so even Ivan is not so easy to hit him. After training like this all afternoon, Harry was shot down several times. Thanks to Wood who was always staring off the court and ready to use the levitating charm to rescue him, Harry was not sent to the school hospital. After successfully joining the Quidditch team, Ivan hadn't been happy for long, and soon understood the troubles of joining the team. Because of the daily Quidditch training, he squeezed a lot of free time. More importantly, Ivan knew very well that his flight level was far from that of Wood and the others. The reason why he was able to appear easily under the siege of Slytherin riding a light wheel in 2001 is mostly because in the experience card mode, his speed of thinking and the ability to control the body have been greatly improved. However, Wood completely regarded him as a Quidditch genius, which made Ivan very depressed and had to waste a lot of academic points on training. Fortunately, with such high-intensity training, coupled with several times the learning speed, Ivan's flight level improved linearly after 2 weeks. Although under normal conditions, the fly is not as good as Harry, a talented guy, but he can barely hold on for a long time under the chase and interception of George and others. In line with the principle of not wasting academic points, Ivan uses experience cards less and less. This has led to the fact that Ivan's state is extremely unstable after more than 10 days of training, and his level fluctuates. What Wood saw was confused. The more people practiced their flying skills, the better, but Ivan's flight was getting worse and worse. Occasionally, he would return to his normal level at a time of danger. Wood couldn't help but asked, Yvonne bit to death and said that it must be because of too frequent training. Give him a few more days off, and the combination of work and rest is the truth. Well, let's suspend training for a few days. After Yvonne insisted repeatedly, Wood had to compromise. More importantly, after these days of training, Harry, as a target, couldn't stand it for a long time, and desperately needed a rest. Hey, I can finally rest, Harry sighed in relief when he learned that he was finally not in training, and then complained again. Can't Captain Wood change someone to be the target? It's me every time. Who makes you fly the best in the Gryffindor team? George and the others can't dodge my ghost fly ball. Yvonne said jokingly. Come on, I'm not as good as you. Harry rolled his eyes. He had witnessed Ivan's presence a few days ago, and he did such an extremely difficult action as gliding on the ground. He didn't dare now. Try. Yvonne smiled but didn't say anything. He was far from reaching this level under normal conditions. Besides www.mentalnovel.com, Yvonne doesn't have much interest in Quidditch competitions. I participated this time to see how much impact my participation in the championship will have on the final rewards at the end of the semester. Secondly, I want to experiment to see if I can gain some legendary points by doing this. Harry talked with Yvonne all the way about flying skills. After returning to the dormitory, he was still thinking about going to Hagrid's guest during the rest of the few days. It was just that this proposal was rejected by Yvonne. There was a reason why he was so eager to request a vacation from Wood. According to his estimation, tomorrow would happen to be the next full moon night. It also meant that he no longer had to hold that leaf all the time. After this month, Yvonne was so uncomfortable that he almost swallowed the leaf several times. At the same time, Yvonne was very curious about what his animagus would be. Chapter 191, What is this? Cuckoo chicken? One day passed by, and Yvonne waited until the full moon was high in the middle of the night, and came to the high platform invisibly. He looked at the steps recorded in the practice notes and held the Mandela leaf in his mouth for a month. Take it out. Take out a crystal vial and put all the complicated materials prepared in advance one by one. Under the moonlight, the slightly turbid potion faintly exudes a crystal shimmer. Yvonne can clearly feel that under the action of the sky, the magic potion in front of him seems to have undergone a subtle change. Next, I hope that the storm created by Binghouse can really be effective. Yvonne murmured to himself, then put away the potion, went through the secret tunnel from the rooftop to the location of the House of Request on the 8th floor, and entered the dense forest that was created out of thin air. Yvonne waved his magic wand and turned a piece of dead branch on the ground into a shovel. Yvonne began the work of digging the hole, and finally placed the potion in the hole and buried it. After making all the preparations, Yvonne set the time for the storm to come, adjusted the efficiency to the maximum, and left the responsive room. Until the evening of the third day, when Yvonne re-entered, there was a violent wind in the room responsive to requests, and Yvonne was a little bit unable to open his eyes when the wind was blowing. As a thunder pierced the sky, and the majestic rain fell one after another, Yvonne quickly ran to the burial site. The shovel damaged the crystal bottle, so Yvonne had to dig with both hands to clear the silt out one by one. Even though the cold rain water soaks his body, Yvonne does not care. Only when the rain water flows down his forehead into his eyes, will he wipe it with the same wet sleeves. It was not buried deep before, and within 10 minutes, Yvonne dug a hole with his bare hands, and finally saw the potion he had put down. After a few days of precipitation and the magical power of the celestial phenomenon, this bottle of originally turbid potion has completely turned blood red, and the fluorescence of the magical power is visible to the naked eye. After being taken out, the magic power seemed to be gradually dissipating. Perceiving this, Yvonne went out at the fastest speed to adjust the state of the responsive house and stopped the storm. When I re-enter, everything is back to the original state. The surroundings are still dim, and the sky has returned to a grey appearance. Only the wet ground can prove that this place has just faced a storm. Clean up. Yvonne stretched out his wand and clicked on his robe. The rain fell from the robe automatically as if it had life. I have to say that magic is sometimes incredibly convenient. Yvonne paused, then cast a flame curse again, and it took a while to dry himself. Therefore, Yvonne didn't care about the time wasted. Although the effect of the animagus potion will be slightly weakened over time, it is more important to ensure your state and mentality than it. Success or failure in one fell swoop. Yvonne exhaled deeply, pressed his wand against his heart, and slowly chanted the spell. Amato, Animo, Animato. The strange tone echoed in the dense forest, and there was a faint echo from farther away. Before long, Yvonne felt an inexplicable horror in his heart, and his whole body began to heat up, like a fire. Yvonne suppressed the discomfort in his heart, glanced at the blood-red potion in his hand, spent 100 academic points to exchange for the experience card mode, and drank it without hesitation. In fact, the safest case is to spend 5 legendary points to redeem the protection mode, so as to be foolproof. However, it is a pity that it is too difficult to obtain legendary points. Ivan has only had the 3 legendary points gained last semester so far, so he can only choose a little riskier approach. The blood red potion was poured into the mouth, it was sticky like yogurt, but the taste was weird, and the temperature was amazing. Ivan frowned, and as the potion flowed into his body, the temperature began to rise faster and faster. Where he couldn't see, the blood flowing in the veins glowed with magical power. Some power seemed to be activated in it, but it quickly fell silent again. Without waiting for Ivan to think about it, the magic transformation began to be activated in the next moment, and a vague image appeared in Ivan's mind out of thin air. Isn't it a unicorn? Ivan only had time to make such a judgment, and was interrupted by the pressure from his body. In the experience card mode, Ivan can clearly feel that the magic power in the body starts to flow automatically to the whole body. Just like when analyzing animals before, with the influx of magic power, Ivan sees every muscle fiber in his body, even cell structure. Suddenly, Ivan felt a little clear. If he wants to change back later, he must remember what his body looks like. Ivan tried hard to remember everything he saw, but didn't understand that after the magic power analyzed his whole body, the magic power in the body had passively remembered his state and no longer needed subjective memory. Just after every cell in his body was filled with magical power, Ivan suddenly felt that his body began to twist and deform. The bones began to dislocate, and the trees not far away were getting higher and higher. Under the influence of magic, Ivan did not feel too much pain, and some only had fear and confusion about the unknown. Soon, in Ivan's perception, something seemed to extend along the pores, and the magic that was originally circulating throughout the body also slowly poured into his mind at this time, protecting his thinking from being too small. The brain volume is stagnant. The first transformation lasted for a long time, and when Ivan noticed that everything had stabilized, he tried to manipulate his body. Cuckoo cuckoo. Ivan wanted to say something, but some strange noises came out, which made him feel very bad. Bah, what the have I become? Cuckoo chicken. Ivan cried cuckoo for a long time before he found a way to vocalize normally. That is to condense the magic power in the part of his throat. Ivan raised his hand and placed it in front of him, and found that what caught his eye was a pile of grey feathers, what kind of bird it should be. This made Ivan a little disappointed. It seemed that he was not a magical creature. He had always thought that he would become a unicorn, thunderbird, or phoenix. Ivan flapped his wings, flew up obliquely, and flew towards the puddle on the side, trying to confirm what he had changed. When I flew to the edge of the puddle and glanced at the reflection in the water, Ivan almost fell into the water. Chapter 192, I'm the most familiar eagle on Hogwarts Road. Yes Yao? Why did I become this? It's impossible. It's so good to change to a phoenix, thunderbird, etc. Ivan said helplessly as he stood by the pool, looking at the reflection on the water. With the completion of the transformation, the system prompt sounded in Ivan's mind at the same time. Ding, your transfiguration level has been improved, the current level is 5/3/3200. Ding, special magic, animagus transformation, owl, has been unlocked. I know I have become an owl, but can't I change it to the nickname Night Owl? Looking at the name of the shape-shifting creature of animagus in the system, Ivan couldn't help but vomit. Perhaps it was Ivan's request that the system bar was converted from the Chinese interface to the English interface, so that there is no need to entangle the problem of aliases, because they are all the same word. Ivan rolled his eyes, and the only thing to be thankful for was that the polymorphism he had been stuck with for a long time finally escalated as he expected. It's just that animagus is a special kind of magic, there is no level display, but it is strengthened as the level of transfiguration increases. Forget it, just owl. Ivan sighed. Now that the animagus form had been determined and could not be changed, Ivan quickly accepted this fact and studied the help that this form could bring to him. The most important thing is concealment. As the wizard's most powerful animal companion, the owl is everywhere in the magical world. When necessary, he can pretend to be an owl delivering letters and go in and out of various places without being targeted. What makes Ivan a little dissatisfied is that in the form of an owl, he cannot cast spells at will. Although he still possesses magic power, he cannot use magic without the common guidance of wands, gestures, and spells. This makes the combat effectiveness in this state very worrying. Ivan couldn't help but think of the fast-running brindle cat when he was in the Forbidden Forest last school year. Maybe there is any way to improve his combat effectiveness in the animagus form. If he remembered correctly, Sirius, who was also an animagus, turned into a dog, and even restrained Lupin, who turned into a werewolf. This is not what an average large dog can do. Thinking of this, Ivan was no longer tangled, flapping his wings hard, adapting to his new body, and then flew again crookedly. Since the time limit of the experience card has not yet ended, it didn't take long for Ivan to gradually master the normal flying skills. In the dense forest created by the House of Responsiveness, Ivan soon experienced that being able to fly freely is a huge advantage in itself, and it has a much higher safety factor and maneuverability compared to becoming other creatures. More importantly, Feeling the oncoming breeze, Yvonne felt it was much more refreshing than riding a broom. After getting used to it for a while, Yvonne remembered his exploration mission, and now seems to have found a way to complete it. It is much safer to sneak into the bedroom as an owl than to use the compound decoction. Unless his acting skills are too bad, or he ran into a master of transformation like Dumbledore, otherwise, the whole of Hogwarts he came and went freely. Yvonne no longer hesitated, opened the door with difficulty, flew out of the responsive house, and wandered in Hogwarts Castle. At this time, it was evening, and the little wizards who had just had dinner chatted and laughed in twos and threes, and returned to the dormitory. Yvonne flapped his wings and swept through the air without anyone caring, and he could even eavesdrop on the conversation between them, because to outsiders, he was just a grey owl, and there was nothing to pay attention to. What surprised Yvonne even more was that this form gave him much more help. Because of his transformation, he also automatically mastered a foreign language owl. Whenever owls flew past him, Yvonne could get some information from their calls. Cuckoo, to deliver the letter, this is a postman owl. Gummy, gummy, so hungry, can't fly, this is a thin owl. Cuckoo, today our Slytherin password is pure blood. This is a Slytherin owl. Although most of the content of the owl's screams are useless nonsense, occasionally a small amount of interesting information is revealed. For example, the password to enter and exit the Slytherin dormitory today. This discovery made Yvonne very happy, which meant that he could go to the Slytherin bedroom for a stroll. Just as Yvonne was preparing to act, a grey-white owl with an envelope bound to his feet flew slowly by his side. Yvonne was stunned and turned his head abruptly. Hey, why does that owl that delivered the letter look so like me? That's not as good as... Thousands of thoughts flickered in Ivan's mind, quickly turned around, flapped his wings and caught up with the owl that looked a lot like himself. Goo, coo, cuckoo, hey, where are you going? Do you need me to help you guide? Yvonne tried to communicate with the other party in eagle language, he didn't know how many levels. Goo, go to Ravenclaw's female bed to deliver a newspaper, I know how to go, I don't need you to show the way. The grey-white owl glanced at Yvonne sideways, and grumbled in his mouth. Evan suddenly felt that his eyes lit up. He was worried that he did not have a suitable identity to go to the female bed to explore. Isn't this a good opportunity? How about let me deliver the letter for you? So you can rest for a while. You know, I am the most familiar eagle on Hogwarts Road. Everyone calls me a little messenger who is eager to help the eagle. Yvonne Goo said grumbled. Goo, coo, no, I have to deliver the letter by myself. The grey-white owl ignored Ivan's proposal and flew forward on its own. As a self-disciplined owl, it will not let the eagle deliver letters for laziness. Yvonne was comforted, but the other party was still indifferent, and Yvonne had no choice but to resort to a trick. Yvonne flapped his wings abruptly and rose into the sky, but then crashed down at a faster speed. What? Yes, Yao pounces. The sensitive hearing made the grey-white owl spotted the danger ahead of time, but it was obviously too late at this time, and only had time to make a guk sound, and Yvonne fell to the ground with a flap of wings. One move succeeded. www.mdlnovel.com. Yvonne continued to do his best, swooping down, flapping his wings. Under the flow of magic power, Yvonne was surprised to find that his strength was much greater than before, and it didn't take long for the innocent owl to be photographed and fainted. After that, Yvonne slowly untied the rope tied with the newspaper from the opponent's feet, held the newspaper in his mouth, and flew towards Ravenclaw's bedroom pretendingly. From now on, he is an owl delivering letters. Chapter 193, Why are you making things difficult for an owl that comes to deliver a letter? Wait, I haven't asked who is it for? Yvonne, who flew halfway, suddenly thought of the serious problem here. Fortunately, the newspaper in his mouth gave him a clear reminder that few people in the entire school would subscribe to this kind of thing, and it was Ravenclaw College, and she was probably the only one. Flying all the way to the entrance of Ravenclaw's lounge, Yvonne flapped his wings and stepped on the eagle-shaped door knocker. After hooking the newspaper with his paws, Yvonne pecked the door knocker with his beak, and signaled the guy to ask questions quickly. He was in a hurry. What is the essence of magic? The eagle's mouth opened and closed, and a mysterious voice came out from within. Yvonne was stunned. Shouldn't you ask some brain teasers like which is the fire or the phoenix? Can I skip and answer the next question? Yvonne said unwillingly. But the latter was unmoved and repeated the question again like a repeater. What is the nature of magic? Are you a repeater? Why do you want to make things difficult for a poor owl who just came to deliver letters? Yvonne was so angry that he furiously jumped on the bronze knocker, trying to persuade the bronze knocker to put himself in. How can I know the answer to this question? Yvonne is very depressed. He did not expect that the problem he used to make things difficult for Tom Riddle a few months ago would cause himself trouble one day. Even the 5th grade Dark Lord can't think of it, and Yvonne is even more clueless. He has had all kinds of conjectures about the composition of magic, and he has also had the experience of manipulating magic freely, which is close to what he wants. but it does not give a definite answer. Similarly, this is not a question that the little wizard at Hogwarts can answer, so Yvonne would say that the other party is making things difficult for himself. Could this bronze door be treated differently? Ask some simple questions for people in your own college? After complaining in my heart for a while, Yvonne faintly felt something was wrong, so how did the other owls get in? Yvonne turned his head and looked behind him, and happened to see a black owl flying over from the other end of the corridor. Maybe it was because Ivan's behavior to stay on the bronze ring was weird. The owl flew closer curiously, and asked aloud. Cuckoo, what are you doing here? Of course it is to answer the question, I can think of the answer soon, and then go inside. Although there is no clue, Yvonne still pretends to be relaxed. Coo, why answer the question? Why don't you just fly in from the window? The black owl muttered strangely. Yvonne was silent for a long time, and then said proudly. Because I am a very wise owl who can answer questions. The black owl gave him a weird look, and then got in through the ventilation window on the side. After waiting for the black owl to fly away, Yvonne surreptitiously followed. Can go in directly, who likes to answer questions. Flying into Ravenclaw's lounge, Yvonne found that it was much larger than Gryffindor's bedroom, which looked more like a large attic with more delicate decorations. There are 12 elegant arched windows on the surrounding walls. The curtains are made of blue and bronze silk. The ceiling is a dome with stars dotted with stars. Yvonne found that he could directly overlook the entire Hogwarts from here, and the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest could be directly brought into view with a better look. Even not far from Ravenclaw Tower is the Quidditch Stadium. It may be a good choice to watch the ball here. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Ivan's mind, but Yvonne was soon put aside for the time being, because the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Explore the Ravenclaw Lounge, current progress. Remembering his purpose, Yvonne wandered around the Ravenclaw Lounge, waiting for the progress bar to rise. Hey, why is Luna here? This is troublesome. Yvonne flew halfway and saw the little witch sitting in the corner of the lounge, flipping through a newspaper. Yvonne had a headache. He originally thought that with the help of sending the letter, he happened to explore the other party's bedroom to complete the exploration mission. It's more troublesome now. Yvonne thought for a while, but flew over with his wings flapped, and only heard a sound of arguing when he approached. There is no harassment of gangsters and horn snorers in this world. This is simply the stupidest thing I have ever heard of. In the lounge, a small-looking Ravenclaw girl arrogantly appeared rebuked. No, there is, but we haven't found it yet. The little witch who replied had tousled, golden waist-length hair, a necklace made of cork on her neck, and a magic wand on her left ear, making her attire very strange. It was the special dress that made Yvonne recognize her at a glance in the wide lounge. This was his goal to deliver the newspaper Luna. I think harassment usually puts people in anxiety and depression. I think, I have it by my side now, but unfortunately I can't find it. Luna explained in a daze. Do you mean that I am a molester? The Ravenclaw girl said angrily. Luna looked at each other in surprise, her expression clearly said. How can you be a molester? That thing can't grow as big as you. Ravenclaw's girl understood Luna's expression and was so angry that she couldn't help cursing. Crazy girl. Luna just treated it as if she hadn't heard, and turned her gaze back, picked up the newspaper on the table again and read it. Maybe it's so fun to read like this. Luna's indifferent attitude made the already angry Ravenclaw girl even more irritated. But before she did anything www.ndlenovel.com, she felt a gust of wind above her head, and then her hard-wrapped hair fell loose in the morning. Yet? My hairpin. You owl. The girl turned her head and stared angrily at the grey-white owl flying in the sky, which was holding her hairpin on its paws. After noticing the newspaper dangling from the owl's beak, he suddenly figured out something, and yelled at Luna back. It must be you who let it do it, right? I didn't direct it. Luna's tone sounded strange, like she was singing some kind of ballad. She said again. Life is always full of various unknowns, so why do you think there is no harassment? It's like you didn't expect an owl to tease you, right? Chapter 194, Your owl fell halfway and can't come. Luna's weird words made the Ravenclaw do not know what to do. After chanting a few crazy girl in his mouth, she angrily looked for her hairpin. At this time, Yvonne had already sent the card to the marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw. Without using the flying curse, it would take a lot of effort to get it. This is also a small test of wisdom. He believes that a qualified Ravenclaw can definitely think of a way to take it down. The reason why I was willing to help Luna temporarily, Yvonne was somewhat embarrassed considering that he had just injured the other's owl. After all this, Yvonne took the newspaper in his mouth and flew to Luna to complete his task of delivering the newspaper. Thank you. Luna thanked her very seriously, and then looked at Ivan singing in his mouth, and asked strangely. Why are you here to deliver the paper? Where is my father's owl? Even though the owl in front of him was grey and white and similar in size to her father's, Luna recognized it at a glance. It fell halfway and couldn't come, so I'll deliver the letter to it. Ivan murmured to himself, without expecting the other party to understand it. But she didn't want to. Luna showed a surprised look on her face, and she murmured. Do owls wrestle? It's the first time I heard. Can you understand owl language? Ivan looked at the little witch in shock. How is this possible? No, I don't understand. Luna shook her head, and the cork that hung around her neck dangled with her movements. Ivan was confused and could not understand the thoughts of the little witch in front of him. If she didn't understand, how could she know what I was talking about? At this time, Luna stretched out her hand and took down the Singing the Devil from Ivan's mouth. She waited for the latest issue for a long time and opened it directly. After Ivan finished delivering the paper, he planned to fly away, looking for someone whose window was not closed, and wandering in, but after accidentally scanning the headline of the devil, he stopped. The headline above directly surprised him. The potion genius Ivan Halls does not exist at all. What? I don't even exist? With a dark face, Ivan stepped his little paw closer, wanting to see what was written on it. Luna didn't care about one more animal reading the newspaper, and generously laid down singing and singing. This is undoubtedly convenient for Ivan. After reading it carefully, Ivan was speechless. I don't know who edited this article, it's full of conspiracy theories. It is stated that Ivan Halls, the so-called potion genius, is likely to be a cover introduced by the Ministry of Magic to alleviate the contradictions between werewolves, and the wolf poison potion does not exist at all. The reason is that an 11 or 12-year-old little wizard, it is impossible to research something like wolf poison potion. Ivan was speechless for a while. He didn't know how many bottles of his wolf poison potion had been sold. The nomination of the Merlin medal was published in the newspaper, and some people thought he was fabricated. Besides, the Ministry of Magic is not idle. What good is it for them to make up a potion genius? While Ivan was spitting out in his heart, Luna's ethereal voice rang in his ears. But the Ministry of Magic is always looking for something to do, whether it makes sense or not, doesn't it? Ivan opened his mouth. He didn't say anything just now, and he didn't feel the magical fluctuations of dementia. Could this little witch understand the owl's expression? Luna was not replying to his words this time, but she said to herself while looking at the newspaper. Yeah, but this news is definitely wrong. I saw Ivan Halls during the school opening ceremony. I want to write a letter and send it back. With that, Luna stood up and put the newspaper away, and then walked towards the bedroom. Ivan waved his wings and followed. He just needed to go to the other party's bedroom for a stroll, so he landed on Luna's shoulder and prepared to take a ride. Luna also didn't care at all, and while chatting with him about harassment gangsters and crooked snorers, discussing where these magical little creatures are most likely to appear. This person-by-bird communication has attracted the attention of many Ravenclaws and casts curious eyes. If another person did this, the wise Ravenclaws might wonder if there was something wrong with it. But Luna usually wears clothes and is maverick, and she has some weird, non-existent creatures, so that she became famous in Ravenclaw not long after she first arrived. Some people even wonder if the Sorting Hat is wrong, why would she be assigned to Ravenclaw? A few Ravenclaw girls, on the other hand, felt that Luna was indeed a mad girl, and she actually communicated with an owl. This is also the reason why Ivan chatted with Luna generously. With this layer of cover-up, who can see clearly what is real? Ravenclaw's bedroom was set up next to the huge Ravenclaw statue, where he just placed the issuing card. When I got here, Ivan realized that in just such a short time, the hairpin placed on the head of the statue had disappeared without a trace, and it seemed that it had been taken away by the other party. As expected of Ravenclaw, Ivan felt that he underestimated the little witch. Luna didn't care about this at all. She found the door of her bedroom straight from the aisle, and walked in with Ivan. It's not the first time Ivan has entered a girl's dormitory, but the style here is obviously different from that of Gryffindor's girls' dormitory, which tends to be fresh and elegant. There are many books and study notes neatly placed on the table. Something incompatible with the general style is a bed leaning on the corner, where many weird decorations are hung. www.mtlnovel.com. It looks like it is carved from carrots, and the bed is surrounded by a circle of wooden barrels. Plug. Strange, where's the airship I made? Remember to put it here. Luna stepped forward and looked at an empty basin beside the bed in surprise. Maybe someone stole it and hid it. Ivan thought about it for a moment, then had a guess, and said. He remembered that in the original time and space, because of Luna's weird behavior, many people liked to deliberately tease her, hide her things or throw them away. This time is probably no exception. Luna quickly thought of the Ravenclaw girl just now, but she didn't mean to be angry, but said with emotion. Then she must also think that the airship is very beautiful. When she has played enough, maybe she will come back. Chapter 195, Character Keys and Clues. Ivan rolled his eyes. Although he didn't understand how beautiful Luna's airship was, the other party obviously didn't take it because of this. It was even dreaming to expect the other party to come back. But he was an owl now, he couldn't use a flying curse, nor could he help Luna. Ding! Explore the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Ivan's expression paused, which meant that he should go. Thank you for taking me here. I think I have to leave now. Ivan flapped his wings and flew into the air, speaking. Why are you leaving? Luna's light-colored eyes looked at him curiously, making Ivan a little uncomfortable. Just when Ivan doubted whether he had been exposed, he heard the little witch speak in a misty voice. That won't work, you haven't delivered the letter for me yet. Send a letter? Ivan rolled his eyes, and then remembered that he had told Luna earlier that he was sending the letter in place of her father's owl. I didn't expect Luna to remember it all the time, but Ivan didn't have this idle time, and was really an owl delivering letters. When Ivan was wondering how to refuse, a grey-white owl staggered and flew in from the open window. However, Ivan's expression was abruptly, with some guilty conscience inexplicably, because that was the one he had knocked out before. The grey-white owl shook violently after seeing Ivan, so scared that it almost didn't fall from the sky. It wasn't until I saw Luna on the side that she flapped her wings excitedly, and yelled constantly in her mouth. Is that so? The owl that looks a lot like you snatched your letter and knocked you out. Luna's face showed a look of surprise, but when she turned her head and looked over, she found that a rock was missing. Van's trace. Walking to the window, Luna looked out, only to find that the strange owl had flown away. Ivan flew high in the sky, turned his head and looked over, and saw Luna standing outside the window and the owl who was cooing in protest. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, I slipped fast. Ivan muttered to himself, then turned around and flew towards the other side. He had to go to the boys' bedroom for a walk. Taking advantage of the night time, Ivan used the form of animagus to recklessly explored in Hogwarts, and explored all the lounges of Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Ding! Explore the Hufflepuff lounge, and the progress of exploring Hogwarts has reached 71%. Do you receive rewards? Just after Ivan strolled around again, he finally completed the exploration mission that he had never forgotten before. Receive the reward. Ivan said. The next moment, a large number of weird characters suddenly appeared in Ivan's mind. These characters looked extremely weird. They weren't any kind of characters he knew, nor did they look like ancient magic texts. The most important thing was that the prompts given by the system made Ivan confused. These characters are the keys. Ivan muttered silently to the information the system fed back in his mind. Even so, Ivan didn't have any clues, there were too few hints. What does this mean? How can a string of characters be used as a key? If there is a key, where is the door? Ivan was very depressed. With the thought, he suddenly remembered the task of the mystery of blood. After opening the system bar, he found that the progress of the task had changed. Task, the mystery of bloodline. Mission, find a way to integrate multiple bloodlines. Current task progress, 15%. Task reward, legendary value *1. The progress has increased by 10%. Ivan was stunned for a moment. It seemed that his previous guess was not wrong. Completing the exploration mission was indeed a breakthrough. If you can figure out the meaning of this series of payments, you might be able to find a way to fuse multiple bloodlines. Thinking of this, Ivan prepared to go to the library to look up books about texts to see if he could decipher these characters. As for continuing to push the progress of the mission to explore Hogwarts to 100%, to get more information, Ivan didn't have this idea at all. The whole Hogwarts was too big and too mysterious. He had already explored all the places he could go, but even so, he could only push the task progress to 7%. Only 11. Ivan felt that even if he stayed here for 7 academic years, he might not be able to understand the full picture of the castle. A few days passed in a flash. Just as Ivan was soaking in the library and inquiring about the meaning of the characters, Wood restarted Quidditch training and summoned all the players to the Quidditch stadium in the evening to participate in training. Taking into account the possible student status and legend points, Ivan had to spare some time to continue to practice his flying skills. After training in the afternoon, Ivan was about to return to the dormitory to take a bath and rest, but was caught by the sneaky George and Fred. What's the matter? Ivan looked at the two people in front of him, strangely. Do you remember the last semester we said we wanted you to be a special counselor? George said mysteriously. Of course, Ivan nodded, and then asked unexpectedly as if thinking of something. Your magic trick shop is about to officially open. Yes. George and Fred said in unison. We found a suitable place to serve as our base. George said happily, and Fred continued. So we want to invite you to see. They found a room for everyone? Ivan thought this for the first time, but after the two arrived at the so-called secret base, they realized that it was not the case. This is just a storage room that seems to have been abandoned for a long time. It is the size of a classroom, and it has piled up many items for making magic props. George proudly took Yvonne to look at the layout inside, and explained it aloud. This place was accidentally discovered by Fred and I. www.mtlnovel.com. We have been observing this place for a long time. No one has been to this place for a long time, so we will tidy it up and temporarily use it as a magic trick. The proving ground and station of the workshop. It looks pretty good, Yvonne nodded, looking at the half-finished joke toy merchandise on the table. Fred was excitedly pointing to two of the new props and introduced Yvonne to them. This is a decoy bomb. As long as it is thrown out, it will go around everywhere, and it's only appropriate to create chaos. That's Whoosh Boom Fireworks, one of our masterpieces. Thanks to the ideas you told us during the summer vacation, and 200 Jinjialong as research funds, we can make so many interesting things. Fred said with a smile. Chapter 196, Inheritance Knowledge of Pure Blood Family. I just gave some trivial suggestions. Yvonne shook his head, and didn't mean to take credit. He knew very well that even without himself, George and Fred would make these things in the future, he just moved this time forward. Come on, we all know how good you are. Fred said with a grin, thinking it was Ivan's humble language. I said before that inviting Halls to be our special advisor is the most correct choice. George picked up a prepared firework and handed it to Yvonne to indicate that he could try it. How? Would you like to experience our masterpiece? Yvonne raised his hand to take it, and the outside of the boom fireworks looked like the fireworks in the Muggle world, with rough red leather on it, before the icon was printed. Yvonne was very interested in these interesting magic items in the previous life, and now I have the opportunity to experiment by myself. Fiddled with it casually, and Yvonne quickly figured out how this thing should be stimulated, input a little magic power, the top of the paper tube in his hand shooed, and a dazzling spark came out. Immediately afterwards, the red fireworks brought up a long tail of red sparks in the sky. But this is just the beginning. Colorful sparks constantly gush out from the paper tube, rushing around in midair, and when they encounter obstacles, they will explode suddenly. Dozens of fireworks rushing around hit the wall or debris from time to time, bursting out a spark, making chaos in the small storage room. A few even flew towards the three people standing in the middle, and Yvonne activated the effect of the protective ring to block it, and blue-violet sparks exploded in front of them, looking extremely gorgeous. George and Fred were a little embarrassed by the fireworks, but they didn't take it seriously, grinning humiliatedly. After all, this was the effect they expected to achieve. It's not over yet. If someone tries to stop them with the vanishing curse, or other curses, they will definitely ask for trouble. As George introduced with a smile, he drew his wand and cast a coma spell on a smashing firework. As the light of a spell flashed, the hit fireworks suddenly expanded and burst. The crackling kept on, the huge firelight appeared like a dragon's head in midair, and the blue-violet sparks splashed all around, spreading several meters away. It looked extremely gorgeous. The corners of Ivan's mouth twitched, and he felt that if this power was stronger, it would be no problem to sell it directly as a weapon. Yvonne remembered the magic props developed by the Weasley brothers in the original time and space. They said they were funny magic toys. In fact, many of them were more like dangerous illegal items. For example, this Weasley Swish Boom fireworks, or the ecstasy called Wonder Witch, and another magic item that can turn the entire corridor into a swamp when released. Yvonne remembers that it should be called a portable swamp. After release, it can turn the entire corridor into a swampland form. If used well, it is completely a strategic weapon. I have to say that it is too wasteful to use these things for pranks. By the way, George, how did you make these interesting things? Yvonne asked, very curious about the source of their knowledge. You must know that with his current knowledge of 4th level alchemy, he couldn't make something like a portable swamp, but George and Fred made it in the original time and space. Fred and I accidentally turned over many old books from my father's library before going to school. The knowledge we used to make these props was learned from there. George didn't mean to hide it, he said directly. Is the inherited knowledge of the pure blood family? Yvonne remembered the flying muggle car he saw at the beginning of school, which seemed to have been modified by George and Fred's father Arthur Weasley himself. Thinking of this, Yvonne became more interested in the magic tricks that the two had founded, which was a brand new knowledge of alchemy. By the way, Yvonne, what do you think of the effect of the booming firework just now? Fred said expectantly. Very good, I think there will be many tricky little wizards who will like this. Yvonne quickly recovered and said with a smile. These are all good things to create explosions and chaos. It can be improved to increase the power to use against the enemy. We think so too. George nodded, and then chatted with Yvonne enthusiastically about their sales plan, as well as subsequent improvements and research work on magic items. Combining his previous life, Yvonne learned some sales knowledge in the Muggle world, and gave them a lot of advice. Some knowledge is even more advanced than what is used in the Muggle world now. Although these are all theories, Yvonne himself does not have any practical experience, but this does not prevent George and Fred from understanding. At first they were able to participate in the discussion together, and the knowledge soon became Yvonne alone. George and Fred were stunned for a while, and when Yvonne was talking a little dry, George asked with a weird expression. I just wanted to ask, is there anything else you don't know? Don't say that, I just usually read a lot of books. This knowledge is what I see in some Muggle books. Muggles are much better than our wizards when it comes to making money. Yvonne shrugged, then hesitated. If you want to talk about things I don't know, of course there are. George and Fred were very curious. Yvonne waved his magic wand, and the light spot formed by magic power turned into a strange symbol in mid-air. This was one of a large string of characters given to him by the system. Have you seen anything similar? Yvonne asked. No, this looks like some kind of character, is it a new kind of magic text? George shook his head, saying that he hadn't seen it either. Maybe we can try to burn it onto magic materials and see if it can do anything. Fred gave a feasible suggestion. Yvonne nodded www.mdlenovel.com and soon experimented with enthusiasm, arranging a few of the characters in his mind, trying to enter the magic power, but nothing happened. May not be used like this. Fred said with embarrassment, touching his hair. If these characters are really a kind of magic text, even if they are arranged in a wrong way, there will be some reactions, such as direct explosions. Yvonne touched the smooth chin. As a person who inputs magic power, he can perceive more than George and Fred watching by. These characters actually have some reactions to magic, but they are extremely weak. Chapter 197, You are so showy, why don't you go to arms? However, Yvonne pondered it over carefully and felt that this kind of character-like thing should not be used to make magic props. Yvonne still has the confidence to tell this point. Eliminating one possibility, Yvonne saw that George and Fred had no clue, so he stopped asking more, and instead talked about the business model of the magic trick shop. George and Fred even proposed that Yvonne should be formally hired as a special advisor to witchcraft and wizardry, with 1/3 of the shares in witchcraft and wizardry. Are you sure? The special advisor, doesn't seem to do anything. Yvonne was surprised. The research on these magic items was done by George and Fred, so Yvonne didn't want to take advantage of them. Of course, this was decided by me and Fred together. You have contributed so many ideas to us before, but it has helped us a lot. George nodded and said. Fred also added. Besides, during our summer vacation, we haven't thanked you for helping us get the order from the Ministry of Magic, otherwise my mother would have burned all our research results. Having said this, George and Fred looked at each other and smiled, told Yvonne about those funny things that happened in the burrow, and finally said jokingly. When my mother saw the 50 jinjialongs you gave us, she thought we had done something bad. She told her that the deposit was given by the Ministry of Magic and she didn't quite believe it. Yvonne didn't expect that he let Macca send jinjialong, so that Mrs. Weasley would accept the research work of George and Fred. He remembered that Mrs. Weasley hated them most for not doing business. In that case, you are completely free, can you do research at will? Yvonne was heartfelt happy for the two. Almost. Fred nodded. Only soon, Fred wilted again like a frost hitting an eggplant, smashing his mouth. But my mother requires all of our homework this semester to be above exceeding expectations, otherwise we won't let us study. Yvonne shrugged and said that he could do nothing. George and Fred were actually doing pretty well. But in the case of studying while doing research, it is indeed a bit embarrassing for them to have an E or above in all subjects. After being depressed for a while, George and Fred quickly adjusted. It's still far from the end of the term, and no matter how hard it is, there will be still time. George was not thinking about these disturbing things, and spoke to Yvonne. So you deserve 1/3 of the shares. Well, since you said that. In view of this, Yvonne did not refuse. Based on his status as a special advisor, Yvonne would naturally not just use some theoretical knowledge he saw in his previous life to perfuse them, but seriously advise them. For example, the initial magic trick workshop can rely on automatic answering quill pens and practical props such as quick-acting skipping candy to quickly open sales. You know that homework and class are the most troublesome things for most little wizards. The Quidditch competition soon after, in Ivan's eyes, is also a great opportunity to promote and sell joke magic products. For example, get some props for amplifying the sound, or bunting that can display the name of the team. I believe most of the little wizards who like to watch the game will buy it. Change the boom fireworks into celebration fireworks. The winning academy will definitely need this thing to celebrate. Yvonne was talking endlessly, and George and Fred soon joined the discussion. If you say that, someone will buy our big eggs, and those colleges that have lost the game definitely need this to vent their anger. George suddenly thought of this. Yes. Boom fireworks can actually be used to beat people. We can also sell some little wizards from the opposing academy and let them fight each other. Fred also got more excited. Yvonne stared at the two in a daze, and was speechless for a while. You are so showy, what magic do you still learn? It's better to become an arms dealer. Definitely make a lot of money. However, Yvonne also had to admit that the two people's ideas were indeed good, and they participated in discussing some of the details of the sale. After chatting for a while, Fred, who was still thinking about it, suddenly said mysteriously, "By the way, when it comes to the Quidditch competition, why don't we make a big profit by making a bet like the last time? This time it's up to me. It just happens that I don't need to participate in the competition and training, so I have more time." Yvonne was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Fred with a weird look. No wonder Fred gave way so readily when he joined the team before, it turned out to be this idea. But listening to what Fred said, Yvonne was somewhat moved, and no one was too little about Jin Jialong. Not to mention that he has researched many magic items a few months ago, and they are very popular, but this is regarded as the profit of the store. Yvonne can't take it at will, and it is impossible to reach home every time for various research expenses. The money he got from selling the wolf poison potion was his own. However, due to the high cost of early propaganda, most of Jin Jialong was smashed into propaganda, otherwise the daily profit wouldn't report him every day. Moreover, the magical world is not only in the British Isles with werewolves and wizards, but throughout Europe and even the whole world, so publicity is a lot of expense. More importantly, if you want to move the store out of Knockoff Alley and drive to Diagon Alley, you need at least 20,000 Jin Jialong. This is why Yvonne is very concerned about the newly opened magic trick workshop. There are thousands of little wizards in the 7 grades of the 4 major colleges at Hogwarts, and every year they can make a lot of money just by selling these little props. What do you think? Fred and I can put out 100 gold gallons as the principal. www.mtlnovel.com. Compared to last year, we saved 5 gold gallons as the principal by saving money and saving money. George is very proud this time. One shot is 100 Jin Jialong. Yes, I also offer 100 gallons. Yvonne made the final decision without much hesitation. Most of the 100 gallons were the surplus of funds when Aisha bought him the book, and the rest was earned from selling wolf poison potions. With 200 Jin Jialong as the principal, George and Fudley threatened to make a big move, and the little trouble like last time could not satisfy their appetite. It's a pity that we played against the Slytherin team once in practice last time. This time it is estimated that most people will buy us Gryffindor to win. George said here, somewhat disappointed, which means that they may this time. Can't make much. And they can't play a match fix and deliberately let Gryffindor lose the game, otherwise Wood will definitely kill them. Chapter 198, You learned Animagus for this? George and Fred have been a headache, but Yvonne can't be troubled. He thinks of the various odds options that Muggles make when they bet, and he speaks. In fact, in addition to setting the odds for each match, you can also set other odds, such as who can catch the golden snitch, how many goals the winner has scored, or how many points are the difference between the two sides. Of course, Yvonne doesn't know exactly how to do it. He is only familiar with the rules of Quidditch. Yet, why didn't we think of it? George said with joy, and then continued as if thinking of something. We can also ask Wood to transfer you to the position of chaser to control how many goals are scored. In this way, it should be foolproof. Yvonne rolled his eyes. Do you really think I am a god? How much can still be controlled? The opponent's goalkeeper is not blind, and he may be blocked no matter how accurate he is. But it was clear that George and Fred had high hopes for him, and after cleaning up their secret base, they took Yvonne to find Wood. Yvonne shook his head and didn't say anything. He felt that Wood would probably not agree. After all, the Gryffindor team has been training according to this tactic for more than a week, and it is impossible to temporarily change the tactics. But what Yvonne didn't expect was that Wood only agreed after a little thought. That's not bad, those Slytherins must think you will be a batsman, and then train according to this, and then just hit them by surprise. Wood said in Ivan's surprised eyes. Then our previous tactics were not practiced in vain. Harry said dejectedly, and he was injured in the target these days. Of course the previous training will not be wasted. We can prepare 2 sets of tactics to deal with different situations. Wood talked openly, he had this idea originally. Ivan's amazing hitting technique is the best choice for scoring goals. After all, the Quidditch game is not based on which team wins the most, and that team wins the trophy. Instead, the points scored by each Quidditch are added together, and the team with the highest cumulative total score wins. This makes the scoring of every goal very important. Catching the golden snitch can only terminate the game and get 150 points. Yvonne doesn't really care about whether he is a batsman or a chaser, but he still has some doubts. If I'm a chaser, doesn't Fred have to play? Yvonne asked. What's the matter? Fred, can't you play? Wood heard Ivan's implication and turned to look at Fred. Yes, I'm not feeling well recently. I may not be able to play the ball. Fred immediately covered his stomach, pretending to be weak, and blinked at Yvonne, beckoning him not to break through. Yourself. I think it's better to let Yvonne and Alia change positions. George also said to help, hiding his body in front of Fred. Fred took the opportunity to turn his back, doing something secretly, waiting to turn around again, nosebleeds swishing out of his nose. I think I have to visit Madame Pomfrey these days to see if my body is still saved. Fred tried to block his nostrils with 2 fingers, but the nosebleeds sprayed out directly from the gap and stopped. Can't stop. The corners of Ivan's mouth twitched. Wood was also quite speechless when he saw this scene. Although he didn't know what was going on with Fred's nosebleeds, he was not a fool. Naturally, he could see that there was something tricky in it. Is this the effect of the quick-acting skipping class candy? It's interesting. Angelina said with a grin. How do you know the quick-acting skipping candy? Fred was stunned, his hands full of nosebleeds. Isn't it the leaflet you sent? Angelina took out a leaflet from her pocket and shook it in front of him. Fred turned his head and glanced at George in amazement, and George nodded at him with embarrassment, indicating that it was the leaflet he had sent the other day. Fred swallowed and looked at Wood's darkened face, thinking that he might be cold. Just as Wood was about to have an attack, Yvonne spoke with comfort. Captain Wood, Fred does have other things to do these days. Even if you keep him, he doesn't want to train. Captain, Angelina, and I don't want to be replaced either. Let Fred be out. Alia opened the mouth to help. The rest of the team members also helped to persuade a few words. George and Fred, 2 live treasures, are very popular in the Gryffindor team. On the contrary, Wood was so annoyed that he had to compromise in the end and let Fred be the substitute, and then come back when something went wrong. As for you, hurry up and train for me, don't you know how many weeks are left until the first game? Wood yelled at several people. Time passed in a hurry, and it was mid-October in a blink of an eye. Except for the necessary classes and Quidditch training, Yvonne spent the rest of his time in the library. However, after consulting a lot of information and going through the anthology of ancient Chinese characters, Yvonne did not find the meaning of the string of character keys. So what is this? In the afternoon's transfiguration class, Yvonne tried to draw a simple character on the notebook, muttering to himself with some headaches. Harry, who was sitting aside, looked over curiously, glanced over the characters written on the notebook by Yvonne, and suddenly stunned. In his sight, the characters seemed to come alive. Now, get out of class is over. In the stands, Professor McGonagall's voice interrupted Harry's thoughts. At this time, Yvonne also crossed out the characters that had just been written, and packed his books to leave. House, keep it for a while. Professor McGonagall said again. Yvonne was somewhat surprised, but thought that Professor McGonagall might want to inquire about his progress in studying animagus, so he stopped. Waiting for the students in the classroom to leave one after another, Yvonne walked forward quickly. Professor McGonagall looked serious. www.mtlnovel.com. Before Yvonne could speak, she said first. House, I heard a few days ago that there was a strange owl that made a lot of noise in Hufflepuff's girls' dormitory, and even had a very happy chat with a girl from Ravenclaw. Yvonne suddenly felt a guilty conscience. He did not expect that the noise he had explored in the form of animagus would actually reach Professor McGonagall. But this is no way. Hufflepuff's lounge is too difficult to get in. Yvonne had no choice but to use some special methods to betray a little witch who had just entered school in the form of animagus, holding him into the lounge of Hufflepuff. Everything was going well. Who knew that Hufflepuff's little witch had a whim and had to keep him in a cage? Chapter 199, It is impossible to admit. Him, Yvonne Halls. The werewolf savior, the second-level Merlin medal winner, how could the little wizard known as the Dragon Knight be willing to be an owl locked in a cage and being teased by a group of little witches? Therefore, Yvonne naturally struggled to resist, using the form of an owl. In a fierce chase with a group of little witches in Hufflepuff's girls' dormitory, he managed to escape. But this matter, it is impossible to admit it, and it is impossible to admit it even if it is killed. Otherwise, there will be some strange rumors in the school tomorrow. So Yvonne pretended to be calm and shook his head, saying that he had never seen such a strange owl. Professor McGonagall glanced suspiciously at Yvonne. She had just taught Yvonne animagus transfiguration for not long, but after more than a month, there was suddenly a rumor of a strange owl. After hearing the news, McGonagall guessed Ivan's body for the first time. But it's just a guess, and it's impossible to determine the authenticity. After all, the most critical step before the animagus potion takes shape is to wait for a storm that is big enough. Hogwarts has not had a storm at all in recent months, so theoretically it is impossible for Yvonne to learn animagus at this time. Yvonne also knew this, so he didn't panic. After thinking about it, he said again. Professor, don't you suspect that my owl, Maca, ran out? It stays quietly in the dormitory these days and hasn't been out for a day. Harry and both of them can testify. Really? I hope so. McGonagall raised his eyebrows, packed up the organized textbooks, and walked out of the classroom. After Professor McGonagall left, Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief. I couldn't help but feel fortunate that I had pushed the exploration mission to more than 70% in advance, and for the time being, I couldn't use the animagus form. Otherwise, Yvonne is really worried that Professor McGonagall will be caught on the spot when he sneaks into the female dormitory to explore. Thinking of that scene, Yvonne couldn't help shivering. After sorting out his emotions, Yvonne walked out of the classroom door. Hermione, Harry, and Ron were already waiting outside. Yvonne, what did Professor McGonagall say to you? I saw the professor frowning when he left. Hermione asked curiously. Maybe the professor is not satisfied with my learning progress, right? Yvonne didn't want to mention his dark history, and casually explained. Harry and Ron were speechless, but they knew how high Ivan's transfiguration was. Professor McGonagall wasn't satisfied yet? The professor is too strict with you. Hermione couldn't help but said. It's okay, it's not too strict. Yvonne scratched his head. He just talked casually, and then quickly changed the subject. Let's go to the Quidditch stadium, today is the last day of practice. The four came all the way to the training ground, where George and Angelina were already waiting, and Wood held a long package in his hand. After seeing Yvonne, Wood handed the package over. What's this? Is it for me? Yvonne reached out and took it, unwrapping the bag. Inside is a brand new broom. The stick made of mahogany is engraved with the words Guanglong 2001, which looks golden in the sun. Lightwheel 2001? Who bought it? Yvonne asked in surprise. Of course it's Professor McGonagall. Wood said with a smile on his face, and then explained. I got the Slytherin team to 7 Lightwheels 2001. I told Professor McGonagall about you, a new flying genius, so maybe Professor McGonagall thinks it is necessary to add Granville. The winning percentage of the Fender team. Ivan's expression was very strange. He didn't expect Wood to be such a chicken thief, asking Professor McGonagall to help him get a new broom. Thinking that he had just fooled Professor McGonagall, and turned around holding the broom bought by Professor McGonagall, Yvonne always felt a little weird. Pals, try it on the ride, take advantage of the time today, hurry up and get acquainted. Wood said. Yvonne nodded and stopped thinking about the mess. Professor McGonagall bought him a broom, obviously wanting the Gryffindor team to win. On Saturday morning, Yvonne, who trained late last night, was called by Harry early. Thinking of playing a Quidditch match today, Yvonne hurried to the large exhibition hall, and after a quick breakfast, he rushed to the Quidditch arena. Although the game didn't start until 11 o'clock, the seats of the 4 major academies were already crowded with little wizards who came to watch. Yvonne couldn't help but sigh with Quidditch's charm in the magic world. It seemed that most of the students at Hogwarts had arrived. Yvonne walked into the locker room and changed into a gold and red team uniform, while Wood routinely gave a speech before the game. This time it's Slytherin. Don't take it lightly just because you defeated them in the last practice. 7 Lightwheels 2001 gives them a great advantage in speed, and it's likely that they have already worked out the way to deal with Halls. Then they will be surprised, because Yvonne is not a hitter at all this time. George interrupted with a grin. There was also a smile on Wood's face, but he still seriously warned everyone to show 200% strength and let the Slytherins take a good look. It's not just a good broom that can make a good game. After reviewing the new tactics again, time quickly approached 11 o'clock. Seeing that he was about to play, Yvonne suddenly remembered that Harry seemed to be hit by a runaway ball in the original, and he reminded him aloud. George, you will pay attention to Harry later, lest he is targeted. Harry? What's the matter? Why do you say that? George asked strangely. I'm worried that those Slytherins are cheating, so just be careful. Yvonne said in a vague tone. He couldn't say that there would be an elf named Dobby who would control the wandering ball to attack Harry, right? Besides, it is not certain whether this will happen or not. www.mtlnovel.com. After all, Hogwarts is very stable these days, there is no basilisk, and no heir to Slytherin. This made Yvonne feel that he had obtained Tom Riddle's diary before, which was indeed the right choice, otherwise he would have to worry about the attack by the basilisk now. Okay, I'll look at Harry. George nodded casually, patted his chest and said. Although he didn't quite believe the Slytherins and dared to play some tricks in the Quidditch match, if Yvonne said that, he would naturally pay more attention to it. Yvonne nodded, vaguely feeling what might happen to this Quidditch match. At this time, the door to the arena had been opened, and Yvonne had no choice but to converge and ride out on his Lightwheel 2001. Chapter 200, Foul, You Are Foul. Yvonne rode a broomstick through the semicircular passage and flew all the way to the center of the arena, with waves of cheers and cheers coming from his ears. Gryffindor must win. Fuck those Slytherins. With the support of the amplifying props, the entire stadium resounded with the shouts of the Gryffindor Lions, and the top of the college seats was swishing improved fireworks. The fireworks rushed into the sky and exploded suddenly, transforming into a lively little lion, roaring loudly at the opposite Slytherin seat to show provocation. The little wizards in Slytherin didn't look good, and their cheers and encouragement were suppressed by their opponents, but there was nothing to do. At this time, someone secretly sold the same magic item as the opposite Gryffindor. For the rich Slytherin, he did not hesitate to give generously. No matter how powerful, Gryffindor could not give it away. Press it down. Yvonne on the field also noticed this situation and couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, Fred really had a way. He bought a Slytherin to help him sell things on this occasion. However, sales work in other academies has not been so smooth. After all, this game has nothing to do with them. Only a small number of little wizards will be willing to applaud other academies. Just as Yvonne was thinking this way, he saw a spark exploded over Ravenclaw's seat in the distance, and another lion screamed in the sky. Yvonne looked over curiously and found that the person who launched the fireworks was Luna. The little witch, who hadn't seen her for a long time, changed into a strange dress today, with a big lion head hat on her head. The hat gave out a very realistic roar from time to time, and it shook with Luna's movements. The rest of the Ravenclaw academies looked at Luna with weird eyes, and even deliberately sat a little farther away from her. Luna didn't take it seriously, holding the Gryffindor's must-win flag on her own, and after meeting Ivan's gaze, she waved her hand to indicate. Yvonne wanted to respond, but then remembered that he didn't seem to know Luna, so he had to give up. At the same time, I was a little surprised why Luna would take the initiative to greet him. Listen to my whistle. 3, 2, 1. Ms. Huochi, as the referee, shouted loudly at this moment on the sidelines of the game. Yvonne turned his attention back to the arena, and when Ms. Hooch said the last number, she galloped out in the lead. The goal is the flying ghost ball in the middle of the arena. As the latest type of broomstick, Light Wheel 2001 is fast like a gust of wind. As soon as Ivan's force, Angelina, who is also a chaser, was left far behind by Yvonne. However, during the training yesterday, the tactics were already discussed, so Angelina was not discouraged, and followed the step-by-step support from a distance. The most shocking was the chasers across from Slytherin. They thought that taking advantage of the speed of the broomstick could take the lead in the opening, but unexpectedly Yvonne suddenly replaced it with a new broomstick. After hitting a bad information, Yvonne got the ghost fly ball almost effortlessly. Wait, Halls, aren't you a batsman? A foul, this is a foul. Several Slytherin players shouted. But soon someone remembered the position of Yvonne when he entered the field. It was indeed not the position of the batsman. To understand this, the faces of the Slytherin players turned dark, which means that they were all tricked. The effort to dodge the ball a few days ago and the mutual protection tactics of the two teams also lost their effect. It's a wonderful layout. The commentator Lee Jordan said excitedly. Yvonne Halls deceived all of us. He is not a batsman at all, but a seeker. Those Slytherins can't think of this. Everyone can look at Slytherin's captain Marcus, his face is green. Jordan's hands were filled with the free amplification props given by Fred, impassioned. The explanation sound was heard clearly throughout the arena. Enough, Jordan, you give me a good explanation of the game, or I will get you down and get someone else. Ms. Huochi couldn't help interrupting Jordan's words. Jordan remembered his tragic experience of being dragged off the court last time. He suddenly changed his voice and began to explain the game honestly. At this time, Yvonne on the field took advantage of the fact that the Slytherin team had not fully reacted, and the formation was chaotic. He took the Guy ball all the way to break through the numerous obstacles and scored the first goal of the audience. In the box. Won the first point for Gryffindor. There was a burst of enthusiastic cheers from Gryffindor's seat. Many little wizards even got up from their seats, shouting for Ivan's cheer. Lee Jordan also spoke with excitement. Goal scored. Hall scored the first goal within a minute or so of the opening. This is definitely the fastest goal ever scored. Damn it. I knew I should bet that Gryffindor could score more than 10 goals. Jordan was very regretful, and complained in his heart that George and Fred had concealed his Ivan's role as a chaser, otherwise he would definitely make a fortune. What did you say you bet on? Jordan. Ms. Huochi interrupted suspiciously. Ahem. Jordan almost failed to pick it up in one breath, and hurriedly turned to explain. I mean, I bet with people this morning that we Gryffindor will definitely score 10 goals. Fred, who was off the court, saw Jordan running the train with his mouth full, and almost exposed the gambling situation. He had the urge to strangle him. Fortunately, Ms. Hooch was different from Professor McGonagall and didn't mean to ask, which made Jordan escape. On the court at this time, the situation is not optimistic. After Yvonne hit the information gap and made the first goal, the Slytherins who reacted to each other organized a new tactic in just a few minutes. The initial mutual protection quickly changed to offensive tactics, except for the goalkeeper, the seeker, and a chaser who was responsible for containing Yvonne. The other members are divided into two teams www.mentalnovel.com to surround a Gryffindor player. They fly not only fast, but also highly uniform. It is easy to stick a single player. Then, before the other Gryffindor players rush to support them on old-fashioned broomsticks, relying on the advantages of the number and the speed of the broomsticks, they were driven off the field. Even at the risk of getting a free throw for a foul. Despite explaining how Jordan's tongue was in the arena, the Slytherin players didn't take it seriously. Winning is the most important thing. Ever since, after an operation surrounded a Gryffindor player and fell off the field, Angelina, as a chaser, became their next goal.